Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Wednesday, January 25th. Let's begin our 5 a.m. hour with a preview of the top stories that we plan on covering today. On the left-hand side of your screen is a look at today's major headlines. We're following several mass shootings this morning. 7 people shot to death and another critically wounded in 2 locations near the small coastal city of Half Moon Bay, which is just south of San Francisco. And that is just coming off of the heels of yet another mass shooting. We're also following the 21-year-old suspect who is accused of killing 3 people at a convenience store in Washington state. That story, as well as severe weather coverage, we're following along with our news partners at Fox Weather. So make sure that you all stay tuned throughout the duration of our show. We're covering national and international headlines. We're taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C. So let's begin with the latest news from the White House. President Biden invited 2 congressional leaders from his party to the White House on Tuesday to strategize about their top priorities. The showdown over the debt limit is looming in Congress, with Republicans in the House adamant about spending cuts. Plus, we're now learning documents containing classified markings were discovered at the home of former Vice President Mike Pence. So a lot of news coming from Washington, D.C. this morning. Let's get the latest from Fox News senior national correspondent Rich Edson.
I'm excited about the leadership we have here on the Democratic side.
President Biden hosted top congressional Democrats at the White House Tuesday for a strategy session.
We got a lot done in the last couple of years, and we got a lot more to do, a lot more to finish what we've already done.
Republicans control one chamber of Congress, meaning Democrats' top agenda items will likely stall for the next 2 years. One area where they'll need to find cooperation, raising the debt limit to avoid a default.
A default means interest rates will spike on everything, from car loans to credit cards to mortgages.
Conservatives on Capitol Hill are demanding significant spending cuts.
Our debt is intergenerational theft. We are digging a hole so deep for our children, for our grandchildren, they'll never be able to get out of it.
To my House GOP colleagues, if you're serious about spending cuts, show us the math.
Meanwhile, with criticism over President Biden's handling of classified documents, Fox News is now learning documents that appear to have classified markings were discovered at former Vice President Mike Pence's house in Indiana. In a letter to the National Archives, Pence's representative wrote the vice president was unaware of their existence and, quote, stands ready and willing to cooperate fully with the National Archives and any appropriate inquiry.
I don't believe for a minute that Mike Pence is trying to intentionally compromise national security. Think that about Biden and Trump, but clearly we've got a problem here.
The FBI and Justice Department are reviewing the documents. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Now to bring you all the latest when it comes to that deadly mass shooting in California in South Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. 7 people killed, another critically wounded at 2 locations. This is the 3rd mass killing in the state within 8 days. Here's more.
The latest incident of deadly workplace violence has rocked Half Moon Bay, a quaint Bay Area community famous for its annual pumpkin festival and art galleries. Authorities say on Monday afternoon, 66-year-old Chin Lu Zhao opened fire at the mushroom farm where he worked, killing 4 co-workers and injuring a 5th, as parents and children who lived on the property looked on in horror. The sheriff says Zhao then drove to another farm a few miles away where 3 more bodies were found. The 5 men and 2 women killed were all of Asian or Hispanic descent, though officials wouldn't say if anyone was specifically targeted. Translators were brought in to provide a description of the shooter and his car, and within hours, an arrest after a deputy spotted the alleged gunman sitting in his vehicle outside the sheriff's substation with a legally purchased semi-automatic handgun.
The subject was still seated in the vehicle. The subject exited the vehicle and was taken into custody without an incident.
Experience an earthquake. Chances are you may have been woken up in the middle of the night by it. Here's the information of what we know so far. It was a 4.2 magnitude quake centered off the coast of Malibu. About 3 minutes later, we had another quake, about 3.5 magnitude, which happened as an aftershock and was felt widely throughout the area of Los Angeles. Obviously, this is very close to about 20 million people, so a lot of folks felt this over a wide range of area. At least here in West LA, where I was working at 2 o'clock in the morning, the newsroom here shook. Pretty strong jolt. Then a few minutes later, another more minor jolt. We know folks are feeling this throughout our region. Just seeing on Twitter the way people are responding to me, we're hearing from people in the San Fernando Valley, hearing from people in Orange County that are feeling this. I mean, that's a pretty sizable quake. Some of the comments that people have said shook me awake here in Hancock Park. Somebody downtown Culver, Jen, saying the quake in the aftershock felt like sharp jolts. Back-to-back jolts over here in Canoga Park. Winnetka, Brian saying, nice big jolt. Monica saying, South Bay feeling it, Downey feeling it, Canoga Park, Santa Monica. So a wide area all feeling this, this different jolt and this earthquake. There's about a 10% chance that this could be a foreshock to a larger earthquake. Of course, we hope that isn't the case here, but in most cases, this was as big as it's going to get for this, and that we would have smaller aftershocks, which would be expected potentially throughout the night. We would not expect a lot of damage. Certainly no injuries for a quake of this size, especially being centered off the coast and not being centered actually under land itself. But there will be a check. We're hearing some of the scanners here in our newsroom as they go through their checks of emergency crews to make sure that everybody's okay. Most likely what this was an alarm that just woke you up in the middle of the night. Hopefully you're able to feel better knowing that everybody's okay and you can go back to sleep and start your day in the morning with Good Day LA. So they're going to have more coverage of this, especially from the Malibu area, coming up a little bit later on. Our regular coverage starts at 4 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11. In the meantime, we will return you back to your regularly scheduled programming, which is infomercials at this time of night. We hope you're able to get some sleep. I'm Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for watching. Now back to
the latest from our Fox 11 Los Angeles news partners. Cutting in there is only 2:14 a.m. Pacific time in the state of California, bringing us this breaking news that a 4.2 magnitude earthquake has rocked Southern California. So we just heard from Fox 11 Los Angeles anchor there, Alex Michelson, saying that hopefully this is not one of many earthquakes to follow. So we'll definitely be in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team to keep in touch, keep reporting on that breaking news situation. Again, a 4.2 magnitude earthquake impacting Southern California just moments ago. So that's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. We have teams based across the country, so that way we can bring you all the latest breaking news situations in real time. So we just learned about this breaking news moments ago. If you're just now joining us, learning about a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that has just hit Southern California. And again, we will be in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team members as they continue to bring us the latest. But it's only 2:14 there, so as you can imagine, we will get more information later on during our show. At this time, let's move right along with other top stories. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a few major headlines that we are continuing to follow on this Wednesday, January 25th. So let's continue to bring you all the latest on the Yakima mass shooting that took place in Washington State. We're learning more about the 21-year-old suspect who is accused of killing 3 people at a convenience store in Washington State, but he's dead, so police still looking for a motive. Now, according to police officers who say that the man identified as Jared Haddock, he shot and killed himself as the officers were approaching him. So the Yakima police chief also saying the suspect made an incriminating phone call to his mother right before taking his own life. And we do have that full update coming from local investigators and officials in the area. So let's go ahead and revisit that here at Live Now from Fox.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Everybody's patience. It's been a long day, as you can imagine, for some of you as well. I just want to start today by just thanking some folks. In particular, I want to thank the witnesses who stayed and participated and assisted us, folks who were courageous and called in tips and gave us information that helped lead us to a conclusion in this case. And I'm going to be discussing what happened this afternoon. But before I do, I want to just pay particular thanks to a woman who called 911, and I'll get to what she had to say. I want to thank the community in general. They've been very supportive, very helpful. We're clearly very interested, but really also when we needed them to back off and give us space and patience and time, they did. So I want to thank folks for that. Believe it or not, I want to thank the media. I appreciate all of you. The message got out extremely early from KIT and Lance this morning, all the way up to many of the national networks who've been conducting interviews throughout the day, keeping people informed. And we couldn't do that without you, and I mean that. It's very helpful, and you were all energetic and assisting us with getting that really important message out to folks. As you'll hear, he was out in the community, so it was the threat was never really gone, and I will go into some detail about that. And then I want to thank law enforcement, and if any of you were out at the scene, which I suspect most of you were, it's a pretty long list, but it's really, we couldn't do this alone, and it's really important, I think, to make sure to point folks out and to thank them. So Yakima Police Patrol, the Yakima SWAT team, gang unit detectives, all YPD detectives, the Yakima Sheriff's Office, Grandview PD, Union Gap PD, Moxie PD, the Washington State Patrol. Benton County actually sent a tactical team, I believe. Lieutenant, is that right? Benton County's tactical team? Okay. K9 and a tactical team. Tri-Cities Regional also sent folks to help us. The FBI was very helpful today, U.S. Marshals as well. Fish and Wildlife, state parks, and then, of course, we couldn't do anything without Suncom Communication and the YSO Dispatch, which helped us keep everything coordinated and working smoothly and safely. Excuse me. So with that, I think most of you have heard what happened today. I'm going to recap kind of the end of the day, and then I'm going to take questions from all of you. And then for folks watching live on Facebook, we will take questions from media. If you just type in your question and what agency you work with, organization, and your name, we'll call that out and do our best to answer as many questions as we can. But I want to start with the folks who are here in the room. But at, I think it was 2:16, Captain, is that right? 2:16 p.m., we received a 911 call. As many of you are aware, we had a SWAT call out. We had a house surrounded where we were hoping the suspect was located, but he was not. He was over by the Target store in Yakima. Could I get that map up? So we have a map here for you all to use. This is the Target store. The front faces the east, and we get a 911 call that says that the suspect had borrowed a woman's phone. He then called his mother, and he made several incriminating statements, including, "I killed those people." He made several statements in front of her that he was then going to kill himself. She then was able to get her phone and try to separate from him and call 911. I listened to that call. It's pretty harrowing, and I have to really thank her again because she was very courageous in getting us there. And so the information that she was providing said that he was near the Pizza Hut, which is on the southeast side of the Target store. Officers began immediately responding, and within minutes, the suspect was actually located right in this area near the local Roots marijuana store. The suspect apparently shot and killed himself, and that was prior to officers' arrival. There were officers who heard the shots, but no one saw him actually do that. He was pronounced deceased at the scene. Is that correct?
No, sir, about 3 minutes.
So they medical care tried to save his life, but he was later pronounced deceased. I'm sorry?
Was he in a vehicle?
He was not. He was on foot. And we don't know how he got to this area. And that's one of the things, and I'm happy to answer those questions. But obviously that drew a resolution to this to some degree. We're going to have to go through the formal process of identification, but everything that we see and what he said and what happened leads us to believe this is the same person that was involved in the shootings at the Circle K and the Arco gas station this morning. Clearly, we have to have a more formal process, but I can say with pretty good confidence that we believe that this is the person who was involved in those incidents today. I briefly just want to say that the family was cooperative with us all day, and we also appreciate their assistance in this, and of course, a devastating time for them. With that, I think I will just go ahead and answer questions. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if the suspect was at his parents' home at one point?
I don't believe the home he was at was his parents' home. Do we know that?
I think the whole family lives out.
Okay, so yes, we did have information that he was there. We were having trouble confirming that he was still there. And to be honest, I don't know if we could say for a fact when he left and how he left. We did have some video, but it was really grainy and difficult to discern. I will say that we obviously have to assume he's there and assume he's out and react according to both of those possibilities. So there was a long, long ordeal at the house with the hope, of course, that he was contained in the house. Emily?
In the 911 call or in his conversation with the woman, did he give any indication of the motive for the shooting?
So I can tell you it was a really emotional call. There are parts that are very difficult to understand what she's saying. I listened to it myself, and I didn't hear anything that was really clear. It is possible if we clean that up that we may get more information. But at this time, I have no information still. As I told all of you all day, I have no information about why he did this or what was the motive behind all of this.
Will you be releasing any information about the 3 killed this morning?
We won't. The coroner's office will do that. They'll ID those folks, notify their families, and then that'll be released.
Was there anything found at the suspected home?
Well, so we have a search warrant. That process will take a long period. So there's not much I could say now because that is a brand new process that we're just getting started on. I will say, and I want to be careful, but the suspect did have a large amount of ammunition and a weapon when he was located by officers.
What kind of gun?
I don't know, to be honest. It was a handgun. I know that. I think semi-auto.
Semi-auto.
So semi-auto.
Did you have it when you found it?
There was a gun at the scene.
When you see a lot of ammo, how much?
I don't know. I mean, that's one of those things that if I said, I would just be guessing. But it was clearly more than a normal person might carry.
And Chief, you said he was not found with the self-inflicted gunshot in the car. He was out of the car.
He was on foot, and the 911 caller described him walking around.
And as he's walking,
She said he's walking towards me now. I mean, she was describing, well, she was watching him as this was happening.
so she essentially saw him pull the trigger.
That I don't know. I don't think so because the Suncom people had asked her to go into business to get safe because she was afraid at that point.
And she had no relation to him. She was just...
Not that we can, not that I know right now. I mean, she said that he had asked her to borrow a phone. She let him, and then she heard a call between him and his mom, and that's when a lot of the details of this were disclosed to her. Yes, ma'am.
Who originally informed police that where the suspect was following the shootings?
That's this 911 caller. You mean between the morning and the night?
Between
You know, I don't think I'm going to get into that, to be honest. We did have some tips, some people who gave us tips, but I think at this point it's better to just leave that there. Yes, ma'am.
There was initially thought that there was a fourth person shot. What did the video show that we were able to see?
So, as often happens, these things, you know, are happening really quickly, and we wanted to get out as much information as we could. So early indications were that there was a person in a car at the Arco gas station and that he'd fired into that car. We later learned it was his car and that he shot the window of that car in order to get inside because he had locked his keys in the car. So we corrected it as soon as we had that information, but it's one of those things you don't know till you know.
Is this suspect known to you all before this? Or is this...
This is by law one of the areas I have to be a little careful with. So all I can say is that we do have a record of him, and I'll leave it at that. Yes, ma'am.
Earlier this morning, you said it was a random act. Do you still believe it?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear. I don't think we know, and we may never know. What I can tell you is that what we saw on the video and what was described by witnesses, there was no interaction between him and the people. They were just sitting there getting food and got surprised by this person who came in, and you know, literally as he was opening the door, he started shooting these people. And then after shooting both of them, and remember, he was not masked up. He did nothing to conceal his identity. He walked out, saw somebody else in a car, and shot them. And then walked across the street, shot his own car, a lot of times, by the way, and drove away. So from the video and the witness statements, it looks very much random. We may learn throughout the investigation that there was something else. You know, I don't know of anything. I don't think we have any indication of that at this time. But if we do learn that, we'll let you know. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like a robbery. It doesn't look like a typical motive that you might see in a shooting, which of course is what makes this such a difficult and troubling case for everybody.
Chief, we know that this has rocked the community. Is there a new message now that there is somewhat of a conclusion to all of this?
You know, unfortunately, there's just not a lot of good that you can say in this. It's just difficult. It's difficult for the officers. It's difficult for the community. It's difficult for the families on both sides of all this. My hope is that we can treat each other with kindness, you know, and sympathy for the poor folks who lost family members today. Yeah, I've done interviews with most of you today, so they blur together. But you know, I was asked, could this be prevented? Well, I don't know how. I mean, he just came in and did this. And it would be really difficult to defend yourself, even if you were a highly trained person, because you wouldn't know this threat was coming. And that makes people uncomfortable. And I think that's why America is uncomfortable right now with a lot of these crazy incidents that are occurring. And here we are in Little Yakima, right on the heels of California, dealing with much the same thing. But I don't have the answers. And our job is to get evidence and locate suspects. And I'm very proud of the team. They did just that today. And luckily, nobody else was hurt. Yes, sir.
Do you think the suspect was under any influence of narcotics during any point or at the time of the shooting?
I don't think there's any way for us to know that at this point. I would suspect that there will be an autopsy, which will probably disclose that. So rather than me speculate, I think it'd be better to wait until we see that. Yes, ma'am.
You said that no one else was hurt, but there are gaps in between at this point, what you said, where you know that the suspect was at certain times. Is that going to be part of your investigation moving forward to see if there might have been an incident in between?
Clearly. I doubt it, but anything's possible. So, of course, we always have to be open to the possibility of anything. So we will be, and our detectives will be thorough, and there will be a final report, and we'll be able to make that public.
Chief, I'm kind of unclear on the mother's role.
Mm-hmm.
So she gets the call, he uses the phone, calls his mom, she then calls you guys.
I don't know if she called us. The woman who called was who lent her phone to him. So he borrows this witness's phone.
Okay.
She allows him to call his mom. She hears that conversation and relates it back to us when she calls 911.
Chief, when he is walking towards this woman, is he pointing the gun at her or himself?
Now, this is just me going off of memory. I just want to be careful with those things. I don't remember her saying she ever saw a gun. And by the time he shot himself, as I think I told you, she was inside of a business.
Right, she walked away. Thank you for that clarification.
Is there any questions from the media online? Okay. Anything else from all of you? Okay. Thank you all. I really appreciate you coming today.
All right, that was the latest update from officials in Yakima, learning about the 21-year-old suspect that killed himself after being accused of killing 3 people at a convenience store in Washington state. Now, according to this update from police officers, they say the man was identified as Jarrett Haddock. He shot and killed himself as officers approached him. And the Yakima police chief says that the suspect made an incriminating phone call to his mother right before taking his own life. We are also following breaking news from California. That's where we are taking this look from using our XRAD weather radar. About 30 minutes ago, Southern California witnessed a 4.2 magnitude earthquake 11 miles away from Malibu. So if you are joining us from California, many people tweeting that they experienced this 4.2 magnitude earthquake and an aftershock shortly after. A 3.2 magnitude earthquake was detected minutes later within the same area. So right now, no damage or injuries have been reported at this time, but it is also only 2:32 a.m. Pacific time. So we are in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, and as you can imagine, once the sun rises and once they begin their on-air news coverage at 5 a.m. Pacific time, we will definitely gather more information and possibly give you all a live now look at the scene, a first-hand account of what residents in Southern California are experiencing following that 4.2 magnitude earthquake. The time is now 5:33 a.m. Pacific. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 5:33 a.m. We are just a few minutes away from having a live conversation with our Fox 5 New York team. Now, on Tuesday, officials here from Ticketmaster and concert promoter Live Nation appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee and they were grilled about the Taylor Swift debacle from 2 months ago. You may remember Taylor Swift announced her concert, but when fans and possible concert goers went to purchase the tickets on Ticketmaster, it was just a mess. Bots had taken over the website. Many people could not purchase tickets. And then tickets that were purchased were being sold on black markets for thousands of dollars. So Ticketmaster and Live Nation Entertainment talking to lawmakers about exactly what happened. Let's go ahead and listen into their testimony, and then we'll check in with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti, who will join us live from the Barclays Center on what was said about a possible solution.
That has left artists and fans paying the price. Before turning to Senator Graham, I'd like to thank Senator Klobuchar, who has brought competition policy to the forefront of our national conversation as chair of the Subcommittee on Competition Policy, Antitrust, and Consumer Rights, and also thank her ranking member, Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Senator Klobuchar and Senator Lee asked for this hearing and have led the effort in putting it together. They have assembled an expert panel of witnesses who will discuss how ticketing and live entertainment markets became so concentrated to the detriment of consumers, the impacts of that concentration, and the steps we need to take to bring competition back. I'm going to turn to Senator Graham for opening remarks. Then Senators Klobuchar and Lee will speak. Then I'll welcome and swear in the 6 witnesses, and at that point hand the gavel to Senator Klobuchar to continue. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are in a new Congress, a chance to start over and move forward, hopefully in a productive fashion. I think this hearing today represents the best of the committee. I want to thank Senator Lee and Senator Klobuchar for coming together, bringing us together over a matter that matters to a lot of Americans. I think sort of the big theme here today is consolidation of power in the hands of few can create problems for the many. Competition is a good thing, and we'll determine today what happened, how did the system fail so spectacularly, what can we do in the future. But I think this hearing, and maybe the fruits of this hearing, represents sort of the better nature of the Judiciary Committee. We have a reputation of fighting among ourselves, which is okay, because we have differences of what should happen in the country, but we also have a reputation of being able to solve problems for the nation. And I tend to do both. Senator Grassley was a great ranking member. I know our chairman well. I admire Senator Durbin. He's a man who can fight, but he can also find consensus. And social media seems to be one of the areas that the Congress and the public is desirous of us doing something. These companies are the most powerful on the planet. They have almost unlimited money. They can't be sued, and there's no real regulatory environment. So, Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for something to do together, I think dealing with the problem of social media would be something the committee should focus on. I look forward to working with you. And this hearing today is a sign that the Judiciary Committee is in business early on in the new Congress. And out of this hearing, I hope we can make a better experience for the consumer, being able to buy tickets to things that you want to see without such a debacle. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, for holding this hearing and working with Senator Lee and myself. This is clearly a bipartisan endeavor. We have interest from both sides of the aisle, and I think you all know, as Senator Durbin mentioned, that competition policy is very important to me. I believe in capitalism, and to have a strong capitalist system, you have to have competition. You can't have too much consolidation, something that unfortunately for this country, as a ode to Taylor Swift, I will say, we know all too well. In over 75% of our industries, ranging from agriculture to pharmaceuticals to tech to live events, a smaller number of large companies now control more of the business than they did 20 years ago. At the end of last year, I worked with members of this committee and our bipartisan partners, particularly I want to mention Senator Grassley, and over in the House, Nagu, Cicilline, and Buck, to finally update our merger fee statute that had not been updated for decades. That is going to bring in $100 million a year for our enforcement agencies, from the Justice Department to the FTC. It is really important. We also passed a key bill that Senator Lee has been advocating for on venue with the tech companies and allowing the state AGs to keep the cases in the states where they bring them. I think you're going to see more cases and more investigations coming out of the Justice Department. Watch for it, and I think that's going to be very important. But why am I here today and have taken this on? I love music. So I grew up in the suburbs in high school. I remember loading into Johnny Royer's van and with my friends and going off to see Led Zeppelin and the Cars and Aerosmith. And now I don't think it's very easy for high school kids to make their money at Baker Square Pie Shop on the weekends and buy tickets to these major concerts. My state also has made more than its share of contributions to music, from Prince to Bob Dylan to Lizzo, and in fact, First Avenue, the iconic event space where Prince got his start and was made famous in the movie Purple Rain, is a point of pride for the people in our state, and it's one of the reasons Senator Cornyn and I worked so hard to pass the Save Our Stages bill, which was the biggest investment in the arts in the history of America. So whether it's for fans, performers, promoters, or venue operators, we need to make sure we have competition to bring prices down and bring innovation in and stop the fiascos. Today, Live Nation doesn't just dominate the ticketing. It's about 70% of the big concert market, but also they own many of the major venues. And for the venues that they don't own, they tend to lock in on 3, 5, 7-year agreements, which means that the competitors that are out there aren't able to even compete when it comes to the ticketing. Finally, they dominate the promoting. So we have talked to many venues, some of which aren't willing to come forward, unlike one of them that is here today, but that say even if they're not out there threatening them, they're afraid to go to someone else because then they're not going to get the acts that they want. This is all a definition of monopoly because Live Nation is so powerful that it doesn't even need to exert pressure. It doesn't need to threaten because people just fall in line. They continue to expand. Ticketmaster has gotten into the ticket resale game so they can charge fees when the ticket is first sold and then additional fees on the resale of the same ticket. The live event experience has become increasingly out of reach for so many fans. One GAO study found that 27% of the ticket price was the fees. A recent study found that for some tickets, it's as high as 75% of face value. And we also know it affects service. As millions of Taylor Swift fans found out last fall, there are few consequences for failing to deliver the service. But Taylor Swift, I think it's important for our colleagues and all to note, is just one example. Whether it's Bruce Springsteen or BTS or Bad Bunny or in the past Pearl Jam or the Pixies, fans, artists, and venues are facing real issues with Live Nations. I'm hopeful this can be a constructive hearing. Purposes of hearing: 1, so the public can find out what's happening. Sometimes that on its own gets changed. Secondly, investigations are reportedly going on. We haven't had that confirmed out of the Justice Department. This is helpful for them. And the third reason is that our colleagues on a bipartisan basis can work together on legislation. Senator Blumenthal's been involved in this issue for many years, and we can do so our antitrust laws, which we must do generally, but also specifically in the ticketing industry when it comes to transparency and resale and the like. Restoring competition to our markets is about making sure that fans get fair prices and better service. Concert goers today should be able to have those same experiences I had when I was in high school, when it didn't cost very much to just be able to go see a band and remember it forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Lee of Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar. Really looking forward to my ongoing service on the Antitrust Subcommittee, along with Senator Klobuchar as chair. To be honest, I had hoped, as of a few months ago, to get the gavel back, but once again, she's chair captain, and I'm on the bleachers. So It was nice.
Oh, you're a little more than that.
Nice of Taylor Swift to have written a song about this very situation. But all joking aside, this hearing for me is not only about the latest ticketing disaster that has made headlines. My daughter Eliza might disagree, but there are much bigger issues involved than this one event, although that one event is not to be discounted and is itself significant. The ticketing market in the United States is a complex industry involving artists, agents, promoters, venues, primary and secondary ticketing companies, and, of course, fans, many of whom we see outside of our buildings today. As I was driving up this morning, I couldn't help but notice I had never seen more smiling and happy demonstrators than I saw today. I think Swifties have figured something out. They're very good at getting their message across. Their message has come across in many forms over the last couple of months, including a letter I received from a young woman named Erin Harding in Utah, a young woman who's only 16 years old. She sent me a letter and an accompanying PowerPoint presentation. I think Erin Harding has a bright future ahead of her, perhaps as an antitrust lawyer or perhaps in a number of other fields as well, but it's been an impressive response. We've got to remember that for those who follow antitrust policy, the ticketing space in the last few years has also offered a natural experiment for evaluating both the efficiency claims of merging parties and the federal government's efforts to protect competition using antitrust laws. Back in 2010, the Obama Justice Department, Antitrust Division, concluded an investigation into the then proposed merger of Ticketmaster, the nation's largest and dominant ticketing provider, and Live Nation, the country's largest concert promoter. In a complaint alleging that the merger violated the Clayton Act, the department argued that it would eliminate recent but quickly growing head-to-head competition in the marketplace for ticketing services. However, instead of just stopping the merger, the Obama Justice Department in 2010 said that the department would approve it if and only if the parties agreed to a proposed consent decree. The consent decree that was entered into by Ticketmaster and Live Nation addressed two additional concerns. First, that the combination of the two companies would allow the merged firm to tie the provision of ticketing services and concert promotion. In other words, that Live Nation could force venues to use Ticketmaster in order to get concerts and vice versa. And second, that it might retaliate against venues that didn't comply with this arrangement. Now, Ticketmaster will tell you that the settlement agreement was something that they were willing readily to enter into. They weren't bothered by the consent decree at all, because this would, according to them, essentially be the functional equivalent of their offering the sleeves off of their vest. And that Ticketmaster and Live Nation readily agreed not to engage in behavior that the merged firm had no incentive and no intention of undertaking. And yet, here we are, almost 13 years later, faced with a flotilla of allegations and complaints that the merged entity has done exactly what it said would never happen. There are news reports that the Justice Department has opened a new investigation into Ticketmaster's conduct, but Congress has an important role to play here as well. While DOJ undoubtedly wants to know whether Ticketmaster is violating the consent decree, Congress should be asking whether the consent decree was the right decision in the first place. Was the divestiture sufficient to ensure competitive pressure on the combined entity of Ticketmaster and Live Nation? Were the behavioral remedies capable of preventing that very kind of abuse? If the allegations that we're likely to hear today are true, if they can be proven, that they raise very serious doubts about the sufficiency of the DOJ's efforts and arguably counsel in favor of a new approach going forward. With all that in mind, today is the perfect opportunity to do what this committee is supposed to do, exercise oversight over the executive branch's law enforcement efforts, and consider whether, to what extent, in what ways, new legislation or perhaps just better enforcement of existing laws might be needed to protect the American people. I'm glad that we're here today, and I look forward to hearing from each of our witnesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Lee. Let me welcome the 6 witnesses whom I'll introduce. Joe Berchtold serves as Live Nation Entertainment's president and CFO. In this role, Mr. Berchtold oversees finances the world's largest live entertainment and ticketing company. Prior to joining Live Nation, Mr. Berchtold was president of Technicolor Creative Services at Technicolor and a partner with McKinsey & Company, leading their West Coast media practice. Jack Grotzinger, co-founder and CEO of SeatGeek, mobile-focused ticketing platform. The company originally launched as an aggregator of resale ticket listings, but now operates as both the primary ticket outlet and secondary marketplace for sports teams and live event venues. Prior to co-founding SeatGeek, Mr. Grotzinger was an associate counsel at Bain & Company. Jerry Michelson is the co-founder of Jam Productions of Chicago, a Chicago-based concert promotion agency and one of the largest independent producers of live concert entertainment in the country. This is a return trip for Mr. Michelson. He testified before the Antitrust Subcommittee in February of 2009 at a hearing on the then pending merger of Ticketmaster and Live Nation. At the time, he warned us of any competitive effects of the merger could have, stating, quote, "It's my belief this merger is vertical integration on steroids," close quote. I look forward to hearing an update on his views. Sal Nuzzo, Senior Vice President of the James Madison Institute, RJMI, Tallahassee-based think tank focusing on free market economics in Florida. In that role, Mr. Nuzzo oversees JMI's policy operation, coalition building, and strategy development. His writings have been published in the Wall Street Journal, National Review, The Hill, and Newsweek. Kathleen Bradish serves as the American Antitrust Institute's Vice President for Legal Advocacy. Ms. Bradish, prior to joining AAI, worked as counsel for Cleary Gottlieb and as an attorney in the Department of Justice's Antitrust Division. While at the Department of Justice, she represented the Antitrust Division in trade issues, including leading the negotiations of competition chapters in the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement and in the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. Clyde Lawrence is a leader of the band Lawrence and a musician, composer, and producer. In December, Mr. Lawrence wrote an op-ed in the New York Times titled, "Taylor Swift's Live Nation debacle is just the beginning." In it, Mr. Lawrence explained how Live Nation's market dominance negatively impacted artists like himself. I look forward to hearing his perspective today. After I swear in the witnesses, each will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement and then turn to senators' questions. As I mentioned, after I've administered the oath, I'll pass the gavel to Senator Klobuchar to preside over the remainder of the hearing. First, could all of the witnesses please stand to be sworn in? Do you affirm that the testimony you are about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that all of the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. And before I ask Mr. Berchtold to give his opening statement, ceremonial handing of the gavel.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Berchtold.
Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, Senators Klobuchar and Lee, and other members of the committee, I'm Joe Berchtold, President and Chief Financial Officer of Live Nation Entertainment. I thank you for the invitation to appear today to address these important issues in the live entertainment industry so we can together work to make things better. For almost 20 years, Live Nation has operated in the United States and around the world with an artist-first business model that is focused on helping put artists on stage and connecting them with their fans. We believe that the artist-fan connection is the foundation of the live entertainment industry, the source of nearly all commercial value, and the #1 thing that public policy should protect. Over this period, we have helped the industry grow rapidly. In 2022, live music was a $12 billion industry in the United States, 4 times what it was in 2005. To fuel this growth, Live Nation has invested billions of dollars funding artists globally, $9 billion in 2022 alone. Given our level of investment in artists, it is also critical for Live Nation to have the most effective platform possible for selling tickets. Since our 2010 merger with Ticketmaster, we have invested over $1 billion in capital to improve the Ticketmaster system. Much of this was on technologies to eliminate fraud and to get tickets to fans instead of ticket scalpers using bots, a prime example of which is our verified fan service. Today's Ticketmaster is best in class in conducting large on-sales, marketing concerts, preventing frauds, and getting tickets into the hands of real fans. I do want to take a moment to address some confusion about what Ticketmaster and other primary ticketing platforms do and don't do. Primary ticketing companies, including Ticketmaster, do not set ticket prices. We do not decide how many tickets go on sale and when, and we do not set service fees. Pricing and distribution strategies are determined by the artists and their teams. Service fees, even if they're called ticketing fees, are retained mainly by the venues, and their portion of the service fee that Ticketmaster retains has been falling steadily over time. This leads to the topic of today's hearing, competition in ticketing markets. We hear people say that the ticketing markets are less competitive today than they were at the time of the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger. That's simply not true. In 2009, the Department of Justice alleged that Ticketmaster's market share was over 80%. It's a different story today. The most obvious change is the emergence of the enormous secondary ticketing market, in which Ticketmaster has a modest market share and many strong competitors. But also in primary ticketing, the Ticketmaster of 2010 did not face the level of competition that we face today, with new competitors highly capitalized, including SeatGeek, AEG's Access, and Eventbrite, along with established competitors including Tickets.com and Paciolan. Ticketmaster has lost, not gained, market share since the merger. And as I mentioned, today's competitive bidding process with numerous credible alternative ticketing companies result in getting less of the economic value in a ticketing contract every year. There are problems in the ticketing industry, problems we believe can and should be addressed through legislation. Many are the direct result of industrial-scale ticket scalping that goes on today. A $5 billion industry in concerts alone in the United States, fueled by practices that run counter to the interests of artists and their fans. The recent on-sale experience with Taylor Swift, one of the world's most popular artists, has highlighted the need to address these issues urgently. We knew bots would attack that on-sale and planned accordingly. We were then hit with 3 times the amount of bot traffic that we'd ever experienced. And for the first time in 400 verified fan on-sales, they came after our verified fan password servers as well. While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales. This is what led to a terrible consumer experience, which we deeply regret. We apologize to the fans. We apologize to Ms. Swift. We need to do better, and we will do better. Ticketmaster learned valuable lessons from this on-sale. In hindsight, there are several things we could have done better. And let me be clear that Ticketmaster accepts its responsibility as being the first line of defense against bots in our industry. It's an ever-escalating arms race. But in this forum where we're here to discuss public policy, we also need to recognize how industrial scalpers using bots and cyber attacks to unfairly gain tickets has contributed to this awful experience. There are many things we can and should accomplish together. We should enlarge the scope of the Bots Act and increase enforcement. We should enact categorical prohibitions on fraudulent ticket practices, including deceptive URLs and offering for sale tickets before they're on sale in the primary. We should mandate all-in pricing so that fans see the full cost of their tickets from the start. We share your goal of making live entertainment industry better for artists, teams, and fans alike, and it's in that spirit that I sit before you today, to work with you to make the fan experience better. I look forward to answering your questions.
Mr. Grotzinger.
Good morning, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, Senators Klobuchar and Lee, and members of the committee. My name is Jack Retzinger. I am the co-founder and CEO of SeatGeek. And like so many millions, I am a fan. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. Some of my happiest childhood memories are going to see Cleveland Crunch games with my dad. That's an indoor soccer team, seeing Cavs games with friends. My co-founders and I started SeatGeek because we believe profoundly in the power of live events, these magical things that create incredible moments, and yet believe that the experience of actually buying tickets is very much the opposite. It's antiquated, ripe for innovation. I've spent the last 13 plus years working in this industry, and there are three things that are clear to me and are clear to many others who work in live entertainment. Number one, a lack of robust competition in our industry meaningfully stunts innovation, and consumers are who suffer. Number two, venues fear losing Live Nation concerts if they don't use Ticketmaster. And number three, the only way to restore competition in this industry is to break up Ticketmaster and Live Nation.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are listening in as Ticketmaster officials face lawmakers. They are appearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Executives of Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation Entertainment, you see here answering questions on Capitol Hill Tuesday over the company's crash during the pre-sale of a very in-demand Taylor Swift concert when they were selling tickets a few months ago. Now, the company's CFO blamed bots and industrial scalpers for the quote terrible customer experience, and you can see him here committing to performing better for future fans, artists, and venues, but lawmakers accusing Ticketmaster of being a monopoly and saying that they should break up so that other competitors can thrive. All right, the time is now 6:02, just past the 6 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. On your screen, you can see that we are monitoring several top stories and breaking news situations here at Live Now from Fox. We are closely following a 4.2 magnitude earthquake that has shaken Southern California, specifically 11 miles outside of Malibu. That 4.2 magnitude earthquake was then followed up by a smaller 3.2 magnitude earthquake. So we are in touch with our Fox 11 LA team. They have a crew en route to the scene there in the Malibu area, and as soon as they touch down, we will bring you all a first-hand account of the aftermath following that 4.2 quake. We're also following a string of mass shootings, unfortunately, coming from California. We are following the Moon Bay shooting, which took place just south of San Francisco Monday afternoon. 7 people killed and another critically wounded at 2 separate locations. And again, this is the third mass killing in the state in just 8 days, as we are also paying very close attention to the Monterey Park shooting. So this has called the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, to address the public and call for an end to gun violence. We'll dive into his comments a little bit later on in the show. But at this time, let's move right along with our other top stories and breaking news headlines here at Live Now from Fox. Continuing to bring you all the latest news from Washington, D.C. So Google is hogging online ad space. That's according to the Justice Department and 8 states. They are filing a lawsuit against Google, alleging that it has dominance over the internet search traffic. So the lawsuit alleges in part, quote, Google's anti-competitive behavior has raised barriers to entry to artificially high levels and has left Google's few remaining competitors marginalized. Now, the lawsuit is the second DOJ litigation aimed at Google, having filed a separate lawsuit against the company's alleged monopoly over internet search traffic back in 2020. So Google has long held the top spot in digital advertising, according to the DOJ, for nearly 30% of the industry last year. So the case is scheduled to go to trial in September, and news of the lawsuit comes just days after Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, announced plans to lay off 12,000 workers from its various teams. The time is now 6:05. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. We're following several top stories and breaking news situations here during our 6 a.m. hour. But let's continue to bring you all the latest news from Washington, D.C. The Senate is preparing legislation for a nationwide TikTok ban. Congress has already prohibited TikTok on all government devices, and now Republican Senator Josh Hawley wants to take it one step further. He is introducing the bill banning the Chinese company-owned app. In a tweet on Thursday, Hawley said China is invading Americans' lives, adding, quote, "It threatens our children's privacy as well as their mental health." TikTok faced major criticism recently over national security concerns and the ability to manipulate content. So definitely something we will continue to keep an eye on. Let's continue to bring you all the latest news from Washington, D.C. Taking a Live Now look from the White House, where President Biden invited congressional leaders from his party to strategize about their top priorities. The showdown over the debt limit is looming in Congress, with Republicans in the House adamant about spending cuts. Plus, we're now learning documents containing classified markings were discovered at the home of former Vice President Mike Pence. So Fox News senior national correspondent Rich Edson is bringing us the latest on these top stories coming from Washington, D.C.
I'm excited about the leadership we have here on the Democratic side.
President Biden hosted top congressional Democrats at the White House Tuesday for a strategy session.
We got a lot done in the last couple of years, and we got a lot more to do, a lot more to finish what we've already done.
Republicans control one chamber of Congress, meaning Democrats' top agenda items will likely stall for the next 2 years. One area where they'll need to find cooperation, raising the debt limit to avoid a default.
A default means interest rates will spike on everything, from car loans to credit cards to mortgages.
Conservatives on Capitol Hill are demanding significant spending cuts.
Our debt is intergenerational theft. We are digging a hole so deep for our children, for our grandchildren, they'll never be able to get out of it.
To my House GOP colleagues, if you're serious about spending cuts, show us the math.
Meanwhile, with criticism over President Biden's handling of classified documents, Fox News is now learning documents that appear to have classified markings were discovered at former Vice President Mike Pence's house in Indiana. In a letter to the National Archives, Pence's representative wrote the vice president was unaware of their existence and, quote, stands ready and willing to cooperate fully with the National Archives and any appropriate inquiry.
I don't believe for a minute that Mike Pence is trying to intentionally compromise national security. I think that about Biden and Trump, but clearly we've got a problem here.
The FBI and Justice Department are reviewing the documents. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
And let's talk a little bit more about those classified documents found at former Vice President Mike Pence's home. So the documents marked as classified were found at the Indiana home of former Vice President Mike Pence. And the classified records were discovered last week and have been turned over to the FBI. That's according to his representative. Greg Jacobs said in a letter to the National Archives that, quote, out of an abundance of caution, Pence had engaged outside counsel to review records stored in his home after reports about the materials found at the Biden residence.
More classified items have been found. Former Vice President Mike Pence is the latest to report his team discovered classified documents in his home from his time in office that should not have been there. The documents were immediately turned over.
When Mike Pence found me, the first thing he did was provide him over. He's called Comer on the oversight.
Former President Trump, who has been at odds with Pence since 2021, is also being investigated for keeping hundreds of classified documents at his home in Florida. He wrote, quote, Mike Pence is an innocent man and leave him alone. Pence joins former President Trump and President Biden with a document scandal overhead.
There's a huge difference between how the president handled it and how former President Trump handled it. One cooperated fully with the authorities, the other stonewalled for over a year.
The White House continues to stay mum on President Biden's special counsel investigation.
I would refer to the White House counsel's office.
Documents from Biden's vice presidential and Senate days have now been found, and it's possible there will be more searches. Many on Capitol Hill are frustrated that classified documents continue to be found outside of secure sites.
Just go by the dang rules. I mean, we got rules up here.
Wednesday, the Director of National Intelligence will brief the Senate Intelligence Committee, though it is unclear if she will disclose anything about the classified document investigations. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
More news from Washington, D.C. We've learned that there is at least one thing that can bring together lawmakers and their constituents, and that is angry Taylor Swift fans. The executive of Live Nations were on Capitol Hill on Tuesday, but not Taylor Swift. They were there to talk about what went wrong when a Swift concert ticket sale last year caused chaos online and why some people say that it's not getting better. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
The truth, so help you God.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers turned up the heat on ticket industry titans.
These companies are the most powerful on the planet. They have almost unlimited money. They can't be sued, and there's no real regulatory environment.
The head of Live Nation, which owns Ticketmaster, along with the CEO of SeatGeek, found themselves in the hot seat over last year's Taylor Swift pre-sale meltdown. That left thousands of fans frustrated because the system crashed before they could get tickets.
Once I was finally able to get in, all the tickets were above face value. That I was a verified fan, so I wasn't able to get anything.
We also need to recognize how industrial scalpers using bots and cyber attacks to unfairly gain tickets has contributed to this awful experience.
While the ticketing trouble lit the fuse for this hearing, senators are also using it to probe whether Ticketmaster is unfairly quashing competition in the marketplace.
You have to have competition. You can't have too much consolidation, something that unfortunately for this country, as a ode to Taylor Swift, I will say we know all too well.
Fans of Taylor Swift and Ticketmaster are never, ever, ever getting back together. And when it comes to competition, the hearing means even senators couldn't shake it off. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Representatives from 4 countries standing in solidarity.
I'm not here today just as state representative. I'm here as a proud Asian American.
Monday, community members, civil rights activists, and Texas lawmakers gathered to push back on Senate Bill 147.
I know what it's like to be a second-class citizen in a first-class country. And I assure you, I'm here today to prevent this from ever happening again to anybody else in this country.
If passed according to the bill language, it would ban companies and citizens from North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China from buying property in Texas.
And despite what people say, very clearly targets people who are here lawfully. It targets visa holders that we have tried to attract from around the world. It targets lawful permanent residents, or green card holders, as we call them. People who have said, we are making the United States, we are making Texas our permanent home.
It's odd because he voted for a bill the very last session that prevented companies from those 4 countries from being able to do the same thing that now we have realized we need to expand. And we've realized we need to do that because we've got a leader of the Chinese army owning 130,000 acres of Texas right next to Laughlin Air Force Base.
Republicans say it's a matter of national security, but those opposing the bill afraid of what it would mean for individuals.
SB 147 will not only take American dreams away from these people, including my family, but also damage Houston's economy and culture. It is immoral. It is against the American spirit.
If they are pursuing citizenship and they are permanent, lawful permanent residents, then I am quite sure that the final version of this bill will be welcoming to them.
The current language does include foreign citizens in the ban, but former Texas GOP chairman James Dickey noted bills usually go through a series of changes by the time the governor signs.
Maybe there's a 10,000 acre minimum or something.
And they're open to discussion.
Especially with the bill last session, there are probably a lot of legal questions, a lot of questions about how federal law may intersect with it. So now we'll be able to go into a committee discussion with more information and more ammunition for that matter, and to have a more robust discussion.
All right, moving right along to other top stories this morning. This story coming from the state of Florida is gaining a lot of national attention. We're learning more about a planned lawsuit against the state of Florida led by 3 high school students. The suit follows the state decision to ban a new AP course on African American studies. Joining us now live with more is Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth. Randy, again, this is something that is gaining a lot of attention. It's been quite the talker online. What more can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you there is a news conference set today to dive in more about this lawsuit. The students taking the state to court is set for 12:15. It'll be in Tallahassee. Attorney Ben Crumple there will be their state lawmakers, a representative from the teachers union, and those 3 AP high school scholar students will be there talking more about their pushback against the state banning this AP college course. And to just give perspective, Black history, Black studies is required instruction in the state of Florida based on Florida law, but this course in particular has come under fire. The State Department of Education banned this AP course on African American studies, saying it, quote, lacked educational value, and some of the readings and topics included in this AP course included critical race theory. That in particular violates Florida's Stop Woke Act. But the College Board said it's worked on this course for more than a decade, and it covers, quote, literature, the arts, political science, and explores the contributions and experiences of African Americans. Now, critics have pushed back against, from the very beginning, the Stop the Woke Act, but then also the state banning this course, saying that it is discriminatory and hurts students because high school students can enroll in AP courses like this to earn college credit.
Black history matters. Black history is not inferior. And Black history does not lack educational value.
We have guidelines and standards in Florida. We want education, not indoctrination. If you fall on the side of indoctrination, we're going to decline. If it's education, then we will do.
Now, the state has said if the College Board tweaks this course, then it could potentially be taught in Florida classrooms. This started as a pilot program to potentially roll out to all classrooms across the United States if the school districts opted in. We are still working to find out if the College Board will tweak this course so that it could potentially come to Florida classrooms. There's still a question mark there. But we do know, again, that news conference today with those high school students is set, again, at 12:15 in Tallahassee. Back to you.
Education Commissioner Manny Diaz.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to bring you all the latest from the state of Florida. We just had a live conversation with Fox 35 Orlando, and we're learning more about the AP African American Study course that the state of Florida has rejected. So the College Board is set to revise that course after Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said it had, quote, limited educational value. And we do expect to hear another update when it comes to this decision today at 12:15. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and revisit the governor's remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
That there are good pathways that can even be better for people, whether it means elevating American civics as being something that's important for our students to learn, whether it's empowering parents through the ability to exercise parental choice, and whether it means really supporting good teachers and making sure we can recruit and retain really high quality teachers so that our students have great leadership in the classroom. And since I've been governor, we've increased funding by over $2 billion to raise teacher salaries in the state of Florida. One of the things we wanted to do, because you hear a lot, you hear a little bit more of it now, but we recognized this many years ago, the ability to attract people and fill positions. So you'll hear people talk about there's a nationwide shortage of teachers. I can tell you in the nationwide average is 3 vacancies for every school. Florida is 1.6 vacancies for every school. So we're below the national average because we put a lot of emphasis on it. And one of the things we did is he said, you know, people they go to college. Some of them may have loans. You shouldn't have loans if you go to a state university here because we have very low tuition. But in others, you may have loans. So you got to figure out, okay, what are your options? And going into teaching, not that you do it for the money, but you want to make that as attractive as possible. So we worked hard to raise the average minimum salary across the state of Florida. It was basically not even $40,000 when I became governor, and now with the recent increases we did in this current year's budget, it's going to be over $48,000 today as the average minimum salary across the state. And of course, there are parts of the state where it's higher than that, particularly areas where the cost of living is higher. There's some that are lower than that at a much lower cost of living, but that's the average, and that's been a lot of emphasis to be able to do that. We've also done things like offer teachers the ability, if they do additional training in areas that we think are important, like civics, they do our civics program, they get a $3,000 bonus for going through and earning a civic seal of excellence. And so we want to make sure that we're focused on what's important, but then if teachers are doing what they need to do to be the best they can be, then we want to reward that. So we're able to do that, and that has been something that's very good. We also eliminated Common Core my first year as governor. We eliminated the FSA, and we now have progress monitoring. You know, they used to spend so much time on this one end-of-the-year test, and the problem is if there's deficiencies, everyone's gone for the summer. You can't even rectify. So our progress monitoring evaluates students periodically throughout the school year. It's not as voluminous. It's more targeted. It's quicker. But it gives parents, teachers, and students feedback so that they're able to make adjustments as need be on a case-by-case basis. And so this is the first last year was the last year of FSA. This is first year progress monitoring, and I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very good. And I know a lot of teachers were very, very excited. We wanted to make sure that we continue the momentum on teacher compensation. One of the things that I did working with the legislature is, you know, Florida funds education. We have an education financing program. A lot of money gets sent down to the school districts, and then they figure out kind of how they want to do it. So you could increase education funding. Doesn't mean they're going to raise teacher pay. They may use it for other things. And so what we said is, as part of our education funding in the state of Florida, we're going to create a special category of that funding that has to go to raise teacher salaries. So we created this provision in our budget in the Florida Education Finance Program. I think the first year was like $500 million that had to go for teacher salaries. At that time, it was an emphasis on raising the average minimum, with the remaining going to teacher salaries across the board, how the districts wanted to do it. Now, we're in a position where in our budget we will have and we'll work with the legislature to take that money that has to go to increase teacher salaries. We started off at $500 million. This year we'll have $1 billion in that teacher categorical program. Since we've already met our goal of average minimum salary, all that additional money can go to increase teacher salaries however the districts want to do it, and we think that that's important to both recruit and retain good people in the classroom. So with that proposal and getting that into the budget and hopefully being able to make that law, we will have invested more than $3 billion in increased teacher salaries since the year 2020, and that's never been done in this state's history at that level before. So we're proud that we're able to do that, and we want to continue the momentum with that. You know, pay is part of what you're talking about with education, particularly for teachers, but it's not the only thing. And one of the things is you know, teachers, you talk about, you know, students have rights. We talk a lot about parents having rights, and that's very important, you know, but teachers really need to have rights in terms of them managing classrooms and being able to do what they need to do. So one of the things we're going to be proposing and working with the legislature on is a series of what we're calling teacher empowerment, almost like a teacher's Bill of Rights. We want to make sure that teachers that are doing their job well are protected and are able to do that without fear of any reprisals. And so we will be establishing a new process for individuals to notify the state if a teacher's rights have been violated, and we will ensure that our Florida Department of Education can investigate those complaints very quickly. We also want to empower teachers to maintain safe classroom learning environments. Teachers should not be at fault if you have kids fighting or being disruptive. You know, a teacher has every right to ensure discipline and to ensure a safe learning environment. And I think sometimes teachers feel they will end up being the bad guy just by making sure that the kids are behaving. We want to make sure that the teachers are protected. I mean, honestly, it shouldn't even be up, you know, their role to have to do this, but we see that that's something that happens because we have discipline that probably isn't where it needs to be. So they will have the ability to do that. They will have a presumption that they acted appropriately. We want to make sure that everyone feels safe and everyone can learn, and we don't want disruptions to ruin the learning experience for everybody else. We also want to make sure, because we've seen this happen over the past couple years, there may be the state of Florida legislate certain policies into law. There may be certain school boards or school districts who don't necessarily like some of those policies. Well, at the end of the day, we're a state and a country and a society based on the rule of law. So if you don't like the policies that are enacted by the legislature, signed by the governor, you have an election every 2 years where you can go and make your voice heard. There was a lot of complaints about some of the things we did, like parental rights in education in some areas, not most areas, but in some. And the issue is a teacher is faced with either following state law or listening to a school board or a school union or an administrator telling them to violate state law. If they follow state law, they're protected. They should not be put in a situation where they're being told they have to violate clear policies of the state of Florida that are enacted in statute. And so these protections will include that. Now, that if you're following the law, you are good to go. And it doesn't matter if a school board or a superintendent thinks otherwise. I think we're going to have less of that going forward this year because I think, quite frankly, we've elected a lot of people to school boards across the state who are not going to want to behave in that fashion. But nevertheless, you know, that's just the case. We'd also encourage some of these school districts and the new school board members to lean in onto teacher empowerment. To ensure good learning environments. Yeah, I don't know if it's something that the state would legislate, but I think to myself, why are these kids on their phones during class all the time? I mean, I think a school district would be totally within their rights to say, you know what, leave your phone in some cubby or something, go sit in class, learn, and then if you get it at recess and you want to text people, fine, but they should not be always on their phones being distracted from the lessons. And so I think that our school boards will be able to lean in on some stuff too to buttress what we're doing, and I look forward to being able to do that. We also are going to be advancing proposals to make sure that teachers' paychecks are protected. They are not going to have, if we do these reforms, automatic deduction for school union dues. That's your choice. If you want to do it, send money. That's fine. But to have it automatically deducted when you sign an authorization form, they don't even tell you how much is being deducted. That's not right. So we want more transparency into how that is done. And we believe that a school union has a responsibility to notify the members of the costs of membership. We also believe that you should not have the school be a focus of school union politics and politicking and handing out literature and doing all that stuff. You do that on your own time, not on the public's time. We also believe that, and it will be reflected in this proposal, if you're somebody that's working for a school union, you should not make any more than what the highest paid teacher is making. And that's just, you have these people making huge amounts of money and the teachers are making half of that amount of money. How is that fair? How is that something that makes sense? And so having partisan groups basically get special privileges for deductions and all these other stuff, that doesn't work. And so I think this will be a huge, huge boon for transparency and efficiency in our school system. We also are looking at school boards for reforms. We did do the 12-year school board term limits. I think it should be 8-year term limits. I mean, the fact of the matter is you get in there, you have ideas, 8 years is enough to get your ideas in and to see some of the successes or maybe things you may need to change. Some of the people that are there, when you get in there for 20 years, you become entrenched. And so I'm a big believer in term limits across the board. I think we need it for Congress. I think we need it in a lot of different areas. I think our legislature works better because we have term limits, but the 12 years, better than nothing, but I think we can do better. So we're going to end up doing 8-year term limits for that. The members of the legislature are going to be working on this, require amending the state constitution, but the Constitution prohibits any type of party label on school board elections, and that had actually been construed as you can't even tell people what you are. A federal judge struck that down a couple months ago, but the reality is people should be able to run for office how they want to run for office. They have a First Amendment right to do that. They can identify with a party or not, and so they may work through a resolution to change it, but at a minimum, we want to embrace the idea that if you're campaigning for these positions, you can identify yourself however you want to identify yourself. And if that's with the political party, you're absolutely able to do it. I mean, what we've seen over the years is you have like counties, in like Southwest Florida, like voted for me by like 40 points, and yet they're electing people to school board who are like totally the opposite philosophy, but those people are running saying that they're sharing the philosophy. Then they get on and they do something different. And sometimes it's hard without knowing because you have all these names on a ballot. So we want transparency. We want people to be able to do what they think is best and educating voters to the maximum degree. So all told, I think this is a huge, huge package for increasing pay for teachers, for supporting teacher empowerment in the classroom, and to protect their paychecks and making sure that school unions are not exerting excessive influence. And I'll just note, we passed our most recent teacher pay increase. The legislature passed it last March. I signed it into law probably sometime in May, and even to this day, not every school district has raised the teacher salaries like they're required to do. Some waited until after the election. Some have just now done it. And a lot of this is with school unions playing games with a lot of this stuff. That is wrong. When you have money on the table to be able to increase teacher pay, that should be the first thing you're trying to do to get that money out. And so I think we're going to work to see, this money, this $1 billion, we may say you need to use this by a certain point or lose it, because this haggling over it and keeping the teachers and their salary increases hostage for other issues, I just think is wrong, and I think it hurts teachers when we need to be helping teachers. So I'm excited about this. No one would have thought just a few years ago that we'd be sitting here talking about having done over $3 billion potentially in
advance robust competition and to ensure that the American people have equal opportunity in the marketplace. I'd like to take a few moments to put this complaint into context. At its core, antitrust is about economic justice, and today's landmark action against Google underscores that it is a priority of this Justice Department to fight the abuse of market power. We know that free and fair competition is essential to economic freedom, and we know that anti-competitive conduct threatens innovation, weakens workers' rights, and stifles free expression. When any company, including a big technology company, violates the antitrust laws, our economy and our democracy suffer. Today's complaint is a perfect example of why competition matters. Americans rely on the internet for news and for community, and advertising revenue is essential for publishers to produce and share ideas and writings. But we allege that Google has captured that revenue for its own profits and punished publishers who sought out alternatives. Those actions have weakened the free and open internet and increased advertising costs for businesses and for the United States government, including for our military. Today's complaint is just one example of the department's broader efforts to root out anti-competitive behavior, regardless of how and where it may arise. Just a few months ago, the Antitrust Division scored a critical win for authors by blocking a merger of two major publishing houses, Penguin Random House and Simon & Schuster. The merger would have substantially lessened authors' compensation for their work and diminished opportunities for new authors to tell new stories. That merger was one of 5 that have been blocked or abandoned as a result of the division's recent work. Other abandoned mergers include 2 that would have strained the global supply chain by decreasing competition for shipping materials. And the Penguin Random House case is just one example of the department's efforts to protect workers. This past summer, we secured an $85 million payment from poultry companies to settle allegations that they fixed workers' wages and benefits. We've also reinvigorated criminal enforcement of the Sherman Act, including prosecutions for criminal wage fixing, labor market allocation, bid rigging, and procurement fraud. And we have acted to ensure that corporate directors do not sit on competing boards, reviving a vital and under-enforced rule of antitrust law. These efforts by the Antitrust Division are only a snapshot of the broader work happening across the department to advance economic justice, protect workers' rights, and ensure fair prices for products that we use and rely on, like health insurance, airline tickets, and food for our families. Today's suit against Google exemplifies that we will continue to marshal our resources across divisions to promote competition and protect American workers and consumers. I'll now turn it over to Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Kanter, who will speak more about the details of our complaint.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Attorney General Garland and Associate Attorney General Gupta. As alleged in our complaint, in late 2016, a Google digital advertising
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Let's go ahead and take a Live Now look from our XRAD weather forecast. We're following this story coming from California. A preliminary 4.2 magnitude earthquake struck in the Malibu area early this morning, followed by multiple afterquakes. Now, according to the United States Geological Survey, the first quake happened at 2 a.m. about 10 miles south of Malibu Beach and 15 miles southwest of Santa Monica. Its depth was reported at about 9.2 miles. That's according to USGS. So just seconds after people in the California area felt that first jolt, a second earthquake was reported, a preliminary 3.5 magnitude earthquake, also about 10 miles south of Malibu Beach. Now, the depth for the second quake was reported at about 8 miles. So roughly 22 minutes after that initial earthquake, a 2.8 magnitude aftershock was also reported within the same area. So if you live in the Southern California area, in the Los Angeles area close to Malibu, you are probably feeling a few aftershocks, a few jolts. We've been in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team members, and they say that they felt the earthquake there in the Fox 11 studios. So we have a crew en route to bring us the most up-to-date information, and we are also in touch with our own expert who will join the show during the 8 o'clock hour to give us an update on exactly what people are experiencing in the area, the possibility of a tsunami, which at this time tsunamis are not expected as a result of this earthquake. But of course, we want to bring you every angle, every vantage point, as yes, a 4.2 magnitude earthquake. A lot of people in the Los Angeles area who woken up by that jolt. So we'll continue to stay on this story. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 11 to revisit exactly what took place.
Good morning. I'm Alex Michelson in the Fox 11 newsroom. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Yes, indeed, we did just experience an earthquake. Chances are you may have been woken up in the middle of the night by it. Here's the information of what we know so far. It was a 4.2 magnitude quake centered off the coast of Malibu. About 3 minutes later, we had another quake, about 3.5 magnitude, which happened as an aftershock and was felt widely throughout the area of Los Angeles. Obviously, this is very close to about 20 million people, so a lot of folks felt this over a wide range of area. At least here in West LA, where I was working at 2 o'clock in the morning, the newsroom here shook. Pretty strong jolt. Then a few minutes later, another more minor jolt. We know folks are feeling this throughout our region. Just seeing on Twitter the way people are responding to me. We're hearing from people in the San Fernando Valley, hearing from people in Orange County that are feeling this. I mean, that's a pretty sizable quake. Some of the comments that people have said shook me awake here in Hancock Park. Somebody downtown Culver, Jen, saying the quake and the aftershock felt like sharp jolts. Back-to-back jolts over here in Canoga Park. Winnetka, Brian saying, nice big jolt. Monica saying, South Bay feeling it, Downey feeling it, Canoga Park, Santa Monica. So a wide area all feeling this, this different jolt and this earthquake. There's about a 10% chance that this could be a foreshock to a larger earthquake. Of course, we hope that isn't the case here, but in most cases, this was as big as it's going to get for this, and that we would have smaller aftershocks, which would be expected potentially throughout the night. We would not expect a lot of damage. Certainly no injuries for a quake of this size, especially being centered off the coast and not being centered actually under land itself. but there will be a check. We're hearing some of the scanners here in our newsroom as they go through their checks of emergency crews to make sure that everybody's okay. Most likely what this was an alarm that just woke you up in the middle of the night. Hopefully you're able to feel better knowing that everybody's okay and you can go back to sleep and start your day in the morning with Good Day LA. So they're going to have more coverage of this, especially from the Malibu area, coming up a little bit later on. Our regular coverage starts at 4 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11. In the meantime, we will return you back to your regularly scheduled programming, which is infomercials at this time of night. We hope you're able to get some sleep. I'm Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for watching. Now back to
All right, an early morning earthquake there for those in the Los Angeles area. Again, we are in touch with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team, and as soon as the crew touches down in the Malibu area to survey the situation, we will, of course, have a live report for you all. But at this time, let's continue to talk about Mother Nature. From California to Texas, let's head out to Deer Park, which is a suburb of Houston, Texas. Just take a look at this video. The mayor of Deer Park says that at least 2 dozen businesses and homes suffered significant damage after a tornado on yesterday. So we have received word that crews right now are trying to restore power. So let's welcome Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards, who is joining us now live from the scene with a look at exactly what's going on there. Good morning, Chelsea.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, that mayor also said that over the next 24 hours after that tornado hit around, it was around 3 p.m. yesterday, Central Time, that over the next 24 hours, power, that's going to be the main issue that they will be working on. So, you know, we can take a look behind me here. This is the reason why nearly 70,000 people in the Deer Park and Pasadena area have been without power. These down power lines we've been seeing throughout the area out here in Deer Park. It's a bit smaller than the Pasadena area, about 3,500 customers so far without power. We've seen that number go down since yesterday. But yeah, as you can see, these power lines, we're seeing them throughout this area down. This one looks like it had a bit of a domino effect, bringing down the next one with it. You can even see where the transformer blew right here, where you can see that these black markings. I'm not going to get too close, but this is what we're dealing with in the Deer Park area. It may take a while to restore some of the power, but what's astonishing really is if you look down the street, just a couple blocks down, there's power there. Some of the stoplights are on red, but yeah, we've seen just a few blocks down, fully restored. Planet Fitness is fully lit. The CVS fully lit. But here we have the Walgreens in Deer Park just almost destroyed. At least the front of this building. I have my photographer Ed zoom in on where you can see the front of the building just torn off. And this is what we've been seeing in this area between the buildings, the faces of the buildings or the signs or the roofs just ripped off from the tornado that came through here yesterday. So a lot of these businesses will be closed until further notice. Meanwhile, we're dealing with some road closures. They've been able to work to reopen several roads here. We had about 30 road closures yesterday, according to the mayor. But for the most part, the Center Street, which is pretty much the main street throughout Deer Park, a lot of that has been reopened, thankfully. On one hand, there aren't a whole lot of places to go that aren't dealing with some of this damage. On the other hand, people are back out. People are trying to get to work today. We do know that the school district has been closed in this area, but plenty of people who live in Deer Park also work in the Houston area. So we are seeing more traffic this morning, along with crews being out trying to restore that power. And these roads being reopened, but we've been advising people, of course, to be careful if they are headed out this way. We've seen the police making the rounds and making sure that people stay away from areas that they are still trying to clean up and clear out. But of course, the safety has been the main priority during this storm. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported and no casualties. So I think that's what this town is taking away from this experience.
All right, Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards bringing us a first-hand account. I'm sure we can get a better survey of the damage once the sun rises, but thank you, and be sure to be safe around those down power lines. All right, at this time, let's stay on this story. Let's check in with our news partners at Fox 26 Houston. They are continuing to cover the aftermath of this possible tornado. So again, here's the latest from Fox 26.
Animal shelter had part of its roof torn off. So Ruben Dominguez is live at the shelter this morning. Ruben, people have already stepped in to help here. And even if you're not ready to adopt, there's still ways that we can help.
Absolutely. So if you were watching our coverage yesterday, you know that early on after the tornado struck here, the Pasadena Animal Shelter put a call out on social media that they needed crates. They needed any kind of those small portable kennels to help house these animals and get them out of the building that you see behind me here, because extensive damage due to that tornado, the roof torn off, exposing a good portion of the shelter to the elements. So the dogs were cold, wet from the rain, and they had to act quickly. As far as we know, there were no fatalities involved. None of the animals, some were injured. Also, we've got some video to show you. Last night, they were able to move approximately 30 cats to the SPCA. Their veterinary team was waiting at Houston SPCA to take them in, give them care, and we understand that they will have a assessment by the veterinary team this morning. So that is good news there. Spoke to a volunteer that showed up here a few minutes ago, briefly, that said that they're expecting volunteers around 11 a.m. to start showing up at the Pet Adoption Center to start lending a hand. Obviously, the animals that are still here, they have to be, you know, if there are enough volunteers, take them out, walk them, and, you know, just kind of take care of those animals as best they can until they can find some more foster homes or some sort of permanent housing, because this building behind us, as you can tell, guys, severe damage. You mentioned the center point and crews working here to repair power. There is no power along Burke Road here as far as we can see. A lot of emergency crews in the streets, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, we're going to check in with Nate Griffin.
All right, thank you, Ruben. I'm actually here at Baker Ripley, and this is a shelter for people who need to come and shelter in place, if you will. This is a place where people can come right now. In fact, it's 24/7. The American Red Cross has done a good job in providing what they call shelter. But what you need to know is that if you're coming to this location, the Baker Ripley location, and the address is 720 Parkway here, and if you have dietary needs, you need to make sure that you bring the food that you need. You need blankets, pillows, what have you, clothes, all those different things that you need. Also have identification to show that you live in the area, the affected area, and the important personal documents as well. Bring extra clothing if you need that. Supplies needed for children as well. Be sure to bring that. Diapers, formula, and toys. I can tell you right now there are about 16 people here at this location, so not a lot of cars in the parking lot. There's plenty of parking, security inside, security outside of the building as well, and the Red Cross is providing all of this for you right now. So two very nice people who are in there at a desk waiting to register you once you come here if you need help. And of course, because of those three tornadoes that hit the area yesterday, historic in nature, if you will, there are probably lots of people right now without power. Those homes that have been damaged, that do not have electricity right now, this is a good place for you to come because it's nice and warm in there. And by the way, they will be serving meals throughout the course of the morning.
All right, so you've got to take pictures and inventory the damage before you call your insurance company. And then, of course, you want to make those temporary repairs. You want to prevent any further damage, like using a tarp to cover any holes in your roofs, take out any standing water, cover up the broken windows. Keep your receipts for these repairs. You had to buy a tarp to cover up the hole? Keep that receipt. Also, ask your insurance company about living expenses if you have to stay away from your home. You can also call the Red Cross for immediate help with your immediate needs as well.
Now, we do have complete coverage of our historic severe.
All right, that was the latest from our Fox 26 Houston team members, bringing us the aftermath of that severe storm that swept through Houston and surrounding communities during the overnight hours. So we will be sure to check in with them throughout the course of this morning, and of course we'll get a better look at the damage once the sun rises. We are quickly approaching the 7 a.m. hour. Let's go ahead and switch gears here, bringing you the latest medical news. Doctors and the general public are already weighing in on a new FDA proposal to make COVID-19 booster shots an annual event. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller is bringing us more from New York.
A new FDA plan could mean getting COVID and flu vaccines when the weather gets cold. Federal health officials unveiling the proposal on Monday, seeking to transform the COVID-19 vaccine process into an annual event like the flu shot, instead of getting boosters targeted to specific strains that could be out of date by the time the shots are available.
Now it's easier for you because you don't have to worry if it's Moderna, if it's Pfizer, which ones you had before. So accessibility is going to be easier.
But the prospect of throwing away those vaccine cards might not be enough to win over a skeptical public. Only about 16% of eligible Americans have gotten the latest booster since it became available back in August. And doctors say a big public relations push will be needed in order to sell the new program.
Unfortunately, uptake of the vaccine has been poor, so it is time for a strategy switch because what we're doing now is not working very well.
The idea of an annual booster is being welcomed by most healthcare workers. Many say they're burned out after 3 years of pandemic, and they're hoping this COVID containment plan will reduce the overall strain on the healthcare system.
We lost so many healthcare workers during the pandemic. People are exhausted. They're still reeling from the effects of seeing so many people in their care die.
The FDA's Independent Vaccine Advisory Panel is set to meet on Thursday to discuss the proposal. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
A new study finds that harmful screen effects on toddlers can be reduced. Research published in the Journal of the American Medical Association looked at roughly 900 children ages 18 months to 4 years old. Scientists say technology on 2-year-olds can cause detrimental results on communication by 4 years old. So playing outside frequently reduced the impacts of screen time. And researchers consider frequent outdoor play as playing outside for 6 or 7 days a week. So make sure that your toddlers are getting ample amount of outdoor play time, because the study also says that more than 1 hour of screen time a day at age 2 was considered high and could have adverse effects. The time is now 7 a.m. Let's move right along with other top stories, actually. Let's bring you all the latest when it comes to Tesla. The company planning a multi-billion-dollar expansion. The company says it will spend $3.6 billion to expand its Reno, Nevada plant, where it assembles batteries and produces parts for its EVs vehicles. The plan includes adding 3,000 more employees at the facility. According to Tesla, one factory would mass produce semi-trailer trucks, while another will make batteries for 2 million cars per year. Let's take a quick break. We'll bring you all more top stories right after this.
I'm excited about the leadership we have here on the Democratic side.
President Biden hosted top congressional Democrats at the White House Tuesday for a strategy session.
We got a lot done in the last couple of years, and we got a lot more to do, a lot more to finish what we've already done.
Republicans control one chamber of Congress, meaning Democrats' top agenda items will likely stall for the next 2 years. One area where they'll need to find cooperation, raising the debt limit to avoid a default.
A default means interest rates will spike on everything, from car loans to credit cards to mortgages.
Conservatives on Capitol Hill are demanding significant spending cuts.
Our debt is intergenerational theft. We are digging a hole so deep for our children, for our grandchildren, and they'll never be able to get out of it.
To my House GOP colleagues, if you're serious about spending cuts, show us the math.
Meanwhile, with criticism over President Biden's handling of classified documents, Fox News is now learning documents that appear to have classified markings were discovered at former Vice President Mike Pence's house in Indiana. In a letter to the National Archives, Pence's representative wrote the vice president was unaware of their existence and, quote, stands ready and willing to cooperate fully with the National Archives and any appropriate inquiry.
I don't believe for a minute that Mike Pence is trying to intentionally compromise national security. I think that about Biden and Trump, but clearly we've got a problem here.
The FBI and Justice Department are reviewing the documents. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
I'm excited about the leadership we have here on the Democratic side.
President Biden hosted top congressional Democrats at the White House Tuesday for a strategy session.
All right, continuing to bring you all the latest news from Washington, D.C. Documents marked as classified have been found at the Indiana home of former Vice President Mike Pence. The classified records were discovered last week and have been turned over to the FBI, according to his representative. Greg Jacob, he said in a letter to the National Archives that, quote, out of an abundance of caution, Pence had engaged outside counsel to review his records stored at his home after reports about the materials found at the Biden residence.
More classified items have been found. Former Vice President Mike Pence is the latest to report his team discovered classified documents in his home from his time in office that should not have been there. The documents were immediately turned over.
When Mike Pence found these, the first thing he did was provide them over. He's called Comer on the oversight.
Former President Trump, who has been at odds with Pence since 2021, is also being investigated for keeping hundreds of classified documents at his home in Florida. He wrote, quote, Mike Pence is an innocent man and leave him alone. Pence joins former President Trump and President Biden with a document scandal overhead.
There's a huge difference between how the president handled it and how former President Trump handled it. One cooperated fully with the authorities, the other stonewalled for over a year.
The White House continues to stay mum on President Biden's special counsel investigation.
I would refer to the White House counsel's office.
Documents from Biden's vice presidential and Senate days have now been found, and it's possible there will be more searches. Many on Capitol Hill are frustrated that classified documents continue to be found outside of secure sites.
Just go by the dang rules. I mean, we got rules up here.
Wednesday, the Director of National Intelligence will brief the Senate Intelligence Committee, though it is unclear if she will disclose anything about the classified document investigations. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Representatives from 4 countries standing in solidarity.
I'm not here today just as state representative. I'm here as a proud Asian American.
Monday, community members, civil rights activists, and Texas lawmakers gathered to push back on Senate Bill 147.
I know what it's like to be a second-class citizen in a first-class country. And I assure you, I'm here today to prevent this from ever happening again to anybody else in this country.
If passed according to the bill language, it would ban companies and citizens from North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China from buying property in Texas.
And despite what people say, very clearly targets people who are here lawfully. It targets visa holders that we have tried to attract from around the world. It targets lawful permanent residents, or green card holders, as we call them. People who have said, we are making the United States, we are making Texas our permanent home.
It's odd because he voted for a bill the very last session that prevented companies from those 4 countries from being able to do the same thing that now we have realized we need to expand. And we've realized we need to do that because we've got a leader of the Chinese army owning 130,000 acres of Texas right next to Laughlin Air Force Base.
Republicans say it's a matter of national security, but those opposing the bill afraid of what it would mean for individuals.
SB 147 will not only take American dreams away from these people, including my family, but also damage Houston's economy and culture. It is immoral. It is against the American spirit.
If they are pursuing citizenship and they are permanent, lawful permanent residents, then I am quite sure that the final version of this bill will be welcoming to them.
The current language does include foreign citizens in the ban, but former Texas GOP chairman James Dickey noted bills usually go through a series of changes by the time the governor signs.
Maybe there's a 10,000 acre minimum or something.
And they're open to discussion.
Especially with the bill last session, there are probably a lot of legal questions, a lot of questions about how federal law may intersect with it. So now we'll be able to go into a committee discussion with more information and more ammunition for that matter, and to have a more robust discussion.
Representatives from 4 countries.
All right, moving right along with other top stories. Jury selection continued on Tuesday in the South Carolina trial of a man accused of killing his wife and son. Alex Murdaugh is a former defense attorney and assistant prosecutor. The bodies of 52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh and 22-year-old Paul Murdaugh were found at the family's home in East Charleston in June of 2021. So Alex Murdaugh was indicted last year for the murders. And in addition to jury selection, the judge also went over pretrial motions on Tuesday. Jury selection will resume today. Here are more details.
Imran, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know you've been following this very closely. So it looks like there are a lot of potential jurors. There were some 700 summons. Is that normal for a high-profile trial like this, that many in the jury pool?
Well, I think the reason behind that is just the immense amount of publicity that has surrounded Alex Murdaugh and all his legal troubles, not only this case that is going to trial, but the slew of legal cases and legal woes that have surrounded Alex Murdaugh for quite some time now. And I think the need to have a jury pool that large is the anticipation that there's going to be the need to filter through that jury pool and exclude many juries, likely for cause from both sides here. And the need for that large of a jury pool is to address those jurors who probably saw a lot of the publicity surrounding this case. And of course, that in that neck of the woods, it's a small area, and Alex Murdaugh and his family were luminaries or people who were known in the community. And now, of course, his legal trouble, big news, not only down there, but across the nation. And I think the jury pool is indicative of anticipated problems in finding jurors who may be fair and impartial because of all the publicity.
No, to your point, Imran, this is a very small, close-knit community. The Murdaugh family name goes back generations, so much so that I believe a portrait of his grandfather was hanging in the courthouse as well. So obviously Alex Murdaugh bringing a lot of disrepute to his family name through all of this. You know, and you've been following this just as closely as we have. Prosecutors have not really given their hand about what led them to file the murder charges in the first place. Will we get a sense of what led them to file them in the first place?
Yeah, I think, you know, as we get through the jury selection process, ultimately, of course, we will come to opening statements once a jury is selected. And we can expect the prosecution to really outline their case, the case that they expect to present to this jury and prove beyond a reasonable doubt ultimately for a conviction. And we'll get the sense as to the investigation that led up to the charges that were filed. Of course, Alex Murdaugh being taken in prior to these charges being filed for unrelated matters and charges, because like I mentioned, he has had a slew of legal woes and legal problems that have followed him. In fact, one of the motives that the prosecutors are saying may have been a factor here was to gain some sort of sympathy by the death of his wife and his son in order to confront those legal charges and his legal woes and garner some sympathy as being the victim. But of course, we know here it's alleged that he was no victim, but actually the perpetrator of the crimes that led to his wife and his young son's death. So I think we're going to find out from the prosecutor and the prosecution team what they plan to prove in their opening statement. And of course, all eyes are on this courtroom because it's just such a fascinating and tragic story here. It's almost unreal and hard to believe all the legal problems that have followed him and what he has been alleged to have committed. So we're going to see the prosecution outline their case, and I think they're pretty confident in it.
Imran, what's he facing if convicted on these very, very serious charges, especially there in the state of South Carolina?
Sure. Well, he's certainly facing life imprisonment here, and what we expect to see in terms of a sentencing. Of course, if he is convicted, I don't think there would be any leniency just based on the nature of the allegations, the sort of backstory to the allegations of murder here. And of course, his wife and his son, that sort of intimacy with the victims. I don't think we would expect any leniency in terms of the sentencing here if Alex Murdaugh is in fact convicted.
Are you surprised it's happening in this jurisdiction? Are you surprised, and I don't know if this is the case, at least the defense hasn't put in any motion to move jurisdictions?
Yeah, no, I think it is surprised that ultimately this trial is being held in that courthouse, in that community, because the argument from the defense was, how do you get a fair trial here? But of course, the ultimate decision was to keep it here in this jurisdiction. Where else would it go? I think the argument for the prosecution was that there was a lot of publicity around Alex Murdaugh, that whether you're going to have it in this community or somewhere else in South Carolina, you're still going to have that same effect in terms of the news and the publicity surrounding this trial. And that's why they have a real uphill battle, both sides, in terms of making sure they get a jury that is going to be fair and impartial, and particularly so for the defense, in order to get a jury that's fair and impartial to Alex Murdaugh. And why do I say also for the prosecution? Well, the prosecution want to have, if they get it, of course, a conviction that's going to stick. And when you have issues as to whether a jury can be fair and impartial in a particular case, that is almost setting up an issue for appeal for the defense. And of course, that if there is a conviction at the end of this case, the prosecution wants a conviction that's going to outlast any appeal that may follow, whether it be for a decision by a judge or because an allegation or argument, I should say, that there was not a fair and impartial juror.
Imran, last question for you. Do you think prosecutors have their work cut out for them in this, or from what you've seen, the evidence you've seen, their strategy you've seen, is this pretty cut and dry?
I think the prosecution do have a strong case because of the sort of pieces that they're going to put together against Alex Murdaugh. Of course, a lot of these collateral matters, I'm sure the defense are going to be objecting strenuously in terms of evidence as to other matters coming in. And I would imagine it would have been litigated in motions in limine prior to this trial. I know there's certain evidence that the defense wanted to omit, or the judge to preclude during the course of this trial. And I believe that the prosecution will be able to at least present some of that. I know that there is talk about this Snapchat message that may be possibly incriminating to Alex Murdaugh coming into evidence here. So it's going to be interesting to see how the prosecution build their case, especially in light of all the other matters that he is facing. And of course, I think the uphill battle is not necessarily for the prosecution in this case. It is for the defense.
All right, Imran Ansari, as always, we appreciate your time, your insight into these major crime stories and trials, and we'll talk again, no doubt. Thanks, Imran.
Thanks for having me.
Imran, good to see you. Thanks for doing this. I know you've been following this very closely.
All right, again, jury selection does resume today. Make sure that you all are tuning into Live Now from Fox for the latest. The time here on the East Coast is 7:19 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories, and we're going to pay special attention to the string of mass shootings that we are covering in the state of California. We'll have a mass shooting expert, a forensic psychologist, join the show to break down the trend of mass shootings that we're seeing here in the United States. That story and more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 7:21. Let's revisit a few remarks from Governor of California, Gavin Newsom. He met with victims' families who are mourning after a shooting rampage in Southern California. The Half Moon Bay shooting that left 7 people dead, and another shooting that took place on Sunday, during the overnight hours during Sunday in Monterey Park. So he is decrying a stop to gun violence amid the deadly California mass shootings. 3 mass shootings in the state of California within 8 days. So again, let's go ahead and listen into this message from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom.
3 press conferences like this, and I said, nope, nope, nope. I watched them on my cell phone instead as I walked around the community. And I'll tell you what, I did that selfishly because I didn't have the guts to come up and say the same things we hear again and again and again. That was covered. Sheriff Luna did a magnificent job. Local electeds did a magnificent job. We made sure of that as well. But I walked and listened, knocked on doors, walked into businesses that were still open and just listened to people. Remember someone rolling up, young woman, 3 young girls in the back, and she, "Can I talk to you?" She starts tearing up, and she introduced me to her 10-year-old daughter, 8-year-old daughter, and 3-year-old daughter, and said, "Can you do me a favor, and can you tell them it's going to be okay?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Well, they're supposed to be in school, but my 8-year-old said no way." I said, "How's her 10-year-old?" She goes, "Doing remarkably." 3-year-old, she was just rolling around in the back. And the 8-year-old was so fearful because she heard the gunshots, and she actually knew they weren't firecrackers. Which in and of itself is remarkable. And she didn't sleep the night before. And I looked over at her and I said, "It's going to get better." And all I thought to myself, if she was like my 8-year-old daughter, thank God she didn't do this. She didn't ask me to pinky promise. because I wasn't so sure. Walked back the next morning, met with more merchants, visited the hospitals, met a young man on life support. Next morning I find out he passed away. I met someone in the hospital, and he said, "Hey, Governor, thanks for being here, but when am I getting the hell out of here?" And I said, "Well, let's get the doctor." He says, No, I'm going to be fine. His leg was shattered by the gunfire. He goes, "I can't afford to spend any more time here. I don't have the money." His mom arrived, Cantonese speaking. His only son arrived. And they came over to me worried he's going to lose his job in the warehouse the next day unless he can go back to work. Joaquin talks about inequality, things being exposed. That's exactly what we experienced here today. Farm workers of all stripes. Latino descent, Asian descent. Asian gunmen. 39 now of these mass shootings, and we're only on day 24 of the new year. I was looking back at these same notes, and it's right here, right up on the right corner. It says Aurora. It goes down to Midland, Orlando, Buffalo, Poway, Parkland, San Jose, Sutherland, Sandy Hook, Boulder, and I started writing in Monterey Park, and now I got to write in Half Moon Bay. What the hell is going on? But it was said, and it's said all the time, only in America. Only in America. Number one in gun ownership, number one in gun deaths. It's not even complicated. And guess what? This happened on our watch. Society becomes how we behave. We've allowed this to happen. Doesn't have to be this way. Wasn't always this way. A few decades ago, we didn't experience these kind of things. We've allowed this to happen. And I feared 2 days ago that Monterey Park would give way to other headlines. Little did I know I'd be up here to give away 2 or 3 days from now whatever the headlines will bring. Meanwhile, the trauma and the damage, the devastation is felt for generations in some cases. Communities being torn asunder, no one feeling safe. All those farm workers, like, can I get a job someplace else? I can't go back. And by the way, some of you should see where these folks are living, the conditions they're in. Living in shipping containers, living in shipping containers. Folks getting $9 an hour. You want to verify the California minimum wage? Not $9 an hour. No health care, no support, no services, but taking care of our health, providing a service to each and every one of us every single day. So this whole thing is just a stacking of issues that come to the fore. But the one common denominator are these damn guns. I got no ideological opposition to someone owning a gun responsibly. But what the hell is wrong with us that we allow these weapons of war and large capacity clips out on the streets and sidewalks? Why have we allowed this culture, this pattern to continue? What happens in every one of these cases, I watch those same evening newscasts you do. Well, we couldn't solve for this with this particular law. We can solve for a pattern. We get so consumed by an incident that we lose sight of the pattern. I'm proud of California. Don't think for a second this state has stepped aside. We've taken responsibility. We believe it's decisions, not conditions, that determine our fate and future. We've led the nation. We've led the national conversation in gun safety. No state in America has done more than the state of California. And the data bears out the efficacy, the success of gun safety. Gun safety saves lives, but notably, not in every case. No one's naive. So don't point to that as proof of its failure. Quite the contrary. Gun safety saves lives. The modern gun safety movement started with a guy named Ronald Reagan. The Republican Party should look that guy up. 1967. The great leadership here in 1989 with the assault weapons ban, led by Senator Feinstein a few years later after another tragedy in 101 California in the 1994 assault weapons ban. That worked. That worked until it expired in 2004, and we started to see an increase in mass shootings. We've led the nation on background checks, closing loopholes. We led the nation on red flag warnings. We led the nation on waiting periods. We led the nation across a series of gun safety measures, and the data bears it out. We've seen a 55% reduction in gun deaths when we initiated those progressive reforms from 1993 to 2017. And you look at our gun death rate, it's 37% below the national average. Gun safety works. We will not back away from that resolve. But we can't do this alone. And with all due respect, we feel like we are. And this is where, and forgive me, what the hell do I have to lose? Well, you just got to call some folks out. I'm still waiting for Kevin McCarthy, the leader of the House of Representatives, who purports to represent the people of the state of California, a proud and remarkable district in Kern County. We haven't heard one damn word from him. Not since Monterey Park, not what happened here, not one word, not one expression of prayers even, condolences, nothing. And it should surprise nobody. Where's he been on gun safety reform? Where's the Republican Party been on gun safety reform? They blocked it every step of the way. One state can't do it alone. Shame on them. And shame on those that allow and perpetuate that to be rewarded politically. Shame on them. Shame on these judges that are rolling back the laws that we've established in the state of California. Shame on them. You deserve better. We deserve better. And so I'm here processing, like all of us, the absurdity, the theater, look around, of absurdity, only in America. And I'll close on this. Really hit home to me today, meeting immigrants from China. And their translator didn't even know how to translate these words. When the gunfire occurred, they were witnesses. Their friends got shot, killed. They went over, people had been shot, and they thought they were acting. They had never heard a sound like that. They'd never seen a scene like that. They didn't even know how to comprehend a gunshot wound. It's not something they ever experienced. They don't even know how to comprehend that. Only in America do we see this kind of carnage, this kind of chaos, this kind of destruction of communities and lives and confidence and a sense of safety and belonging, which we all yearn for, regardless of our political stripes or our lot in life. So thank you to the first responders, the rock stars behind us, the paramedics that were on the scene. We pray for this one individual, and it was because not just of prayers, but a couple of young men behind me, that if he survives, he will have survived because of their extraordinary work. Thank you to that young man, that 26-year-old Brandon and I met yesterday. This remarkable kid whose aunt told me, I can't believe it was Brandon. We all know Brandon. He was so shy. He's such an empath. I remember him, he said, Aunt, when he was a kid, and he would just immediately give all his toys to the rest of the family. He was just that kid. And when we learned it was Brandon, we were so proud. Selfless. Brandon looked at me. He said, I knew I was going to die. I heard a click. I turned around. I think he was about to shoot me. I didn't know. I literally physically was submitting to that moment. And then something came over to me. And I grabbed that weapon. And I wrestled it away. He's still in shock. He doesn't understand. We talk about heroes. Sometimes we talk about it a little too much. Kind of loses its resonance. Boy, I met one yesterday. And you know what? If Brandon can do it, We all have that capacity. And so it's in that spirit, Joaquin's spirit, and the other electeds that said it. Thank you to the community for not giving up, not giving into this cynicism. Thank you for believing in each other. Thanks for showing up today. You wouldn't be here if you'd given up. Thank you for your resolve. Thank you for knowing in your core, we can figure this out, because we can. We know what to do. It's not even complicated. We do. And we don't have to do this again and again and again. To my state, final words. We were here just a few days ago with Congresswoman and the President. 22 days, 32 trillion gallons of water. Mother Nature's fury unleashed. This community, communities across this state. It's been a hard month and a half. I'm mindful of that. After 2 years of all that stacking of stress with COVID and feeling isolated and disconnected, I'm so proud of California. I'm so proud of all of you. I mean it. So when Anna Eshoo says this is the greatest state in the union, man, she means that. And I feel that. I couldn't be more prideful to represent you and to have 4 extraordinary
All right,
kids.
you're streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a look back at a few comments from the governor of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, who is calling for an end to gun violence. Here specifically, the governor is addressing the future of gun laws. We know that this always comes to the forefront of the conversation following mass shootings here in this country. But let's switch gears and really just talk about the logistics of what's actually occurring. We have Dr. Carol Lieberman joining us live from Los Angeles, California. Dr. Carol, right there in your home state, we have witnessed 3 mass shootings within the past 8 days. I mean, from your medical standpoint, you're also a forensic psychiatrist. What's your initial reaction?
Well, what I think is one of the most interesting aspects of it, I mean, first of all, of course, it's a tragedy, and it's really not right for politicians. I mean, it happens all the time, but Governor Newsom is taking advantage of this for political aims, and that's not right. It's a tragedy. And what's most interesting is that, particularly in the first 2 shootings, that there are so many similarities between the 2. And I believe that the second one is a copycat shooting. Now, both of the shooters were older Asian men. They both used guns, obviously, shooting. They both had, they targeted 2 places, and they had worked or formerly worked at them. Now, the man in Monterey Park, there are different reports. Some say that he was an instructor, a dance instructor at the Star Ballroom. Others say that he was he was not employed there, but he was, he just, acted informally as a dance instructor. But anyhow, so in both cases, it had to do with work in a sense. I mean, there was that relation. Also, with the Monterey Park man, it is said that he was jealous, that he may well have been jealous of his ex-wife, being invited to this party for the Lunar New Year, and that he wasn't. And in Half Moon Bay, there was some work issue that he had. What's also, and in both of these cases, there were things that happened before that should have given people sort of a warning. With Monterey Park, although he had never been violent before, his ex-wife said that he had a temper, he had a short fuse, and that she gave us an example of that, the fact that when he would be dancing with her, they met at the dance ballroom, and when she would make a misstep, he would get very angry because he didn't want other people to think that he was a bad teacher. And with the man from Half Moon Bay, he had a previous incident too with a coworker. In 2013, he threatened his coworker, who was also his roommate, because he had been fired from the shooter had been fired from the restaurant that they worked at, and somehow he was blaming this man or wanting this man to get his paycheck, and the man took out a TRO against him. And then there is some evidence, obviously, that's psychiatric issues, I think, in both cases. In the Monterey Park case, the man had gone to the police station not long before the shooting, and he started complaining about being poisoned by his family and other kinds of complaints. So there's evidence of, and in Half Moon Bay, the first incident with his roommate, clearly there was it showed some degree of mental problems, let's just say. So the moral of the story, besides how tragic it is, not only for the people who were killed and injured, but obviously for the observers and for the communities. So the moral of the story is that really we need to be more aware of people's mental health and to be able to predict that something like this could happen and to take some steps really to get them help.
And Dr. Lieberman, let's talk a little bit more about the possible warning signs, because something like someone's wife complaining of a short temper, that might just be personality type, right? So when exactly do we cross over into the fact that maybe we need to report this to a mental health expert or start making some documentation of a certain behavior that we may notice in someone?
Yes, I mean, sure. There are lots of wives or ex-wives who might say that their husbands had a short temper. It's true. But there are other signs, that are perhaps very subtle. But I mean, even the fact that he would just recently have gone to the police, paranoia, obviously, was the issue. Similarly with the mushroom farm. It seemed like that man had paranoia when he, tried to smother his coworker and roommate in 2013. They had these ideas, whether they rose to the order of delusions or what, but they felt ashamed, first of all, for something, and then also thought that someone was to blame, and they took it out, in their shootings. But there's another part to this puzzle these days, which is that America, well, not just America, but let's just talk about America. After COVID and the lockdowns, we are in a very strange state of mind, everybody, to some degree. We have shorter tempers. We all do to some degree. People are depressed. People are anxious. People are, not really knowing how to get back into society. We've been locked down for so long, and now, we're sort of coming out of that, but everybody is still in a very shaky kind of state. And so even though maybe these two men, for example, wouldn't have done anything before COVID, before the lockdowns, the way that we are now, we're in a very fragile state, and so things can set people off more easily.
Dr. Lieberman, you mentioned the impact that mass shootings in general can have on the community that it's affecting. Let's talk about the police response for a moment, because police in Monterey Park took 5 hours to then warn the public that the gunman could possibly still be on the loose. What do you think about that response? Is there anything to learn from that situation? And moving forward, how can the community as a whole kind of heal from this situation? Because it looks like mass shootings are not going to end anytime soon. So is this something that we should be bracing for, the everyday community member? For example, at the job, we have mass shooting, active shooter training. Is this becoming such a common occurrence, possibly, that the everyday community member needs to maybe brace for the possibility of this happening in their own neighborhood?
Well, it is becoming a more frequent occurrence. And when you think about it, mass shooter training at work, mass shooter training in schools, I mean, yes, this is not really the way to live. We of course we should have a plan. But you don't expect, you don't really expect particularly in Monterey Park, they were celebrating the New Year, and it was such a contrast, to how everybody was happy and dancing and singing, and the whole community was dressed up and all of that, and all of a sudden this gun violence, it was like hard to believe, it was. It just didn't fit in that scenario. But, one thing, and this doesn't really, I don't think this applies to these shootings, at least not the two Asian men in Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay. But in general, you know, I've been saying for a while now that we are going to see an increase in mass shootings, like in school shootings and general mass shootings, because during the lockdown, many people, now not these older Asian men, but many people, people who go online and play violent video games, it's called bedroom terrorists. These are people who have been basically practicing during 2 years plus on these violent video games, and then they come out into society and they are ready for bear. And that is when I wasn't talking about these kinds of shootings. I don't think these men were playing violent video games, but you know, in general now, we do need to be more careful about that. Is the answer gun control? Like Governor Newsom was saying, I don't think that that's the, you know, maybe for AK-47s or those kinds of things, but it's a very slippery slope when you start controlling guns.
Yes, and that's a totally separate conversation. So many different caveats to this talk. I would love to have you back on to talk about the influence that COVID-19 has had on our psychological state, because that's a very interesting conversation to have. But before I let you go, any final thoughts that you would like to add?
Well, just that, you know, we need to be, I mean, it sounds trite, but we need to be kinder to one another. You never know what somebody is going through. And we just need to be extra kind to each other these days.
Agreed. All right, Dr. Carol Lieberman, forensic psychiatrist. Thank you so much for joining us here.
You're welcome.
Be kinder to each other. All right, guys, the time is now 7:45 a.m. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time on the West Coast is 4:46 a.m., dark and early, but many people just off of the coast of Malibu in Southern California woke up to shakes and rattles. A 4.2 preliminary magnitude earthquake shaking the Malibu area early this morning, and it has been followed up with multiple aftershocks. So let's head out live to Los Angeles, California. Joining us is Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. Mario, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys actually did a cut-in around 2 a.m. To alert residents and community members about what was going on, that 4.2 magnitude earthquake. What have we learned since then?
Yeah, the epicenter just off the coast of Malibu, and I know a lot of people, they get rattled nerves when they start to feel, even hear an earthquake like this that we saw early this morning. I know I felt it in Hollywood in my 6-story apartment building, and if I weren't already up, I think it may have woken me up. Now, we're at a gas station here along PCH, and we can tell you there have been no reports of injuries or structural damage, and if you look inside, you can see the shelves here, they are intact. So while the epicenter was here near Malibu, it doesn't seem like there was too much shaking, at least from what we can tell, and no nearby damage or reports of any structural issues that we can tell you. But according to the U.S. Geological Survey, we have a map here that should show you the first earthquake. It happened at about 2 a.m., about 10 miles south of Malibu Beach, 15 miles southwest of Santa Monica. Its depth was reported at about 9.2 miles, and just seconds after that first jolt, a second quake reported, a preliminary 3.5 magnitude, also 10 miles south of Malibu Beach. The depth of that second quake reported at about 8 miles, and then roughly 22 minutes after the initial quake, a 2.8 magnitude aftershock reported in the same location, with a third 2.6 magnitude aftershock at 2:38 a.m. So roughly about 38 minutes or so of activity, and despite striking offshore, the National Weather Service said there is no tsunami threat. Geologists say that typically damage doesn't happen until earthquake magnitude reaches anywhere between 4 or 5. And again, we saw 4.2 magnitude this morning. Tanner, you are here in Malibu, and you just stopped to get some gas. So I asked you, did you feel it?
Did not feel it at all. And this morning, I've been up since 3 a.m., so I did not feel it.
All right, so about 2 a.m. is when we're getting reports that it happened. Yep. So it didn't wake you up if it was felt in your area?
Nope, definitely not.
And does this concern you at all, hearing that there was
a little bit, but I didn't know how big it was. So, but yeah, I mean, it's concerning for sure. Never know.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be talking to people as they come here to this gas station or throughout Malibu, but we have the great quake, the great shakeout here in California every year, Rain, reminding people, millions, to be prepared for the next big earthquake. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario Ramirez with Fox 11 Los Angeles. Thank you so much for bringing us that update. And it's funny that some people were sound asleep and did not hear or feel a thing. But if you're just now joining us, we're continuing to follow this story. A 4.2 magnitude earthquake striking Southern California. Again, that was Mario Ramirez with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team bringing us an update. Let's check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles. They are not on the air yet, but they did break in and do a cut-in around 2:30 a.m. with preliminary information of the fact that we have a 4.2 magnitude earthquake and several aftershocks, several smaller earthquakes shortly after. So let's check in with Fox 11 for more.
Good morning. I'm Alex Michelson in the Fox 11 newsroom. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Yes, indeed, we did just experience an earthquake. Chances are you may have been woken up in the middle of the night by it. Here's the information of what we know so far. It was a 4.2 magnitude quake centered off the coast of Malibu. About 3 minutes later, we had another quake, about 3.5 magnitude, which happened as an aftershock and was felt widely throughout the area of Los Angeles. Obviously, this is very close to about 20 million people, so a lot of folks felt this over a wide range of area. At least here in West LA, where I was working at 2 o'clock in the morning, the newsroom here shook. Pretty strong jolt. Then a few minutes later, another more minor jolt. We know folks are feeling this throughout our region. Just seeing on Twitter the way people are responding to me, we're hearing from people in the San Fernando Valley, hearing from people in Orange County that are feeling this. I mean, that's a pretty sizable quake. Some of the comments that people have said shook me awake here in Hancock Park. Somebody downtown Culver, Jen, saying the quake and the aftershock felt like sharp jolts. Back-to-back jolts over here in Canoga Park. Winnetka, Brian saying, nice big jolt. Monica saying, South Bay feeling it, Downey feeling it, Canoga Park, Santa Monica. So a wide area all feeling this, this different jolt and this earthquake. There's about a 10% chance that this could be a foreshock to a larger earthquake. Of course, we hope that isn't the case here, but in most cases, this was as big as it's going to get for this, and that we would have smaller aftershocks, which would be expected potentially throughout the night. We would not expect a lot of damage, certainly no injuries for a quake of this size, especially being centered off the coast and not being centered actually under land itself. But there will be a check. We're hearing some of the scanners here in our newsroom as they go through their checks of emergency crews to make sure that everybody's okay. Most likely what this was an alarm that just woke you up in the middle of the night. Hopefully you're able to feel better knowing that everybody's okay and you can go back to sleep and start your day in the morning with Good Day LA. So they're going to have more coverage of this, especially from the Malibu area, coming up a little bit later on. Our regular coverage starts at 4 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11. In the meantime, we will return you back to your regularly scheduled programming, which is infomercials at this time of night. We hope you're able to get some sleep. I'm Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for watching. Now back to
All right, switching gears here. Recovery efforts are underway in the Lone Star State, Texas, after a massive tornado ripped through the Houston area on Tuesday, carving large paths of destruction, and heavy rainfall also brought flooding. Let's check in with our local Fox 26 Houston team for the latest coverage on this severe weather.
We now know that Deer Park, you are one of the hardest hit areas. Dozens of buildings in your area damaged or destroyed.
Deer Park and Pasadena ISDs are closed today. Thousands remain without power in those areas. Chelsea Edwards is live from Deer Park, and a lot of people may not recognize some of the businesses that they're used to seeing because so much has changed. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, even though those the schools are closed and a lot of the businesses here are closed, we're still seeing a lot of traffic for this early in the morning after a storm like this. So we've been seeing lots of cars passing through here on Center Street, the parts of Center Street that have reopened. We're still seeing some part of it being blocked off towards San Augustine, but lots of traffic coming through, including Centerpoint crews that we've seen. They have set up a staging area at the Pasadena Convention Center to try to help get these crews out here and start restoring power to the thousands of people who were without it. At last check, we're looking at about a little over 3,000 in this particular area here in Deer Park. But as of yesterday, it was 70,000 without power in Pasadena and Deer Park areas. So we're hoping to see a lot of that restored today as we see these roads back open and cleanup get started as well. So yeah, we can take another look here at some of the damage. A lot of what we've been seeing, the signs to the businesses blown out, along with some of the windows blown out. We can come around here to this restaurant. This is Chopsticks right off of Center Street here. Not as much damage to some of these businesses, but this, there's touch and go here. So we see windows, signs blown out, but again, like the Walgreens, that's going to be closed for some time while they try to fix the front of the building that's been torn off, and along with dealing with these power outages, these power lines. Areas like this where the road has had to be blocked off because of the power lines being down, we're expecting it might take a while to clean that up. We also heard from the mayor yesterday about the power outages. Take a listen.
We have a lot of down power lines across the area. There's obviously a handful of facilities. We have approximately 25 to 30 that we are aware of that's had significant damage, and most of y'all are showing on the news here those that are right around the area.
All right, so again, hoping to see that power restored, especially with how cold it is. Lena and Sally.
All right, Chelsea Edwards live for us there in Deer Park. Be careful out there, still pitch black, and as you mentioned, a lot of people still on the roadways at this hour. Thanks so much. Well, there's an urgent need for fosters for dogs and cats after the Pasadena Animal Shelter was hit hard.
So Ruben Dominguez is in Pasadena, and Ruben, you're there with Houston Pet Set, I believe, to give us some ways that we can jump in to help.
Absolutely. A lot of folks this morning waking up, they're watching us right now, and they want to know how they can help. I've got Lisa Tynan with Houston Pet Set. First of all, very important, don't bring pets down here there are no regular services available here.
No, they are without power, they're without water, so Pasadena Animal Shelter is closed for intake. So if you have any pet needs, we're going to ask that you try and find some neighboring organizations that can help instead.
All right. So, and for folks that are sitting at home and they want to do something, you know, we've got pet lovers all over the city and surrounding areas. What's the best thing they can do?
If you can foster. You know, the animals, fortunately, were taken to other partnering organizations around the city. So even if it's not directly from Pasadena, fostering is a huge help. Monetary donations are going to be really important as they recover from this. And you can visit PasadenaShelter.com. There's a donate link on their website.
And we were chatting just a few minutes ago, and you mentioned that they are updating the Pasadena Animal Shelter Facebook page. So probably a good spot to be checking for information coming up, right?
Absolutely. That's going to be their most up-to-date information there, and they're obviously very busy, so we ask that people be patient with them as they work to recover.
So how does Houston Pet Set work how do you guys work with the shelter?
We are their transport partner, so every other week we will take pets from their shelter on our transport bus up to Minnesota. We usually just take a couple. Obviously this time around we're taking a lot more than we normally do to help them kind of defray some of this damage here.
Lisa, thank you for taking the time and all the good work you and Houston Pet Set do. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we're going to keep an eye on things out here. We believe that 1 or 2 volunteers have shown up this morning, so we will have more coming up in the next hour. Right now, we're live. Ruben Dominguez, Fox 26 News.
Okay, and she was saying there, PasadenaShelter.com, if you want to reach out and see how you can jump in and help.
Right, thank you.
Announcement
from the mayor of Deer Park speaking on school closures and power outages following that possible tornado that touched down near in the Houston area.
To remove debris, we have approximately 30 road closures from debris and/or down power lines. We're in communication with CenterPoint. They're in the process of getting a lot of their personnel out here to assist with getting our power situation dealt with. Most probably the biggest scenario right now is San Jacinto Manor, an assisted living center, has some significant damage. We have reports of approximately 3 patients that's been transported to hospital. 4 patients have gone with families, and the remaining constituents, residents, are being transported to 4 other facilities in the region. There's approximately 62 residents that are impacted in that facility. As of right now, we have no injuries that we're aware of from the tornado or any casualties, so we're grateful for that. We've had a lot of calls in regards to parents and their students, because this skipped approximately in the time frame when school was letting out. I can say from the school district that all students have been accounted for, and if they've not been arrived at home yet, they are all being transported. And at the latest report, just a few minutes ago, the Deer Park ISD will be closed tomorrow. Deer Park ISD will be closed tomorrow. So for the next 24 hours, it'll be imperative as CenterPoint moves in that most of the constituents locally will stay off of the roads in regards to the areas that are going to be barricaded, as our Public Works and our police department will be working with CenterPoint to get in. We have a lot of down power lines across the area. There's obviously a handful of facilities. We have approximately 25 to 30 that we are aware of that's had significant damage, and most of y'all are showing on the news here those that are right around the area. So that's the latest that we have now. This is a very fluid situation, but as we get into the night and the evening rush hour gets over, we'll be able to get CenterPoint in to assess the situation. And I would say the power will be the biggest issue over the next 24 hours of getting that addressed and getting that turned back on.
Can you clarify the people at the assisted living center that were taken to hospitals? Was that for minor injuries, or are they just keeping them at the facility?
It's an assisted facility, so I'm not sure the exact extent, but there was no recorded injuries that we're aware of from the tornado, but they were just transported for various scenarios pertaining to their health.
And at that facility, everyone is accounted for, all the
Yes.
residents?
When you see the damage on your streets, and you're able to stand here and say no casualties, no injuries, are you surprised by that?
Yes and no. I mean, it was because my house was not impacted per se, but it went right over my house and you know, all the trees. So I was there. So yes, there is one aspect of it that's amazed that no one got injured, but I'm just grateful to God that He was able to protect life in here. And so we'll deal with the property and we will recover and rebuild, and we'll get the power back on. I ask for patience over the next 24 hours in regards to the power situation. I would highly recommend if you're in Deer Park without power, it might be a few hours before that gets addressed. I know I've been in communication with CenterPoint, so that is being addressed as rapidly as possible.
Is it your understanding that CenterPoint crews will be working overnight, or are they going to start back again under daylight?
I can't answer that directly. I have been in communication with them, and they are gearing up to get personnel. I know we have seen crews in Deer Park already, so I'm not sure the exact status. I'm waiting for some updates and reports from that. Any aspect of communication, you can email me at mayor@deerparktexas.org, and we'll start sending out reports as we get them over the next number of hours through the evening.
There's tons of tree damage out there too. We already almost immediately saw crews from the city out to help people get rid of that. Anything that people can do to kind of assist you guys in that process?
You know, we've had people, business owners, residents, everybody taking ownership, which it doesn't surprise me because that's Deer Park. Within a few minutes, I walked out of my own house, and the neighbors were walking up and down, checking on each other, removing debris from the street. And, you know, that's Deer Park. So I was really pleased that before I could even get here to assess the scenarios, I went by at least the 3 or 4 crews from Public Works that were already addressing that. But that's Deer Park at its finest, responding in a time of need.
Can you talk about the resources available? It's a very chilly night, there's no power. I mean, what kind of resources are available for people who might need that extra assistance?
Well, short term, as you know, it takes a little while to gear up. I've been in communication from the governor's office all the way through the state and the county level. So I'm sure by in the morning, there'll be a lot more of the situation assessed, so we'll have a better idea. I would highly recommend, if you're in Deer Park and you're without power, you should take the necessary steps to either go to some family members or somewhere outside of the city, because I'm sure it'll take most of the night into tomorrow to assess all that.
Do you have any percentage numbers on like how many people have actually lost power within the area?
No, I don't have any of that data, and like I was just on the phone with CenterPoint a few minutes ago, and they were sending me information that I don't have currently, but all that will be coming forth. As soon as we get it, we're going to start spitting it out on a regular basis. So again, email me if you're not on already the distribution list, and we'll make sure you're added so we can spit that out as we get it through the evening.
Are there any centers open for the residents right now?
There's not any right now that we're aware of, and it'll most probably be a last resort. We would prefer, with the scenario of power outages and all the damage, that if you need some kind of assistance and shelter, to find it outside of your park.
Of the structures with significant damage, are you aware of any school district buildings that have structural damage?
I have heard of some minors from the high school just on the roofs, but I don't think there's any significant. I think their biggest issue, talking with the school district, is just the power outages. So I'm sure, like we are assessing, several of our city facilities have minor roof damage around it. I don't know if it'll impact the totality of how we'll be able to provide city services over the next few days. But as we get into tomorrow, when the sun comes up, we'll most probably have a much better count on the data on all this kind of stuff moving in tomorrow. We'll be working with the school district to make sure we provide all that.
Tell a little about security time at your park.
We're business as usual. I don't see us doing anything outside the norm. Obviously, we'll have patrols out. Chief, is that an accurate statement? Do we have anything that you see that we'll need to do differently than what we normally do?
We've gone to 12-hour shifts, so we will have more people out. Several other agencies are here assisting us.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for coming out. The channel to your Okay.
I'll get an interview with you.
All right. Thank you, guys. We're all aware that approximately 2:49 this evening, we had a tornado touchdown in Deer Park and across our city. Public Works has been working very hard over the last number of hours to remove debris. We have approximately 30 road closures from debris and/or down power lines. We're in communication with CenterPoint. They're in the process of getting a lot of their personnel out here to assist with getting our power situation dealt with. Most probably the biggest scenario right now is San Jacinto Manor, an assisted living center, has some significant damage. We have reports of approximately 3 patients that's been transported to hospital. 4 patients have gone with families, and the remaining constituents, residents, are being transported to 4 other facilities in the region. There's approximately 62 residents that are impacted in that facility. As of right now, we have no injuries that we're aware of from the tornado or any casualties, so we're grateful for that. We've had a lot of calls in regards to parents and their students, because this skipped to approximately in the time frame when school was letting out. I can say from the school district that all students have been accounted for, and if they've not been arrived at home yet, they are all being transported. And at the latest report, there were just a few minutes.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Zach Warner. Thanks for joining us this morning. A lot to get into today, everything from severe weather to some updates on those shootings we've been following all week from this weekend. But let's go ahead and start with some of that severe weather. Take a look at this here. You can see some of the damage, a dangerous scene there in Texas, and plenty to clean up after high winds ripped through the Houston area, causing plenty of damage. You see it there. Here's more on the intense weather and the cleanup that is now underway in the Lone Star State.
Our phone started going off saying tornado warning, and the rain was coming down.
Recovery efforts underway in the Lone Star State after a massive twister ripped through the Houston area Tuesday, carving large paths of destruction through several cities, including Pasadena and Deer Park.
Scariest thing I've ever seen.
Intense winds and heavy rain accompanied the tornado, flattening buildings like this workout center.
We had an overhead door right here that blew off, and I was trying to shut it, and I couldn't shut it, and all of a sudden it just blew out, and that's when we ran to the restroom. We just watched a building just come apart.
The gusts also ripped off roofs, knocked down power lines, derailed a train, and even ruptured a gas line, sparking a dangerous fire. In Deer Park, the twister struck near this daycare center.
As soon as it hit, I just like, okay, how do I get to my kids as fast as I can? I just hope they were okay.
Alarming parents and guardians as fear and stress boiled over. Excessive damage led to blocked off roadways, which made getting to the facility challenging.
I couldn't get them to answer the phone, so I just got out of my car and started running.
Meanwhile, the rainfall added insult to injury, triggering flooding across busy parts of Houston. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
And take a look at your screen right there. We're taking a look at the Los Angeles area, and there's a good reason for that. Here's why. We're also hearing reports of a possible 4.2 magnitude earthquake happening early this morning in the Los Angeles, California area, followed by several aftershocks. Now, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, the first earthquake happened at 2 a.m. about 10 miles south of Malibu Beach and 15 miles southwest of Santa Monica. Its depth was reported at about 9.2 miles, and that's according to the USGS. Our Fox 11 team in LA actually broke into programming with this breaking news. Here's what they had to say.
Fox 11 newsroom, we're coming on the air with breaking news. Yes, indeed, we did just experience an earthquake. Chances are you may have been woken up in the middle of the night by it. Here's the information of what we know so far. It was a 4.2 magnitude quake centered off the coast of Malibu. About 3 minutes later, we had another quake, about 3.5 magnitude, which happened as an aftershock and was felt widely throughout the area of Los Angeles. Obviously, this is very close to about 20 million people, so a lot of folks felt this over a wide range of area. At least here in West LA, where I was working at 2 o'clock in the morning, the newsroom here shook. Pretty strong jolt. Then a few minutes later, another more minor jolt. We know folks are feeling this throughout our region. Just seeing on Twitter the way people are responding to me, we're hearing from people in the San Fernando Valley, hearing from people in Orange County that are feeling this. I mean, that's a pretty sizable quake. Some of the comments that people have said shook me awake here in Hancock Park. Somebody downtown Culver, Jen, saying the quake and the aftershock felt like sharp jolts. Back-to-back jolts over here in Canoga Park. Winnetka, Brian saying, nice big jolt. Monica saying, South Bay feeling it, Downey feeling it, Canoga Park, Santa Monica. So a wide area all feeling this, this different jolt and this earthquake. There's about a 10% chance that this could be a foreshock to a larger earthquake. Of course, we hope that isn't the case here, but in most cases, this was as big as it's going to get for this, and that we would have smaller aftershocks, which would be expected potentially throughout the night. We would not expect a lot of damage. Certainly no injuries for a quake of this size, especially being centered off the coast and not being centered actually under land itself. But there will be a check. We're hearing some of the scanners here in our newsroom as they go through their checks of emergency crews to make sure that everybody's okay. Most likely what this was an alarm that just woke you up in the middle of the night. Hopefully you're able to feel better knowing that everybody's okay and you can go back to sleep and start your day in the morning with Good Day LA. So they're going to have more coverage of this, especially from the Malibu area, coming up a little bit later on. Our regular coverage starts at 4 o'clock in the morning here on Fox 11. In the meantime, we will return you back to your regularly scheduled programming, which is infomercials at this time of night. We hope you're able to get some sleep. I'm Alex Michelson. Thanks so much for watching. Now back to
And of course, we do expect more coverage from our Fox LA team on that earthquake out there, and also plenty more coverage in Texas as they continue to figure out what happened in terms of that severe weather that came through, the tornado, and plenty of cleanup happening. So something we're certainly keeping an eye on, as well as many stories that are happening throughout the United States and the world. But for right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We start with more issues with classified documents. And now it's Mike Pence. The former vice president has found classified documents at his home, adding to the growing list of U.S. officials who may have mishandled sensitive information, including President Biden. As Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, frustration is growing on Capitol Hill.
A number of Republicans and Democrats are exasperated here on Capitol Hill following one document discovery after another.
So we went through a very careful process in that regard.
The former Vice President Mike Pence has said he was careful with classified documents, and at one point he even sat in his own home denying he had anything.
As we sit here in your home office in Indiana, did you take any classified documents with you from the White House?
I did not.
Now Pence said he did, but not on purpose. Either way, the documents he found just days ago, he says, have been returned. But what remains are questions from lawmakers and others about why this kind of thing just keeps happening.
It's just unthinkable. Just go by the dang rules.
Pence now joins his former boss, Donald Trump, and President Biden, all of whom were found to be in possession of documents with classified markings. In Biden's case, the White House is still not saying much.
I would refer you to the White House counsel. I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. Again, I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. I would refer you to the White House counsel's office. I would refer you to the White House counsel's office, as they've been the ones who've been closely involved.
And there are special counsels now investigating both Trump and Biden. But other administrations are facing questions.
At this point, I think maybe we ought to execute search warrants at Monticello and Mount Vernon and see what we can dig up there.
And while it may not go back to quite Washington and Jefferson, the Associated Press reports that even former President Jimmy Carter once had to return classified documents. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Now turning to the tragic news we continue to follow from the weekend. The motive behind the Monterey Park mass shooting is still unclear. While police investigate, family and friends of those killed started sharing stories of their loved ones. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Engel has more.
A makeshift memorial outside Monterey Park City Hall in California continues to grow. Community members dropping off flowers and candles as they reflect and remember the 11 people shot and killed at a ballroom dance studio over the weekend.
Our emotions go from disbelief to shock to anger and sadness about what has occurred.
Police have now identified all 11 victims, who are between the ages of 50 and 70 years old. All died during what was supposed to be a time of celebration, the Chinese Lunar New Year.
It is very difficult. There's always a lot of what ifs, or it's like, what if we did Lunar New Year dinner and she might have not gone and to dance that night.
65-year-old Mei Mei Nan was one of the first people killed, shot inside her car. She was a regular at the dance studio, going there almost every week.
He was extremely respected, very beloved, very caring teacher.
Beloved dance instructor 72-year-old Mingwei Ma died inside while reportedly rushing toward the gunman in hopes of stopping him. Also killed 57-year-old Xu Jianyu, who immigrated to the U.S. more than a decade ago in search of a better future for her family. She leaves behind a husband and 3 children. And 68-year-old Valentino Alvaro, described by his family as a devout Catholic and family man. He leaves behind children and grandchildren. The 72-year-old suspect in the shooting shot himself a day after the attack. A motive is still under investigation. In New York, Laura Engel, Fox News.
And we're following another mass shooting in California. This time it happened in Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco, on Monday afternoon. 7 people were killed and another critically wounded at 2 locations. It is the 3rd mass killing in the state in just 8 days. Fox News senior correspondent Claudia Cohen has more.
The latest incident of deadly workplace violence has rocked Half Moon Bay, a quaint Bay Area community famous for its annual pumpkin festival and art galleries. Authorities say on Monday afternoon, 66-year-old Chin Lu Zhao opened fire at the mushroom farm where he worked, killing 4 co-workers and injuring a 5th as parents and children who lived on the property looked on in horror. The sheriff says Zhao then drove to another farm a few miles away where 3 more bodies were found. The 5 men and 2 women killed were all of Asian or Hispanic descent, though officials wouldn't say if anyone was specifically targeted. Translators were brought in to provide a description of the shooter and his car, and within hours, an arrest after a deputy spotted the alleged gunman sitting in his vehicle outside the sheriff's substation with a legally purchased semi-automatic handgun.
The subject was still seated in the vehicle. The subject exited the vehicle and was taken into custody without an incident.
It's unclear if Zhao planned to surrender, but officials say he acted alone and is cooperating. While authorities describe him as disgruntled, what motivated him to open fire remains unknown.
All of the evidence we have points to this being the instance of workplace violence.
Our hearts are with the people of California. They've been a rough couple days.
In Washington, there are renewed calls for gun control legislation.
President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue. That too many of our neighbors, colleagues, kids are losing their lives to gun violence.
And more than 24 hours later, the coroner was still working to identify all of the victims and notify next of kin. The suspected gunman is expected to make his first court appearance in Redwood City Wednesday afternoon. In Sausalito, California, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Turning now to news out of Washington, D.C. and the latest on Ticketmaster. The executives of Live Nation were on Capitol Hill Tuesday, and they were there to talk about what went wrong with the Taylor Swift concert ticket sale just last year and why some say it's just not getting any better. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
There's bad blood between Taylor Swift fans, musicians, lawmakers, and those running Ticketmaster.
Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
Lawmakers dropped lyrics and questions in the Senate Judiciary Committee Tuesday. Millions of angry and ticketless fans prompted the hearing after Ticketmaster's sale of Swift concert tickets in November ended in disaster.
It's time for a change.
The CEO of Live Nation, which merged with Ticketmaster and controls a majority of ticket sales in the U.S., says they were overrun with bots, despite a $1 billion investment to combat them.
We knew bots would attack that on sale and planned accordingly. We were then hit with 3 times the amount of bot traffic that we'd ever experienced.
The other complaint, tickets are either resold at astronomical prices or so laden down with fees that going to a concert is out of reach for many.
We truly do not see Live Nation as the enemy. They're just the largest player in a game that feels stacked against us as artists and often our fans as well.
The game, some lawmakers see it as a monopoly, because if someone buys a ticket from a second-hand seller, the person must still sign up with Ticketmaster to get their seats.
You're forcing them to become your customer in order to take possession of this ticket. But I have to tell you, from a competition standpoint, this really, really worries me.
Ticketmaster is facing a class action lawsuit from jilted Swift fans. Live Nation is under an antitrust investigation by the Justice Department. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, we're going to take another quick commercial break, but we'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox with the top stories from around the country and all around the world. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to follow some of that breaking news in terms of weather that's been happening around the country. We spoke about that 4.2 magnitude earthquake in LA. We're going to turn our attention now to the Texas area and the Houston area and learn a little bit more about the tornado and severe weather that happened there. Take a listen.
Center. This is where they were really, before heading out, kind of putting their plan together on how to tackle the hardest hit areas.
That is.
Thank you, Lena and Sal. And you can see right behind me, the trucks are ready to go. And of course, we're going to be talking about that now with Mayor Jerry Mouton of Deer Park. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Mayor Mouton, can you give us an idea of how many people are actually out of power at this particular point in time in your area?
The latest numbers I've just got here in the last few minutes is approximately 17,000 right here in the Deer Park area. I know regionally it's a little bit more than that. But we're doing good. I know CenterPoint was able to get some aspects of the transmission segments restored overnight, but now the heavy lifting will be starting as we have to assess all the telephone and power line poles that are down. Communication is down in most of the areas for our cell towers. So getting our public work crews out as CenterPoint comes in to help assist them so they can do their job is our main task, was probably this morning.
Yeah, we know that you're at the Emergency Operations Center right now. You're actually taking phone calls, and I would imagine you're getting quite a few phone calls. But can you give us some information regarding these 24 trucks that are going to be deployed and how they're actually going to attack this problem that you have here?
Sure. Well, last night their main focus was dealing with the power lines that were down, that were still active. They addressed most of that overnight, but obviously starting with critical infrastructure scenarios. Most of our city facilities are operating on generator power. So getting power restored back to our water treatment plant, sewer treatment plant, city facilities. Here at the EOC, we're operating on generators. So getting most of that back up and running, even though we're operating quite well on our generator power, is most probably going to be the top priority. But we're still cleaning out the streets and making everything available so CenterPoint can come in, and we'll be working with them to make sure them having top accessibility is our top priority.
Do you have any anticipated time on when you will have most of the residents back up and running so that they will have electricity and power to their homes?
We're still, this morning as the sun is coming up, assessing most of that. So I would imagine later this morning, if not later today, we'll have a better idea of that. But right now we don't.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayor Jerry Mouton of Deer Park. And those phones are ringing right now. Thank you for your time, sir.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. We'll try to keep you up to speed on what's going on here in Deer Park and Pasadena. We're live here. Nate Griffin, Fox 26 Morning News.
And that is the latest there out of Texas. Still following some of that damage there. Trying to figure out the extent of the damage in terms of a dollar amount and, the parts of the city around the Houston area that were hit hard. Certainly something we are going to be keeping an eye on as the day progresses. Now, let's turn to another story here. There is a bill that's been proposed in Texas that's actually looking to ban people from certain countries to be able to own land there. Here's a story from our Fox team there.
Representatives from 4 countries standing in solidarity.
I'm not here today just as state representative. I'm here as a proud Asian American.
Monday, community members, civil rights activists, and Texas lawmakers gathered to push back on Senate Bill 147.
I know what it's like to be a second-class citizen in a first-class country. And I assure you, I'm here today to prevent this from ever happening again to anybody else in this country.
If passed according to the bill language, it would ban companies and citizens from North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China from buying property in Texas.
And despite what people say, very clearly targets people who are here lawfully. It targets visa holders that we have tried to attract from around the world. It targets lawful permanent residents or green card holders, as we call them. People who have said, we are making the United States, we are making Texas our permanent home.
It's odd because he voted for a bill the very last session that prevented companies from those 4 countries from being able to do the same thing that now we have realized we need to expand. And we've realized we need to do that because we've got a leader of the Chinese army owning 130,000 acres of Texas right next to Laughlin Air Force Base.
Republicans say it's a matter of national security, but those opposing the bill afraid of what it would mean for individuals.
SB 147 will not only take American dreams away from these people, including my family, but also damage Houston's economy and culture. It is immoral. It is against the American spirit.
If they are pursuing citizenship and they are permanent, lawful permanent residents, then I am quite sure that the final version of this bill will be welcoming to them.
The current language does include foreign citizens in the ban, but former Texas GOP Chairman James Dickey noted bills usually go through a series of changes by the time the governor signs.
Maybe there's a 10,000 acre minimum or something.
And they're open to discussion.
Especially with the bill last session, there are probably a lot of legal questions, a lot of questions about how federal law may intersect with it. So now we'll be able to go into a committee discussion with more information and more ammunition for that matter, and to have a more robust discussion.
All right, we're taking a look at a live event happening right now. This is the New York City Police Commissioner who's going to be speaking at this, delivering at the 2023 State of the NYPD, New York Police Department, State of the NYPD address, and this is happening at the New York City Police Foundation's annual breakfast. Let's listen in there, take a look here for a second.
We are the NYPD.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Police Commissioner Sewell and the Police Foundation, I'd like to welcome everyone to Cipriani's for the State of the NYPD briefing. To begin the ceremony, I ask that everybody please rise for the presentation of our nation's colors and the singing of the national anthem by Police Officer Brianna Fernandez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Officer Brianna Fernandez. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. It's now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the morning. He is the president and CEO of Montefiore Medicine and the chairman of the board of trustees for the New York City Police Foundation, Dr. Phil Ozawa.
Thank you very much. I'm happy and delighted to welcome everyone here this morning to the annual State of the NYPD briefing. We're honored by the presence of several distinguished guests. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Eric Adams, New York City's mayor. Well, welcome, Your Honor. We have with us also several members of the City Council, the NYPD's First Deputy Commissioner, Eddie Caban, Chief of Department, Jeff Madry, and many members of the NYPD's leadership team. I also wish to acknowledge the members of the board of the Police Foundation who are here. Thank you all for your support and your vigorous commitment to the safety of our city. Let me also thank the dynamic leaders of the foundation, President and CEO Susan Birnbaum. Thank you, Susan. Executive Director Greg Roberts, as well as the foundation's other outstanding staff. And to all our supporters here this morning, thank you. Because of your extreme generosity, the foundation remains at the forefront of innovative work in policing, work that is even more vital in this, our 50th year. Our investments are focused in 4 key areas. 1, fighting terrorism and crime, capturing dangerous criminals, seizing illegal firearms, working with our international partners to gather intelligence. Gun Stop, Crime Stoppers, International Liaison. These are just a few of the programs we sponsor. 2, trust. We strengthen communities by building bridges between the NYPD and the community, including after-school tutoring, after-school sports, and interactive real-life virtual reality scenarios involving NYPD officers and youth across the 5 boroughs, something known as options. 3, we support.
And if you're watching right now, we are looking at a live look of the State of the NYPD address. We know Eric Adams, Mayor of New York City, is expected to speak at some point, but for now we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We'll take a listen in here again. This is happening now. It's the State of the NYPD address, of course, happening in New York City at the police department's annual breakfast there. We know Mayor Eric Adams from New York, he is expected to speak at some point, but let's take a listen in and just see what they have to say at this point.
NYPD commissioner once said, the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. Protecting our city today and securing New York City tomorrow is not only just hard work worth doing, it is also a sacred calling. And New Yorkers everywhere are in your debt, Commissioner, for answering that call and for stepping forward to lead the NYPD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th Commissioner of the New York City Police Department, Keishant Sewell.
"2022 was a year that was not without hardship, sadness, and sacrifice.
Those who seek to dim the beacons of hope across these 5 boroughs, look outside. Hear our voices. See the presence in this cathedral. The NYPD will never give up this city."
Our work this year has had challenges, as police work always does.
At 8:24, the morning commute turned to complete chaos. A gunman opening fire on a crowded rush hour train in Brooklyn.
But the women and men of the NYPD never wavered in their commitment to keep New York City safe. With all that was faced this year, also came tremendous success. Our top goal on day one was to reduce gun violence and homicides. In 2022, both decreased by double digits. Over 260 less shootings this year, over 300 fewer victims of gun violence. Nearly 7,000 firearms off our streets, and a 27-year high in gun arrests. We deepened our coordination with our law enforcement partners and created new neighborhood safety teams, specially selected, specially trained, and effective at seizing guns and improving community conditions. In our subways, the lifeblood of our city, our mission was to not only make people statistically safe, but to make them feel safe too. We surged over 1,000 officers into the system and worked with the MTA to alert riders of NYPD services. The bottom line being more visibility, more coverage, and more public engagement. By every metric, total arrests, major crime arrests, number of summonses issued, transit system patrols, and sweeps, along with historic clearance rates by our world-renowned detective bureau, it was clear our personnel, uniformed and civilians, rose to every challenge. Clear, sustained progress is being made in the fight against crime. But we know we cannot do it alone. Public safety is a shared responsibility. Building off this momentum, we will continue to engage our community partners. We will soon launch a strategic plan that will guide this agency over the next 2 years to strengthen and transform policing in New York City. There is no doubt that 2023 will bring new challenges, but in our profession, there is always more work to do. As the finest, let's step forward together. Please sit.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
How are you? Good? Everybody's good?
Good, yeah, thank you.
Good.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Everything okay? All right. Take care, guys. How you doing? Good morning. How's everything good? Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning. Good. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, sir? Good morning. Hey, good morning. Same to you. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. It goes a long way, yes? Thank you all for joining us. I cannot begin today without first thanking Dr. Philip Ozawa. Doctor, you are a global healthcare innovator, a formidable and benevolent figure in the field of science and medicine, and a tireless champion in the cause of public safety. To put it simply, you are the perfect steward for this incredible organization, the New York City Police Foundation. Thank you for your leadership, for your vision, and for an incredible friendship over the last year. To the trustees and the Foundation's amazing staff, President and CEO Susan Birnbaum, Executive Director Greg Roberts, and the rest of the amazing team, I cannot adequately convey how much your support is appreciated. We are truly honored to have with us today the leader of the City of New York, the Honorable Mayor Eric Adams, along with members of his senior team as well. Councilwoman Camilla Hanks, our Public Safety Chair, and all of our elected officials. I saw the U.S. attorneys for the Eastern and Southern District, I believe, as well. Breon Peace is here as well. I think Damian Williams may be here in the audience. We are also pleased to have here a number of NYPD executives and members who put a great deal into this presentation and into this department. Our partners from the New York State Police, Michael Sullivan as well, is here today. To all of you, the supporters of the New York City Police Foundation, we cannot thank you for what you do. 51 years ago, the Foundation understood that public safety is not just the job of the police, that we all have to take responsibility for the security and well-being of our neighborhoods. This foundation is an unbreakable partnership.
And right now we are taking a listen in at the State of the New York Police Department address happening there in New York City. Now the Commissioner is speaking right now. We do expect Eric Adams, as I said, the Mayor of New York City. He'll be speaking at some point. But we do need to take another commercial break, so we're going to do that real quick, and we'll be right back after this short break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Happening right now, we do have one live event, not too many happening, but in New York City right now, the New York City Police Department, they're having their annual State of the NYPD address. The commissioner is speaking right now, actually. We're going to take a listen in there in just a moment. We do expect the mayor of New York City to speak as well. So let's dip into that real quick.
Last year, dedicated public servants. But the new team is strong and ready to address the concerns and challenges facing this city. Since the beginning of last year, we have demonstrated the legislative hurdles to getting us back to the record low crime figures of the past. Our arrests are up. Detective Bureau case clearance rates are exceptional. Quality of life enforcement is up. Our vehicle and traffic law enforcement is extensive. Our youth and community engagement is extraordinarily robust. And the NYPD is doing all of this with reduced staffing levels not seen since 2014. We continue with increased visibility, collaborative, impactful precision policing, and targeted enforcement in our subways, streets, and housing. We continue working with our local and federal prosecutors and investigators, interrupting the flow of narcotics and interdicting guns. But we continue to operate in an environment of chronic recidivism. The lack of holding offenders and predators and bad actors accountable for their actions. A system that is deficient in meaningful intervention for our youth. One of the most troubling trends we saw in 2022 was a spike in the number of individuals under the age of 18 involved in our shootings, either as the victim or the one pulling the trigger. And it continues. With the violence we are seeing from and against our teenagers every day, we must ask ourselves, are the road signs to the off-ramps to criminality not well lit? Are the letters too small? Is the view obstructed? Are the instructions too vague? Or is the path too narrow? The NYPD knows how to fight crime, and we are doing it now. We will continue to advocate for the legislative amendments that we need to continue to drive down crime and hold violent criminals and those who prey on the people and businesses of this city accountable. But we cannot do it without the people in this room and our communities. The Options Program, funded by the Foundation, a state-of-the-art virtual reality tool, speaks to the mission of creating better pathways for our teenagers and young adults. The program helps our city's young people build decision-making skills, access career development opportunities through a series of workshops, training programs, and internships. This is an important component of our strategy to reduce youth violence. Our connection with our youth is the cornerstone of our crime-fighting deterrence and engagement strategy. Crime Stoppers has been and remains a pillar in our crime-fighting efforts.
Keeping New York City safe just got easier. NYPD Crime Stoppers has an app that allows anyone to provide information about a crime that has occurred, and it's completely anonymous. You may be eligible to receive up to $3,500 per tip that leads to an arrest and an indictment. Visit our website and social media channels for videos and information about other known violent crimes. You can also call 1-800-577-TIPS. Download our free app.
In the nearly 4 decades that Crime Stoppers has existed, it has fielded hundreds of thousands of anonymous calls, resulting in more than 50,000 cases closed, including 1,400 murders and attempted murders. The reward money, over $3 million since 1983, drives the program, and it's all done through private donations. With our added Crime Stoppers truck, the NYPD now has the capability to spread our crime-fighting message to every neighborhood in this city. By the way, Operation Gun Stop is another crucial tool we use to fight crime. This program rewards members of the public whose tips lead to an arrest for the possession of an illegal handgun. As a result of that program, over the past 20 years, we've taken more than 6,000 firearms off the street and made nearly 9,000 arrests. And you've paid over $4.2 million in rewards. And you make sure to keep the finest safe too. Last year, the Foundation generously purchased
more than 1,000 additional ballistic vests for the NYPD's Detective Bureau. And your contributions have a long arm in keeping New York City safe. In the wake of September 11th, recognizing New York City's unique status as a target of terrorism, the NYPD built a world-class intelligence and counterterrorism infrastructure that works collaboratively with its state and federal law enforcement partners. The NYPD now has eyes, ears, and boots across the globe.
Shalom and good morning. I'm Detective Charlie Benaim, stationed in Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm working with the Israeli National Police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I'm Detective Andrew K. Marchibufo, stationed in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. I'm working with the United Arab Emirates Ministry of Interior to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. I'm Detective Victor Rosa, stationed in Doha, Qatar. I'm working with law enforcement at the Ministry of Interior to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Edward Lee, stationed in Singapore. I'm working with the Singapore Police Force and other regional police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Marhaba. Good morning. I'm Detective Ronak Patel, stationed in Jordan. I'm working with the Public Security Directorate Special Branch to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Hola, good morning. I'm Detective Manuel Pablo, stationed in Madrid. I'm working with the Madrid Municipal Police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I'm Detective Ethan Menon, stationed in Washington, D.C. And I work with D.C. Police and federal law enforcement agencies to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
I'm Detective Christopher Nicole, stationed in Australia. I'm working with the New South Wales Police and the Australian Federal Police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Bonjour, I am Detective Madeline McTagg, stationed in Lyon, France. I'm working with the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from all over the world.
Bonjour, good morning. My name is Detective Henry Lafontaine, and I'm assigned in Montreal, Canada. I work with the Sûreté du Québec and Service de Police de la Ville de Montréal to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Bonjour, good morning. I'm Detective Nicolas Gouzian, stationed in Paris, France. I'm working with the French National Police and the French Gendarmerie to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I'm Detective John Lund, stationed in Los Angeles, California. I'm working with the Los Angeles Police Department to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I'm Detective Michael Catt, stationed in Toronto, Canada. Working with the Toronto Police Service to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I'm Intelligence Research Specialist Will Roberts, and I'm stationed in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, working with the United States intelligence community to help detect and disrupt terrorist threats to New York City and the nation.
Hola, good morning. I'm Detective Fausto Garcia, stationed in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. I'm working with the Dominican National Police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Hello, good morning. I'm Detective Brian Kalbach, stationed in London, England. I'm working with New Scotland Yard to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
Good morning. I am Sergeant Elfie James, stationed in the Netherlands. I am working with Europol and the Netherlands Police to monitor terrorism and criminal leads involving New York City from this region.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There's no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats this time.
There are no imminent credible threats to report at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
There are no imminent credible threats at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The success of the domestic and international liaison program in providing the department with timely information about worldwide events that may impact New York City is absolutely unmatched. The list can go on and on when it comes to innovation and moving forward together. We push the needle in this profession with the creation of the Real-Time Crime Center to provide immediate investigative support and analysis to the field on a 24/7, 365-day basis. And of course, you helped us with starting the initial pilot of our body-worn camera program. No police department has a body-worn camera system of the size and scope of the NYPD's. And only in New York can we apprehend a robber going in the wrong direction on a busy city street on a horse. Of course. There is no simple single dose to ensure public safety. No inoculation, no magic formula. True public safety is the product of many stakeholders and partners. It is the sum of many acts. It must be dynamic, not static. And the response of our police has to meet every challenge head on. It affects the small business owner who has to keep merchandise under lock and key because of concerns of retail theft. And the people standing in line for 20 minutes trying to purchase those items that are locked away. There is clearly much more work to do. But we continue to address the concerns of the people that we serve. In 2022, we showed once again that we are a model in flexibility and adaptability. We can never accept what is final, and we will always strive to exceed expectations. This is what the NYPD was built to take on. Through its professionalism and experience, stepping forward will be engineered and ingrained into our culture. The NYPD is stepping forward today. Our strategic plan is built upon 4 overarching goals. Strengthen our workforce by seeking diverse talent, promoting wellness and providing effective training, transforming policing in the city of New York through continuous improvement and innovation, and engage our community partners to enhance our relationship with the public. We're going to promote public safety and respect through the evolution of neighborhood policing and precision policing, as the NYPD does best. Every initiative, every objective put forth from this agency will emanate from the prism of these 4 goals. We are not talking about this in the abstract. This is not a 30-minute commercial for the NYPD. Throughout 2022, our Innovation Steering Committee, led by the Chief of Strategic Initiatives, Issa Abbasi, with input from every level of this department, conducted a 360-degree audit of this department and put forth more than 600 recommendations to improve this agency. We will be acting on many of those recommendations throughout the next 2 years. As we seek to strengthen our workforce, we've ramped up efforts in recruitment, retention, and training. It was clear that we had to do needed changes in our Special Victims Unit. We created a career path within the unit, enhanced the training of our members, added detectives, and instituted a mentoring program to improve the quality of these very sensitive investigations, keeping in line with our department's victim-centered focus. Strengthening our workforce also means that we have to take care of the people who take care of this city.
Our greatest asset in the NYPD is our personnel. A cornerstone of our strategic plan is to ensure the wellness of our personnel and improve morale. Please welcome one of your greatest gifts to the well-being of this police department, Piper, Jenny, and Glory. Thank you, Piper. Our emotion support dogs have provided comfort to our members and their families in times of great crisis and tragedy. This program has been tremendously successful, and we cannot thank you enough. Thank you. Within the first hours of 2022, one of your police officers was shot in the head as he slept in his car. After he finished working the New Year's Eve detail and was scheduled to begin his next tour in the next few hours. So we are forced to ask ourselves, why was he sleeping in his car in the first place? During turnaround tours, it is not uncommon for our officers to sleep in break rooms or in their cars when those break rooms are at capacity. As I visited commands, it was painfully clear that over the years these break rooms have deteriorated. Some of them are in completely unacceptable condition. Through the kindness of the foundation and Dr. Azuwa, we are going to renovate and improve these rooms across the city.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us, you are listening in to the state of the New York City Police Department that has been underway here for about 30 minutes, highlighting everything that has happened over the last year and everything expected to happen over the next year. Take a look to the left side of your screen there, and you'll see several events that we are tracking coming up at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We do expect the U.S. Attorney in Western Tennessee to speak on the death of Tyree Nichols. Now, this is over in Memphis, Tennessee, where his family's attorney says that for 3 minutes, Nichols was treated like a, quote, human pinata in a savage encounter. Attorney Ben Crump saying that police video that was viewed by the family showed Nichols was shocked, pepper sprayed, and restrained after the 29-year-old FedEx worker and father was pulled over on January 7th, minutes from his home. He later died. Now again, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We expect to hear from the U.S. Attorney there for Western Tennessee. Also, coming up at 11 o'clock here, a lawyer for the Virginia teacher who was shot there in Newport News by a 6-year-old student is expected to make a public statement, the first one here. Not sure if we will hear from that teacher as well, but definitely we will hear from that lawyer there for the teacher. And coming up here at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, an ex-employee accused of fatally shooting 7 farm workers in Half Moon Bay, California, outside of San Francisco just days ago, is expected to appear in court for arraignment. Now, at this point, he has not faced any specific charges, but we do expect those charges will be filed before he does appear in court. It is now 9:14 on the East Coast and 6:14 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:16 on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. I do want to dip back into the state of the NYPD that is now underway. Just kind of listen in for a few more minutes before we do head out to Texas to take a look at some of the storm damage there. At least 17 reports of tornadoes across Texas and Louisiana. Let's pop up this audio here and listen on in as the state of the NYPD is officially underway.
ComStat Community Forums will be a public-facing version of the well-known performance management approach to policing. They will help connect the NYPD with the members of the community we serve. To review community-specific crime trends, quality of life concerns, and collaboratively identify solutions to keep our neighborhoods safe. The program was piloted in 2022 and will be expanded to all patrol boroughs in the first quarter of this year. Every portion of this plan, the initiatives and technology, will promote and enhance public safety and evolve neighborhood policing. We have expanded opportunities for citizen engagement, opportunities to build trust, and expand on our ability to address the needs of our diverse communities. Every neighborhood is different, and every commander will present a plan for their community to step forward consistent with this strategic plan. Every message we put out, every initiative, every crime-fighting strategy will be in line with this vision. We are making another statement here at the state of the NYPD. The NYPD RMP is iconic.
All right, that is the state of the NYPD that is underway. We'll dip back in a little bit later on, but I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at that video on your screen. Extreme damage across the Houston area after a line of severe weather spawned at least 17 reports of tornadoes across Texas and Louisiana Tuesday. Emergency officials call the damage in Pasadena, Texas, just outside of Houston, quote, catastrophic. I do want to head out live to Nate Griffin with our Fox 26 Houston team for a look at just some of the damage. Nate, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning to you, Jeff, and I can tell you catastrophic is not the only word. It's also historic in proportion, if you will. 3 tornadoes hit the Pasadena and Deer Park area, causing at least 70,000 outages. But what we understand from the mayor of Deer Park now, that there are about 17,000 outages as opposed to the 70,000. There are a number of shelters in place right now for people who need it. And of course, we were covering those shelters earlier today, but I can tell you right now what CenterPoint has done. They're dispatching at least 24 crews out this morning. They're getting set to get out and go and try to restore power to the areas that right now do not have it. And I can tell you, my photographer and I came through some of those areas a little bit earlier. There was no power. Now, some areas of Pasadena, Deer Park do have the power, but just to give you an idea, this is right outside of the city of Houston. If you come down 45 or whichever way you're coming, it's about a good, I'd say 10 miles outside of the city of Houston. So the areas that were disturbed by those tornadoes that came through right in this Deer Park, Pasadena area, pretty much a wide open area, but it did hit some residential areas. You're talking about 70,000 homes that were without, homes and businesses that were without. Those businesses that were able to survive, they obviously had generators, and maybe some of those homes did, but right now crews are working to try and get power back to those homes, Jeff.
All right, and normally in a situation like this, you see quite a bit in the way of damage in one area that's hit, and then you see almost nothing in another area. So is that kind of what you're seeing over there in the Texas area?
To be honest with you, I've not seen the damage personally. I've seen a lot of it on video, if you will, what you're showing and what you have shown, and we've shown a lot of it on Fox 26. we've seen areas here in Pasadena where they have suffered critical damage, and some areas in Deer Park as well. They've suffered critical damage. A lot of the areas here, it's going to take some time to restore those areas that have suffered the damage. And I will admit that when I was coming through a little bit earlier, we did see some of that damage. And we saw a lot of debris on the road, more so than anything else. But in terms of homes that have been flattened by the tornado, have yet to see that other than what's on the video. And I can tell you, it is catastrophic.
All right, Fox 26 Houston's Nate Griffin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
921 over on the East Coast and 621 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A lot going on if you have been paying attention here on Live Now. So let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll come right back with more of your coverage of your top stories. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Over to Memphis, Tennessee, where officers beat motorist Tyree Nichols for 3 minutes. That is according to his family's attorney, who says that Nichols was treated like a, quote, human pinata in a savage encounter. Attorney Ben Crump said that police video viewed by the family Monday showed Nichols was shocked, pepper sprayed, and restrained after the 29-year-old FedEx worker and father was pulled over back on January 7th. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time today, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Kevin Ritz, is expected to make a public statement about that investigation. So that's coming up here in just about an hour, and we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more on the story.
He was defenseless the entire time. He was a human pinata for those police officers.
Outrage in Memphis following the death of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols, who died 3 days after being pulled over for reckless driving by 5 Memphis police officers. On Monday, Nichols' family and attorneys reviewed body camera video of the stop, video that even the Memphis police chief admitted was hard to watch.
Regrettably, it reminded us of Rodney King video.
According to authorities, Nichols was pulled over near his home on January 7th. He was involved in 2 confrontations with police before being detained. He later complained of shortness of breath and was taken to a hospital where days later he died.
He was 2 minutes from the house when they stopped him.
Attorneys say body camera video shows he was tased, pepper sprayed, handcuffed, and kicked by multiple officers in uniform. While authorities have only said Nichols suffered a medical emergency, Nichols' family believes the beating caused him to have a heart attack. All 5 officers involved have since been fired.
No father, mother should have to witness what I saw today.
The public won't see the video for another 1 to 2 weeks, as the Shelby County District Attorney says its release could impact their investigation and the judicial process. This week, 2 Memphis Fire Department employees were also relieved of duty while an internal investigation is conducted. In Memphis, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, so as we mentioned, that statement is expected to be made by the U.S. Attorney coming up here in just 1 hour at 10:30 Eastern Time. We will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get to some of the other headlines that we are following here this morning and the latest on the situation with Ticketmaster. We brought you this whole hearing just yesterday. Well, last year's Taylor Swift triggered Ticketmaster meltdown was so bad that it got the attention of Congress, and yesterday on Capitol Hill, live music industry titans were in the hot seat as senators probe what went wrong and whether there's enough competition in the industry, because when it comes to angering millions of Taylor Swift fans, too big to fail is just not an excuse. Our Fox 5 New York team's Briella Tomasetti does have more on that.
Ticketmaster ought to look in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. It's me.
You're forcing them to become your customer in order to take possession of this ticket. But I have to tell you, from a competition standpoint, this really, really worries me.
Politicians on both sides of the aisle grilled Ticketmaster with their fair share of questions, comments, even lyrics at yesterday's Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. It comes after the site crashed during a Taylor Swift pre-sale event in November, leaving millions of angry Swifties unable to buy tickets. Lawmakers were not able to shake off whether Ticketmaster's dominance in the industry may have led to this fiasco. Some of them went as far as calling it a monopoly. The world's largest ticket seller processes more than 500 million tickets every year in more than 30 countries, and about 70% of tickets for major concert venues here in the U.S. are sold through Ticketmaster.
These companies are the most powerful on the planet. They have almost unlimited money.
You have to have competition.
Executives from Live Nation, the California-based concert promoter that owns Ticketmaster, said the site was overwhelmed by fans and attacks from bots posing as consumers to scoop up tickets and sell them on secondary sites. CFO Joe Berchtold apologized to fans and pledged to do better.
While the bots failed to penetrate our systems or acquire any tickets, the attack requires to slow down and even pause our sales.
The committee talked about possible solutions and even debated action to ensure competitors have a fair shot. Discussions at the 3-hour-long antitrust hearing even included whether Live Nation's 2010 merger with Ticketmaster should be broken up altogether.
Live Nation controls the most popular entertainers in the world, routes most of the large tours, operates the ticketing systems, and even owns many of the venues.
And that right there was Briella Tomasetti over with our Fox New York team. She helped to kind of break it all down for us and bring us the latest information here. So, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and now Mike Pence documents with classified markings discovered in the Indiana home of the former vice president last week. The information, though, revealed Tuesday by Pence's attorney. I do want to bring in Aram Gavor, the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs with the George Washington University Law School, to discuss this a little bit further. Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
Of course. So first off, your thoughts when you heard yet another person, this time the former vice president, had classified documents in his home.
So I think that that when all of this happened, it became pretty well known in D.C. that this story was going to be much larger than just the two incidents of Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and was eventually going to turn into potentially much, much more. So I was thinking possibly some sort of avalanche of politicians coming clean.
Right. So then we have Trump, Biden, and Pence with those classified documents. Do you think that more politicians now are looking through their personal belongings to make sure that they don't have any classified documents?
I think so. Right now appears to be a window where there is a de facto possible amnesty, where if politicians have documents that they have inadvertently or negligently maintained off premises from a special compartmented information facility where they're supposed to be stored, now is the time to share that information with the archives and then potentially ask for assistance in retrieving them from the Justice Department.
So I guess that begs the question of what does happen if you do come forward and say, hey, by the way, I have these classified documents, here they are. Do you get treated differently than if you were hiding them, per se?
Well, under federal law, the statute 18 U.S. Code Section 1924, the standard for the unlawful possession of classified documents requires knowing possession. So the moment someone realizes that they know that they have classified documents or might know that they have classified documents, that's a good time to share with the archivist of the United States, the U.S. Archives, that they might be in possession of those documents, and to just be very cooperative with the process. That definitely lowers the risk of criminal liability.
Do you think we'll ever know what was in any of these classified documents that Trump, Pence, Biden, any of them actually had there in their homes?
Sure. So, very good question. I think that if it depends on the document, the person who possesses the documents. If they take more of a pugilistic position in the venue of the public, they're filing lawsuits challenging the investigation of the Justice Department and the archives. That information can make its way into the public domain in very generalized terms. But generally speaking, the answer is no. If this is done the way that I observed Vice President Pence to do, it may never be revealed to the public what those documents are. That's not a bad thing.
Have we seen this in the past before where other presidents, vice presidents have had these classified documents and we just haven't heard much about it?
So classification and classified documents have had a long and storied history in Washington, D.C., but right now seems to be an unprecedented time where it's getting a lot of attention just because you have the former president and the current president and now the former vice president all in the public domain with classified documents in their possession and outside of the domain in which they're supposed to be maintained.
I gotcha. Do you think this is going to lead to any sort of change of any kind when we're talking about storing documents like those?
Well, there is a very strong movement, and I think it is even stronger now. It has more fuel with regard to overclassification and the regime by which classified NSI and documents are meant to be kept under wraps. The challenge, though, is that any sort of mass declassification process carries with it significant national security risks, especially when U.S. adversaries have not just humans, but very sophisticated algorithms to be able to examine them in a mosaic context to potentially learn of information that the U.S. government really does not want to let out that could gravely harm national security.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us there. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go about all of this?
Well, I'll say that it is important for classification to exist. That's one of the really strong imperatives for national security. And there's a lot more NSI out there, in the possession of the U.S. government than perhaps ever, just with all of the information flow. But at the same time, the balance that has to be achieved, and perhaps it's there, and perhaps there are adjustments that need to take place, is with regard to transparency. classification and classified documents generally shield government behavior from news media oversight, congressional oversight outside of a couple select committees, and they essentially allow government to operate in secrecy, which is intended. But the balance always has to be calibrated and carefully examined, I think, at each generation.
Aram Gavor, thank you so much for taking the time here. We appreciate all that great information there, because this is a story, as you kind of mentioned, that is going to be bigger than just 1, 2, 3 people there with classified documents. Again, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Josh.
It is 9:36 on the East Coast, and it is 6:36 over on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It does appear that we do have a press conference that will be getting underway shortly here. This is with the House GOP leadership. This is going to be their weekly presser at the RNC, so we'll dip back into that here and take a listen to what they have to say. That is coming up on Live Now from Fox. For now, I do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines here, and the motive behind the Monterey Park mass shooting that happened over the weekend is still unclear. While police investigate, family and friends of those killed started sharing stories of their loved ones. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Engel with more.
A makeshift memorial outside Monterey Park City Hall in California continues to grow. Community members dropping off flowers and candles as they reflect and remember the 11 people shot and killed at a ballroom dance studio over the weekend.
Our emotions go from disbelief to shock to anger and sadness about what has occurred.
Police have now identified all 11 victims, who are between the ages of 50 and 70 years old. All died during what was supposed to be a time of celebration, the Chinese Lunar New Year.
It is very difficult. There's always a lot of what ifs, or it's like, what if we did Lunar New Year dinner and she might have not gone and to dance that night.
65-year-old Mei Nan was one of the first people killed, shot inside her car. She was a regular at the dance studio, going there almost every week.
He was extremely respected, very beloved, very caring teacher.
Beloved dance instructor 72-year-old Mingwei Ma died inside while reportedly rushing toward the gunman in hopes of stopping him. Also killed 57-year-old Xu Jianyu, who immigrated to the U.S. more than a decade ago in search of a better future for her family. She leaves behind a husband and 3 children. And 68-year-old Valentino Alvaro, described by his family as a devout Catholic and family man. He leaves behind children and grandchildren. The 72-year-old suspect in the shooting shot himself a day after the attack. A motive is still under investigation. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
All right, Laura, thank you. The man accused of fatally shooting 7 farm workers and injuring another near San Francisco expected to appear in court this afternoon. Investigators say the suspect, 66-year-old Chun-Li Zhao, seen right there, was an employee at the farm in Half Moon Bay, California. The San Mateo County Sheriff says Zhao legally purchased the semi-automatic handgun found Monday in his SUV a short time after that gunfire. The victims were a mixture of Hispanic and Asian descent, 5 men and 2 women killed. No official charges have been filed against that suspect just yet, but that is expected to happen today ahead of that arraignment scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Fox News senior correspondent Claudia Cowan has the latest.
The latest incident of deadly workplace violence has rocked Half Moon Bay, a quaint Bay Area community famous for its annual pumpkin festival and art galleries. Authorities say on Monday afternoon, 66-year-old Chin-Lu Zhao opened fire at the mushroom farm where he worked, killing 4 co-workers and injuring a 5th, as parents and children who lived on the property looked on in horror. The sheriff says Zhao then drove to another farm a few miles away where 3 more bodies were found. The 5 men and 2 women killed were all of Asian or Hispanic descent, though officials wouldn't say if anyone was specifically targeted. Translators were brought in to provide a description of the shooter and his car, and within hours, an arrest after a deputy spotted the alleged gunman sitting in his vehicle outside the sheriff's substation with a legally purchased semi-automatic handgun.
The subject was still seated in the vehicle. The subject exited the vehicle and was taken into custody without an incident.
It's unclear if Zhao planned to surrender, but officials say he acted alone and is cooperating. While authorities describe him as disgruntled, what motivated him to open fire remains unknown.
All of the evidence we have points to this being the instance of workplace violence.
Our hearts are with the people of California. They've been a rough couple days.
In Washington, there are renewed calls for gun control legislation.
President Biden, like most Americans, believes that this is an urgent issue. That too many of our neighbors, colleagues, kids are losing their lives to gun violence.
And more than 24 hours later, the coroner was still working to identify all of the victims and notify next of kin. The suspected gunman is expected to make his first court appearance in Redwood City Wednesday afternoon. In Sausalito, California, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
And again, that will happen at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so you can watch it live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Jury selection resumes for a 3rd day today in the trial of disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh. He stands accused of murdering his wife and youngest son, whose bodies were found outside of their home in June 2021. Jonathan Seri with Fox News joins us now live to bring us the latest. Jonathan, thanks for being here.
My pleasure, Josh. Jury selection resumes at 11 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. We started this week with 900 prospective jurors. This is a very high-profile case in a very small community where the Murdaugh family has played a prominent role in the legal system. Multiple generation of attorneys and lead prosecutors, or as they say in South Carolina, solicitors. In fact, Murdaugh's grandfather was the solicitor, and there was a portrait of him hanging in the courtroom that the judge had removed just so there wouldn't be any conflict of interest as this case goes to trial. That initial pool of 900 has been narrowed down to 120, and then when they return this morning, 80 of them will have been selected at random for prosecutors and defense attorneys to start striking them so that we can narrow this down to 12 jurors and 6 alternates as this case goes to trial. Now, in the arguments by the defense and prosecution motions that they were filing with the judge, gave us sort of an idea of the strategy that we may see going into this trial. Prosecutors want to include not just evidence, ballistics evidence, which they say links some of the at least one of the weapons used in the murder of Alec Murdaugh's wife and son to a gun that is now missing from the family home, but had been used previously on the family's 1,700-acre estate. The prosecution also wants to include testimony about financial crimes, allegations that Alec Murdaugh had pocketed money, millions of dollars intended for clients, and that earlier in the day of the murder that he was confronted by someone in his law firm about this theft, and the prosecution is likely to allege that Murdaugh killed his wife and son to distract from these financial crimes. Now, the defense has argued, the lead defense attorney, Dick Harpootlian, argued before the judge during these motions that this theory is ridiculous, that the defense has, they have photos showing the family happy together, friends who said that they all went to a ball game together, and videos posted to social media just hours, if not minutes, before the killings, showing Alec Murdaugh with his son Paul, suggesting that everything was fine and they were smiling. And so that gives some indication what we're likely to see both sides arguing as this case, this very high-profile case, goes to trial in this small, low-country South Carolina community. Josh?
Yeah, and Jonathan, one thing that you did mention that a lot of people have brought up here is just that family has ties to that specific area, and they are so well known. So normally jury selection doesn't necessarily take this long on your average case, but I imagine it's taking a little longer here because you have to find people who aren't familiar with the family and don't know the details of the crime itself.
Yeah, just listening to the questioning of these prospective jurors, just yesterday, approximately 90% of them said that they had prior knowledge of, if not the case, this family, that they were familiar with the Murdaugh name. And so I was speaking with a legal analyst who says that the prosecution and defense, they're not going to want to look for someone living under a rock in this community who has never heard of the case or never heard of the Murdaugh family, but they do want to find jurors who can be impartial despite this previous knowledge.
All right, Jonathan Seri with Fox News, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. That case is going to keep on playing out, and we'll keep an eye on that situation.
My pleasure, Josh. Take care.
9:49 on the East Coast and 6:49 on the West Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we go, take a live look here as we are expecting the House Republicans to hold their weekly news conference here. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, we will take you out live, raw, and unfiltered to that location in D.C. We'll be right back after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this major storm system that led to a tornado outbreak in the Houston area. Both Louisiana and Texas impacted here. Take a look at some of the video that we have received here. This is out of Pasadena, Texas, located near Houston. Alex Aguilera shooting this and providing it via Storyful, where you can see that apartment building is absolutely ripped in half. I do want to send you over to a report this morning from Ted Lindner with Fox News, who breaks down everything we know about the storm system.
Our phone started going off saying tornado warning and the rain was coming down.
Recovery efforts underway in the Lone Star State after a massive twister ripped through the Houston area Tuesday, carving large paths of destruction through several cities, including Pasadena and Deer Park.
Scariest thing I've ever seen.
Intense winds and heavy rain accompanied the tornado, flattening buildings like this workout center.
We had an overhead door right here that blew off, and I was trying to shut it, and I couldn't shut it, and all of a sudden it just blew out, and that's when we ran to the restrooms. We just watched a building just come apart.
The gusts also ripped off roofs, knocked down power lines, derailed a train, and even ruptured a gas line, sparking a dangerous fire. In Deer Park, the twister struck near this daycare center.
As soon as it hit, I just like, okay, how do I get to my kids as fast as I can? I just hope they were okay.
Alarming parents and guardians as fear and stress boiled over. Excessive damage led to blocked off roadways, which made getting to the facility challenging.
I couldn't get them to answer the phone, so I just got out of my car and started running.
Meanwhile, the rainfall added insult to injury, triggering flooding across busy parts of Houston. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
Again, taking a look at just some of the video that we have received here to Live Now from Fox that shows some of that extensive damage. This is out of Pasadena, Texas, which is just outside of Houston. I do want to bring in Tim Cady, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Houston, to talk a little bit more about the storm and what we did see. I do understand, of course, that the surveys are now underway. So you're all still trying to piece together exactly what we saw and what happened, right?
That's right. Yes, multiple tornadoes in our area yesterday. We've got survey teams out across southeast Texas right now conducting surveys, trying to determine the number of tornadoes and the degree of damage that occurred. But especially in the Pasadena, Deer Park areas where we saw some really significant damage. We're out assessing that right now, trying to put together exactly what went on yesterday.
And at this point, obviously still very early on, but how does this type of damage and this type of storm system compare to what would normally be seen there in the Houston area?
Yeah, it's unusual for this time of year. Our normal severe weather season is later on in the spring, typically. That's not to say that we haven't had episodes of severe weather during other times of the year, but this is a particularly unusual event to occur in January, and also a tornado of this strength is not something that we see very much. Yesterday, we actually issued what's called a tornado emergency for this storm. This is a warning that it's kind of an upgraded form of a tornado warning. It's reserved for those situations where there's really an imminent threat that people need to take very seriously. At that point, we were very confident there was a strong tornado on the ground, a destructive tornado on the ground, and so that was the first time we'd ever gone and from a base tornado warning to issuing that tornado emergency. Of course, that storm moving through that area caused pretty extensive damage that we're out looking at right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're looking at just some of the roofs that were crushed, buildings damaged. As of right now, I believe that no deaths have been reported. There were some injuries, though. Working as a meteorologist, are you surprised to see this type of damage here, as you mentioned, in January?
Yeah, like I said, it's not something that you expect to see this time of year necessarily in our area. Most of our worst severe weather episodes have come in the spring. That's not to say it's unprecedented. We have had some tornadoes in the fall and in the winter in this part of Texas, but this is certainly, not the type of event I would normally expect to see in this area, again, this time of year. is certainly working the event yesterday. It was very concerning seeing some of the radar imagery that is going on that led us to issue these warnings. And like you said, no reports of any fatalities associated with these storms yet. That's the number one thing that I'm looking to see, is that number remaining zero, hopefully. So all in all, very, very difficult day for us with all the damage and everything. But I'm glad so far to see that there's been no reported fatalities yet.
How does the actual survey itself go? Because I know that in situations like this, you go out, you take a look at the damage itself and say this was an EF1, an EF2. How does that process work, and how is it determined the strength of a tornado?
That's right. So we've, in the Weather Service, we've developed what we call damage indicators. So we're trained in going out and looking at different types of buildings, and then we have different indicators of damage on those buildings, things like the roof caving in or interior walls being damaged, superficial damage to the outside, varying degrees of damage to different types of structures, whether that's a home, a business, it's made out of brick versus wood versus metal. And all of those indicators of damage correspond to different wind speeds that meteorologists and also structural engineers have determined how different wind speeds impact different types of buildings and different types of construction. And from looking at all of those indicators, we can get a very good estimate of how strong the winds in the tornado were, and then therefore assign a rating from that. So right now we've observed at least EF2 damage in southeast Houston, but we're still out there conducting the survey. So we still have a lot of work to do before we assign a final rating to these tornadoes.
Yeah, and I want to show that video once again because it's an aerial view that just shows the extent of some of the damage. This is just one location that is being looked at there in Texas. And I understand this storm system did impact several states because it appears that over in Louisiana, they also had some damage as well, correct?
That's right, yeah. The system continued to track to the east after it left our area. Our colleagues in Lake Charles continued warning operations. Several tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in that area, and then overnight the system continued to push down the Gulf Coast, producing still widespread significant storms as it did that. So a very busy night across the area for all of us in the Weather Service in the Gulf Coast.
So my last question for you here, does this change anything about the way that meteorologists work when they're looking at storms that happen in January versus when you normally see these powerful storms? Does a storm like this change anything that you do in your normal operations?
Well, yeah, we look back after every storm to see how we can improve things, how we can see things differently. So, we haven't really had the chance to take a really deep dive into how things were in our operations the other day. Again, this is unusual for us to see in January, but for us, there's something you can learn from every storm. We're always striving to be better, to get better, to improve our warnings, and so that's something we're always looking at, regardless of what time of year it happens.
All right, Tim Cady, meteorologist there with the National Weather Service in Houston. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else you want to add about this storm system before I let you go? Yeah,
this is one of the most significant storm systems we've had move through the area in terms of severe weather, and it's we're just glad that so far there's been no fatalities reported. That's the number one thing we're concerned about, is preservation of life. So that's something that hopefully stays the way it is now. No reports of that.
All right, Tim, thank you again for taking the time to talk to us. A lot of great information there. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everyone, I do actually want to take you out to another live event that is about to begin here. Take a look at your screen. We're getting this information in live, raw, and unfiltered. This is coming out of Red Springs, North Carolina, where 3 people have been shot and killed. This actually happened Tuesday afternoon just outside of Red Springs. So the sheriff's office there, I believe it's pronounced Robeson County, they are going to hold a news conference to provide a little bit more here about this investigation. Now, I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered as they do start to speak. Again, 3 people shot and killed Tuesday afternoon just outside of Red Springs there in North Carolina. 3 people dead at the scene and a fourth victim taken to a medical center with injuries that were deemed life-threatening. The sheriff confirming that a suspect was taken into custody nearly 2 hours after that shooting, but the sheriff's office has not officially confirmed the identities of those victims. We know that Devontis Thompson said that his aunt and two of his uncles were the three people killed. So again, that press conference about to get underway here. So it appeared that he was about to walk up to the podium, but he is probably trying to check to make sure that everyone has their microphone set up and ready to go here. So as we wait, I do want to go over once again just the basics of what we know so far. 3 people shot and killed Tuesday afternoon outside of Red Springs. That is the Robeson County Sheriff's Office in North Carolina that is investigating. We also learned that the man accused of the crimes was apparently out on parole for murder. That is according to the sheriff, who has released some limited information, but it does appear right there that he is about to step up to the podium and answer some of the questions. He will, of course, provide a statement and then speak to the media. So I do want to dip in live, raw, and unfiltered, as it does appear he is about to address the media. All right, I am going to keep the audio popped up here as we go over just some of the basics that we know as we do wait for him to take the podium and provide us an update here. But again, this is actually coming from the Raleigh station, WTVD. They are providing this feed to us here at Live Now from Fox. 3 people shot and killed Tuesday afternoon just outside of Red Springs. That is in North Carolina. The man accused of the crimes, we have learned from the sheriff, was out on parole for murder. Deputies responding just after 2:45 p.m. yesterday to Samuel Williams Drive, where they found 4 people had been shot. 3 of them were dead at the scene, a 4th victim taken to a hospital. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Y'all let me know when you're ready.
We're ready.
Ready? Okay. Okay, good morning, and thank you all for being here this morning. I'm Sheriff Bernice Wilkins. This is not a press conference that I look forward to having, but to continue our effort in being transparent to the public and even to the media. I think that we need to put some information out regarding the triple homicide and shooting that occurred yesterday afternoon in Red Springs. Before I even get started, I want to play the audio of a 911 call that came in, so if you give us about a minute and a half and listen to this audio as it comes in, please.
What? Sir, verify the address for me again, please. And your name. What's the phone number you're calling from? You say your are you listening? I said, what did you say? So I can't hear you with the screaming. Tell me what's going on.
119 Samuel Williams Drive. My uncle, I don't know how to put it out. I had
your uncle and who else, sir?
My uncle and my grandma and my aunt. Please.
All 3 of them shot, sir. Your uncle, your grandma, and your aunt. Is she up or breathing? Sir. Sir, which one is breathing? So are your uncle, sir, is your uncle and aunt breathing? We have someone on the way. Sir, listen, I need to. Sir, are you sure they're deceased, sir? Do you know who did it, sir? No. Sir, we have someone coming.
Okay, that was the end of the call. So, okay, yesterday, Tuesday, January 24th, at around 2:46 p.m., that frantic call you just heard came into the 911 communications center. regarding several subjects shot, and as you heard in the audio, there were some deceased folks that he recognized immediately. It occurred on Samuel Williams Drive, just outside the town of Red Springs. Several deputies and detectives, the Homicide Division, Crime Scene Division, was dispatched to head that way. Red Springs police officers arrived first. It was just outside of town, as I just mentioned. Shortly after that, as the deputies arrived and the detectives, this is my Homicide Division, as soon as some of these guys got there and got some information from some of the witnesses on the scene, a search began for the suspect, Corey Grant Leak. There was some conflicting information about how he left the scene. Some folks said that he ran into a wooded area, which was a huge wooded area right behind it, and a couple of folks said that he left on a moped. So while the detectives and the homicide crime scene and guys were on the way, we dispatched our SWAT team. I contacted the Highway Patrol and had the Highway Patrol helicopter aviation unit on the way to help us with this search. During that time period, shortly after 4 p.m. or so, we received a call from a citizen that had spotted our suspect. We had put it out on social media that we were looking for him. They had spotted him riding a moped without a helmet on Highway 71 just outside of Maxton. Shortly after that, some of our detectives spotted him in Maxton. I think he spotted them as well. He ditched his moped that he was operating at a local business there and began walking away, and they were able to surround him and arrest him without incident. He was taken into custody, brought here to the sheriff's office, was here for a pretty good while last night, and I will say that he was pretty cooperative with the entire investigation thus far. But what I want to talk about really right now is the victims in this. We had not released the victims' names until now. I know some of you had already put it out. We want to discuss these victims here, because what has happened here is we've taken away basically a family, and the shooter in this case, Corey Grant, is kin to these folks. And this lady right here is the only survivor that survived yesterday that was shot and was taken to a local hospital, and we are hoping that she will recover fully. She's got a lot to go through. In the meantime, she did receive gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. All of these victims you see here received multiple gunshot wounds. Her name is Aquila Williams Biggs. She's a 71-year-old grandmother, mother, obviously, that allowed this suspect, who was, again, a relative, I think it was her cousin, to live at her home to keep him from being homeless. This is a mother that has lost 2 of her children yesterday. These next 2 photos beside of her are her children. Donald Williams here in the center is a 51-year-old father and the son of Aquila. He was shot multiple times. He actually tried to escape from the suspect as he was shooting and was shot multiple times. Beside of him is his sister, Miss Aquila's daughter, Sierra Nicole Weary. She's a 34-year-old mother, again the daughter of Aquila, again shot multiple times. And the guy pictured here on the bottom is Mr. James Elijah Beauregard. He's a 45-year-old father himself, and he is a lifelong friend of a lot of these folks, but particularly the suspect, Corey Grant Leak. So again, we've lost basically a family here and friends in a small community of Red Springs in an area called the Bottoms. And these folks are very well known in their area and very well respected there in that area. Now, let's talk about the suspect. I know y'all were already familiar with him as well. This is Corey Grant Leak. He's 46 years old. What's disturbing about Corey is he's 46 years old, but he has spent over half of his life in prison. He committed a murder in 1993 and was arrested for it and spent time in jail until being convicted and sentenced to a life sentence in 1996. He was released from prison in October of 2020 and is under current parole through 2025. Now, this is a situation that I've talked about many times before, even as recently as another couple of murders that we had earlier this month. This is yet another example of a convicted felon that's walking our streets. And when you do that, those pictures you just seen is what happens. And that's what disturbs me about this whole situation. I know a lot of folks want to blame law enforcement. A lot of folks want to blame, the criminal justice system. I think it's quite obvious where the blame lies. We're doing our job. Folks, we're doing our job. I'm just asking others to do theirs. Had this guy been locked up like he should have been, none of this would have occurred. If that guy will shoot his own family members, just imagine what he would do to you and I. I mean, that's really what you got to think about here. So the investigation continues, and we're asking the public, particularly those that are watching these newscasts, this family needs help. This family probably needs financial help. This family needs your thoughts and prayers, and anyone that knows this family, or you'll probably see some funds, GoFundMe type pages popping up, and all these folks need help. They're not going to be able to get through this alone, and law enforcement, we're going to stand by and do everything that we can. I do want to thank my homicide division guys. This is some of them. There were probably 30 or 40 deputies out there all night last night working this crime scene. It was a huge effort. We were also assisted by alcohol, tobacco, and firearms special agents. Again, the Highway Patrol, Red Springs Police Department, and Maxton Police Department assisted us with the takedown of the suspect yesterday. So if any of you have any questions or anything,
Sheriff,
yes.
What is the motive? I know the investigation is early. What is your sense of a motive for the shooting?
Okay, I saw some information was put out there about it being drug related. Our investigation shows no drug relation at all. It was over supposedly some missing money, and there was an argument about who took his money, and he just lost it.
It's my understanding the money was drug related.
We had, not according to his statement and some others there, but it is money.
And what type of caliber weapon did he use to shoot someone?
We're not sure of that yet. Based on witness statements, it was a handgun.
And have you recovered the weapon?
Not as of yet.
Can you tell us more about the condition of the lone survivor? Is it accurate to say that she's in critical condition right now?
She's at a local hospital, not in our county, and we have been told today that she is expected to survive with no issues. So that's all I know at this time. He was charged last night with multiple offenses, probably has other charges forthcoming. I'm not sure what the state parole folks will do to him, but just to clear up some confusion, I saw where someone put out that he was under $1 million bond. That's $1 million bond on the other charges that are not murder related. On the murder charges, 3 counts of murder, he's under no bond. So he will be held.
Sheriff, you touched on this already.
Mm-hmm.
Your guys are working hard. You're putting people in behind bars.
Yes.
And then something like this happens.
Mm-hmm.
This has to hit you as a gut person.
Oh yeah, it's very. I'm in my 42nd year of law enforcement, and it's just disheartening. Early in my career, I can remember a time you would not see murder suspects walking the streets. A murder suspect almost killed one of our deputies this past weekend. Was Saturday morning early Saturday morning on I-95 at the 36-mile marker. That was out on bond for a murder charge, robbery and kidnapping, and pulled a gun on one of our detectives out on I-95, and then fled, and we were able to catch him and got the gun. So I don't know what it's going to take. And again, law enforcement constantly catches that blame, but it's not our fault. We're doing our part. Once that person is presented to a magistrate and they're locked up in that detention center, we're done. That's it for us. We have no control. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, if you are just joining us here, that was the Robeson County Sheriff there in North Carolina providing a news briefing, an update there on an investigation that is ongoing. A suspect is in custody here, but 3 people shot and killed Tuesday afternoon just outside of Red Springs. That is over in North Carolina. The man accused of the crimes was out on parole for murder. That is according to the sheriff who just spoke there. We know deputies responded just after 2:45 p.m. yesterday where they did find 4 people shot, 3 of them dead on the scene, and a 4th victim was taken to a medical center with life-threatening injuries. However, the sheriff now saying that he has been updated and told that victim is expected to survive. We're also told the suspect has been identified as 46-year-old Corey Grant Leak, now facing several charges. I am not clear if the news conference is about. There we go. It is ending there. So it is time for us to go to a quick commercial break. We will be right back. All right, welcome back. Here on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look at the U.S. Attorney's Office there for the Western District of Tennessee. We do expect to hear from the U.S. Attorney there. Coming up in about 10 minutes, he is going to speak on the death of Tyree Nichols. A lot of questions as to whether the officers involved in his death will be charged. Now, his attorney, Ben Crump, did say that police video viewed by Tyree's family on Monday showed that he was shocked, pepper sprayed, and restrained after the 29-year-old FedEx worker and father was pulled over back on January 7th, minutes from his home while returning from a park where he had taken photos of the sunset. The attorney saying that he was beaten for about 3 minutes, treated like, quote, a human pinata in a savage encounter. This happening over in Memphis, Tennessee. So that is expected to begin here in about 10 minutes. We will play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do actually want to dip into a news conference that is now underway with House Republicans. They're providing their weekly news briefing, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Thank you for being here today. This week, House Republicans are working to end Joe Biden's assault on American energy independence and restore our depleted strategic petroleum reserves. For far too long, Joe Biden has risked America's national security and drained our strategic petroleum reserves to cover up for his anti-American energy agenda. The SPR is for emergencies, not Joe Biden's political points. Our strategic petroleum reserves oil is only supposed to be used for national security events, but Joe Biden has sold nearly 40% of our stockpile since being elected. In fact, Joe Biden has sold off more of our oil reserves than every U.S. president in history combined. Today, our crucial emergency oil reserves are at the lowest level in my lifetime. As a result, China now has the world's largest government-controlled stockpile of oil, and Joe Biden and his administration have no plan to reverse course. Under an open rule, this week, House Republicans will continue to implement our commitment to America. This week, we will pass a bill to prevent abuse of the SPR and require Joe Biden to put forth a plan to increase domestic production. It is long past time to unleash American energy and restore our standing on the world stage. House Republicans will hold the Biden administration accountable for tying the hands of America's oil and gas producers in the midst of an energy crisis. We will deliver on our promise to defend our energy security, to support an economy that's strong. And with that, I want to yield to one of our members who is very active on energy issues, August Pfluger from Texas.
I thank the conference chair, gentlelady from New York, for her leadership. One of the first things that Speaker McCarthy said he was going to do in our commitment to America was to regain energy dominance. We're not in a transition, we're in an expansion. The demand for energy has never been higher. And from the first day in office, President Biden has sent a clear message to oil and gas workers across the country. He said your jobs don't matter. He said your mortgage payments don't matter, and your children's education and putting food on the table don't matter. In fact, remember when the president, as he was campaigning, said that he would end the fossil fuel industry. He's used his own political emergencies to drain the SPR to its lowest levels in 40 years. The SPR is intended for emergencies, national security emergencies, weather emergencies. It's intended to be a reserve to help the American people, the American economy, in the case of emergencies. But we have watched him, the president, shackle U.S. producers with needless regulations while going abroad and begging other people, including our adversaries, for our own needs that we can do right here. This Republican majority knows, like I said, that we're not in a transition, we are in an expansion. And we're going to work to restore American energy security. We're going to allow our industry to provide affordable, reliable energy to every American, instead of what the president has done, which is weaponize the EPA, weaponize FERC, weaponize every regulatory agency and department in his administration against the energy industry. I'd like to ask, where are my Democrat colleagues? Where are my Democrat colleagues from Texas to stand up for affordable, reliable energy? Not only is this a national security imperative, but the energy industry allows our economy to continue to grow strong. That's the biggest tool we can use to regain our standing on the world stage. Where are my colleagues who want to ease the burden of inflation that the president has caused for the past 2 years? It's time to regain energy dominance, to meet the growing demands that our economy and our national security so desperately need. Every week we like to highlight a freshman member, and I'd like to introduce my colleague, my good friend, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Lori Chavez-DeRemo.
It's a pleasure to be before you as one of the majority makers, and as a mom, and as a business owner, and as a mayor. These issues matter. They matter to Oregonians, and they matter to Americans. Due to the poor energy policies, we've gone from energy independent to energy dependent, and that's what we want to avoid. And in order to do that, we have to have a plan. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is intended for emergencies. Nearly 40% of the stockpile is now gone, the lowest level we've seen in 40 years. It was the largest drawdown in U.S. history. It's clear that Congress needs to act. The people who elected us expect us to have a plan. That's what mayors do. That's what congressional leaders do. Failing to do so leaves us vulnerable. Natural disasters and national emergencies in the future. We have to be prepared. The Strategic Production Response Act requires us a plan that Oregonians asked us to pay attention to, that Americans asked us to pay attention to. Domestic energy production, if the SPR is tapped, for those non-emergency purposes. I'm very proud as a freshman legislator to co-sponsor this bill. It's an important step forward in restoring our energy security. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tom Emmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Little change of pace. It's been made clear over the past week that House Republicans are going to have to be proactive and take the lead on debt ceiling negotiations. As usual, in the swamp, everyone else wants to pass the buck. But Republicans ran and won in 2022 on reining in reckless federal spending. So we're ready to negotiate. It would be a grave mistake for Democrats and the man in the Oval Office to dig their heels in on such an important issue. It's time for Joe Biden to come to the bargaining table. It's responsible, it's sensible, and it's reasonable. House Republicans are waiting, and we're ready. And I turn it over to the majority leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip Emmert. I'm real excited to see that y'all get the opportunity to meet some of our new freshmen, some of the majority makers, and Lori Chavez DeReamer is one of those happy warriors from Happy Valley. She was the mayor of Happy Valley, and really great when I got to go out to her district in Oregon. You could tell she was going to be somebody that came here to help fix the mess that we're seeing in Washington and throughout our country. And as Elise has talked about, we're going to be introducing you to more of those freshmen every week. And we're also here ready to go to work. And I think one of the most exciting parts of this new majority is that, number one, we wanted to jettison the approach that Speaker Pelosi took, where she shut down the ability for even committee chairs to be involved in addressing problems. Bills were written out of her office. She wouldn't even let chairmen amend major pieces of legislation in committees, not allowing rank and file members the ability to have an input in how the process works. And so this week you're going to see another example of us opening things up, an open rule, something we haven't seen in 7 years here in Congress, on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Bill that says if the president's going to raid Spro, not during emergencies, but just in normal times, he at least has to show a plan for how he would replenish it. If you're going to take something away, you should show people how you're going to refill it. And what was interesting is that the president issued a veto threat on this bill yesterday. And it's important that you read the veto threat to understand just how misguided President Biden's approach to energy is.
If you are just joining us here, you are listening to the U.S. House Republicans providing their weekly news briefing. Now, up in the top right-hand side of your screen, any minute now, we do expect to hear from the U.S. Attorney in Western Tennessee about the death of Tyree Nichols. Memphis police officers beating the motorist for 3 minutes, treating him like, quote, a human piñata in a savage encounter reminiscent of the infamous 1991 police beating of LA motorist Rodney King. That is according to attorneys for the family. They said that they viewed video by police there showing Nichols was shocked, pepper sprayed, and restrained. So we will have that news conference here live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back to this news conference here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I did tell you we were waiting on this news conference from the U.S. Attorney here in Western Tennessee. This is relating to the death of Tyree Nichols. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
The acting special agent in charge of the FBI Memphis field office. Last week, we announced that the United States had opened a federal civil rights investigation into the circumstances leading to the tragic death of Tyree Nichols. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of meeting with Mr. Nichols's mother, father, grandmother, and aunt. I had the privilege of hearing from them about Tyree, a young man who enjoyed skateboarding, Starbucks, and sunsets at Shelby Farms. I would like to share with the community what I told Mr. Nichols's family. What I said was that the Department of Justice cares deeply about potential violations of constitutional rights here in Memphis and throughout America. I said we have opened a criminal civil rights investigation. I told them this federal civil rights investigation will be thorough, it will be methodical, and it will continue until we gather all the relevant facts. As with any other federal investigation, we will go where those facts take us. I delivered that message to them, and I want this community to hear that message as well. As I told Mr. Nichols's family, our federal investigation may take some time. These things often do. But we will be diligent, and we will make decisions based on the facts and the law. My office is working hand in hand with the Civil Rights Division in Washington, as well as the FBI and other law enforcement partners. Our team includes very experienced federal prosecutors from our office here in Memphis. It includes very experienced FBI agents from the FBI Memphis field office, and it includes a very experienced attorney from the Civil Rights Division. We have been in constant, very constructive communication with the Shelby County District Attorney, as well as state and local law enforcement agencies about this case. I'm thankful for that, and I expect that will continue. Finally, I know there is significant public interest in the release of the video that was shown to Mr. Nichols's family. The state and local authorities have responsibility for determining when to release video from this incident to the public. What I will say on behalf of the federal authorities is we want people to express their right to be heard, but we want them to do so in a peaceful and nonviolent way. I'll close by saying that I grew up in this city, and I care deeply about this city. I want this city to be a place where justice is done. The United States is committed to following the facts and the law, guided by principles of justice every step of the way. Thank you for your time this morning.
Sir, can I have just one question? Not on the investigation, just on why was this important for you to do today?
All right, so it does appear that the U.S. Attorney there in Western Tennessee, who was speaking there on the death of Tyree Nichols, is not taking questions. He just wanted to make a brief statement there. We do know that Nichols died after his arrest back on January 7th in Memphis, Tennessee, and as the U.S. Attorney said, the investigation into that death is ongoing. 10:36 on the East Coast and 7:36 on the West Coast. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:38 on the East Coast and 7:38 on the West Coast. We do prioritize live, raw, and unfiltered events going on here on Live Now. You're looking in as Senator Chuck Schumer there is speaking live on the Senate floor. I want to pop up that audio just briefly so we can listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Promise them a vote on their national sales tax bill, which they guilefully refer to as the Fair Tax Act. Nothing could be less fair to the American people. In a universe of bad ideas, a Republican national sales tax reigns supreme. This proposal, pushed by the MAGA fringe that now controls the House Republican Conference, would impose a 30% tax on every single purchase Americans make, just as inflation is beginning to drop. This so-called fair tax is truly foul legislation for American families. Young families, you want to buy a home? Well, the Republican tax plan would add nearly $125,000 extra on top of the price you pay for your house, an impossible sum for many young people struggling to get their start in life. And what about Americans out there thinking of buying a car? Under the Republican tax plan, the average American would pay $10,000 more on that single purchase alone. What about seniors getting ready for retirement? A Republican national sales tax means people's life savings would suddenly lose 30% of their value. Imagine working your entire life, playing by the rules, paying your taxes, saving a little of each paycheck, only to have Republicans swoop in and erase nearly a third of what you saved up. And it doesn't end there, Mr. President. Under the Republican tax plan, a mere trip to the grocery store would be torture. Eggs are high enough right now at $4.25 a dozen. They'd be $5.50 under the Republican plan. Milk right now is $4.40, would cost $5.70 under the Republican plan. And the same holds true for everything else: bread, produce, canned goods, cleaning supplies, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, diapers, you name it. All of it would go up by a third. For millions of families, millions, tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions. It would be a devastating blow. But, Mr. President, you know who wouldn't mind a Republican national sales tax? The ultra-rich, the ultra-wealthy. The top 1% of our earners wouldn't notice much change in expenses. That's who would win under the Republicans' proposal, the very, very rich, because their taxes would be greatly reduced, even further, even worse than under the Trump tax cuts. No wonder, then, that even Grover Norquist, no friend of Democrats, calls this bill, quote, a terrible idea and, quote, an assault on your retirement savings. Look, if Republicans want to start their majority with a debate on their national sales tax bill, Democrats would welcome it. Let the American people see which party is fighting for everyday folks and which party is trying to rig the game in favor of the ultra-rich. It's a debate the American people need to see. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, everyone, we were listening in there on the Senate floor as we did hear from Chuck Schumer there. We're going to listen back in coming up a little bit later on, but I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. Storm damage in Texas being classified as catastrophic. This just some of the video coming in out of the Houston area. I do want to head out live to Pasadena, Texas, a suburb there, That is where we find Casey Stiegel with Fox News. And Casey, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us here.
You're welcome, Josh. It's nice to be with you. Sadly, under these circumstances, this was one powerful set of storms that made its way through here yesterday. This is Pasadena, which is a suburb of Houston, as you said, and this area, as well as neighboring Deer Park, was really badly hit. We're about 20 miles or so southeast of downtown Houston, and I want to show you what this storm can do. You see up here, this is the post office in Pasadena. Look at the sheet metal and the insulation sort of spilling off the top of the roof there. And then as you can get down there further in the parking lot, you can see all of that twisted metal and all of the crumpled debris that is up against the poles here. And as we continue panning down this empty road that's been blocked off by police, you can see why.
All right, well, it does appear that we did lose Casey Stiegel right there, but he was live for us over in, that was Pasadena, Texas. So we will check back in with them a bit later on. But yeah, that was just some of the damage that they are dealing with. Let's go to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
No, as you may be aware, the law changed.
All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get you to a news conference underway with officials with the DeKalb County, Georgia District Attorney's Office making an announcement about their investigation into the shooting of a state trooper and the death of an activist at the future site of an Atlanta police training facility. This is a story that we did cover live, raw, and unfiltered here, so let's pop up that audio.
Boston, DeKalb County District Attorney, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm here today to announce a decision related to my role in the officer-involved shooting investigation associated with an incident last week at the site of the future Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, located at 1327 Key Road in unincorporated DeKalb County. First, a brief review of the facts associated with this case. On the morning of January 18th, 2023, during a multi-jurisdictional operation to secure the site and remove trespassers, a Georgia State Patrol officer was shot and critically wounded. He was transported to the hospital for life-saving care. The alleged suspect in the shooting, Manuel Tehran, age 26, was also shot during the incident and pronounced deceased at the scene. An investigation into the facts evidence, and circumstances involving that shooting is currently underway. Typically, when there is an officer-involved shooting in DeKalb County's jurisdiction, the investigation is conducted by a law enforcement agency, generally the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Upon completion of that investigation, the findings are then forwarded to the Office of the DeKalb County District Attorney for review and charging determination. That charging determination includes a decision on which charges, if any, should be pursued and against whom based on the facts, evidence, and circumstances related to the matter. The case is then presented to a grand jury for indictment, if appropriate. In the alternative, our office may also determine not to pursue charges and essentially close the case, as dictated by the facts, evidence, and circumstances surrounding the case. Either way, I take the review and charging determination associated with an officer-involved shooting very seriously. It is a decision that carries a huge level of responsibility and a duty to protect with integrity, transparency, accountability, and fairness, which brings us why we are here today. After careful consideration, I have decided to voluntarily recuse the Office of the DeKalb County District Attorney from the review of the investigative file and potential prosecution of the officer-involved shooting involved in this case. Although there is no legal conflict with accepting this case upon completion of its investigation, I believe recusal is the best course of action related to this element of the joint operation. My decision is based upon several factors, including our ongoing involvement in the multi-jurisdictional task force charged with holding those responsible who commit crimes and ensure a safe environment in the process. The overreaching reasoning for my recusal is that it is simply the right thing to do. It avoids the appearance of any impropriety and is consistent with the mission of my office and our efforts to instill community trust and confidence in our criminal justice system. As such, we have formally notified the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia of our voluntary recusal in this matter and have requested the appointment of an independent prosecution agency. I have said before that the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office should be a standard bearer for prosecution and for our community by doing what is right without fail. I stand by that philosophy today. We remain committed to working with our partners on this task force as we endeavor to bring this operation to a safe, successful, and peaceful resolution. Thank you for your time, and I'll open up the floor now for any questions.
Yeah, I know AG Carr has been vocal about working with your office and other offices, Fulton County, with some of these arresting issues related to this situation. Can you talk a little bit more about why recusing, if you guys have been collaborating with the state?
Well, let me be clear. The recusal is just for the investigation into the officer-involved shooting and the death of Mr. Turan, which is a separate matter altogether. Even had we not been on this task force, that case would have traditionally come to our office. So I reiterate that we remain committed to the Joint Task Force, and we will be involved in the prosecution of all the cases that are happening here in unincorporated DeKalb County.
Good. So if there are future acts of violence and riots that happen that could fall under domestic terrorism charges, is it fair to say that your office would investigate, and if charges are warranted, without charges?
Absolutely, without fail. We remain committed to the prosecution of any and all cases relating to the Atlanta Public Training Facility. The only recusal we are making today is specifically into the officer-involved shooting investigation.
So you remain on the cases with the seven protesters that have already been arrested?
Yes, absolutely.
And none of them are going to be tied to the shooting at all?
I cannot comment on the facts of that part of the investigation, but what I can say again, this small piece, which is a large piece, the investigation of the actual shooting of Mr. Tehran will not be, we will not be involved in that.
Can you elaborate on, you mentioned a couple factors of why you're recusing yourself, or the DA's office. And part of that you said was the relationship with the community. Can you just highlight that again, why you feel like this is a crux point right now for DeKalb County, for law enforcement, for the DA's office, and why being independent of this or recusing yourself from this is essential?
That's a great question, and let me just start by saying that predates even this case. Officer-involved shootings have become a conversation that really requires a commitment to the community and for the trust to believe that when an officer discharges their weapon in any circumstance, that will be investigated thoroughly and completely so the community feels that action was justified, warranted, and appropriate. And if not, that officer be prosecuted under those circumstances. So officer-involved shootings in themselves. When I ran for DA back in 2016, I assured the community that I was going to take a certain approach on these cases so that whatever the outcome yielded, that the community could feel that it was done with transparency, accountability, and fairness. And so I'm sticking to that mission today, and this becomes the first case, the first officer-involved shooting case that this office has recused from since I became DA in January of 2017. And it's because I believe being a part of the multi-jurisdictional task force puts us in a position that it's very possible that community would feel that we were involved in it and therefore could not investigate our own. And that's fair, and that's why I'm choosing to voluntarily recuse today.
Do you think since the GBI was involved in that task force as well that they can objectively review the facts of this case?
That's a decision that is a question for the GBI to make, but what I can say is our roles in officer-involved shootings are very different. The GBI is tasked with the collection of evidence. The prosecuting agency is tasked with making a decision as to whether charges are warranted or whether the shooting was justified. So we have two very different roles, and I'm looking solely at the role that the prosecution agency plays in this investigation.
Do you fear that this might send the wrong message to the agitators, that they feel, hey, if we don't have the county prosecuting attorney's office, recusing herself from this case, that it might encourage them to go back out there and commit more acts of violence?
No, actually just the opposite. I hope that what this instills with protesters on the ground is that this will get a full, fair, impartial, and independent look, which I think is important for our community and for everyone that is mourning the death of Manuel. Every day we deal with people in the community that have experienced trauma and pain. And when I meet with anyone, whether it's victims, families that we're not charging any accountability with, and I have to explain to them our investigation, I always start with saying, we did this independently and we did this fairly. You may not like the outcome, but I want you to always believe in how the investigation happened. And so the message I send is, I intend for the investigation to be impartial, and therefore I am removing myself from the situation.
But to be clear, the GBI is still conducting the investigation. They're just referring whatever they find to someone different.
Yes, that is correct.
Would that be the state AG or bring in outside?
No, as you may be aware, the law changed as of July 1st. All conflict or recusal cases go directly to the prosecuting attorney's council, and that council is empowered to now assign conflict counsel in every case. So it is not the state AG.
Okay.
Do you think the decision to charge the activists arrested in December with domestic terrorism escalated this current situation?
I can't speak to the motivations of anyone under these circumstances. All I can say is that We will continue to follow the law and the evidence and the facts as we see them and make appropriate charges.
In terms of
All right, you were listening to a news conference underway there. The Georgia DA's office speaking on the shooting of that state trooper in Georgia and the shooting death of the protester just last week. The DeKalb County DA saying that she is recusing herself from that investigation into the shooting to avoid any sort of conflict of any kind. There will still be an investigation, but she will not be a part of that. We'll continue to follow that story and bring you the latest as we do get it here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into some other headlines now. The man suspected in 3 random killings at a convenience store in Yakima, Washington on Tuesday died from a self-inflicted gunshot. That's the latest from investigators there. I do want to bring in the police chief in Yakima, Matthew Murray, to talk more about that case. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
You bet. Good morning to you.
First off, just kind of walk me through this case, because we aired that Facebook video that you recorded first off to let everyone in the community know about the dangerous person who was on the run. Walk me through how all of that played out.
Sure. At about 3:33 a.m. Pacific yesterday, we received a 911 call from someone who said there's a guy shooting other people, and officers were very quick to arrive. And when they did arrive at a convenience store, a Circle K convenience store, they found 3 people who had been shot to death. There was plenty of surveillance and security video available, so we were quick to see what the suspect did. And so what I can tell you is based on witness statements and then also what the video showed. And that was that the suspect attempted to get into a gas station, an Arco gas station at 18th and Nob Hill. He then couldn't because the doors were locked, crossed the street, and the picture you see there is him entering that store, and he immediately just began firing. There was no exchange of words, there was no demand of money, there was no interaction whatsoever. There was 2 people standing getting food, and the clerk was in the back, and he just shot those people. In fact, after they went down, he reloaded and shot into their bodies more. And then he left the store. There was a person in a car outside that store, and he shot them as well, killing that person. And then he walked back to the AM/PM store across the street, the Arco. And originally we thought that he had carjacked a car, but we later learned that it was his car. He had locked his keys in there, and he shot his own car and got in through the new window being broken and drove away. So that began a manhunt, and through a lot of tips and information that came in by a very engaged public, we were able to identify the suspect fairly quickly, and also we surrounded a house we believed that he might be in. About 11 hours from the time of the shooting, we got a 911 call, and this is a lot what you're asking about, the conclusion. We got a 911 call from a woman who said that the suspect in the shooting had borrowed her phone, and he called his mother. She overheard that conversation and heard him say he had killed some people and that he was going to kill himself.
And that's, I mean, I can't imagine being that woman listening in. How grateful are you that this woman was able to contact police and get you all in touch with, I guess, the suspect there? We know, unfortunately, this didn't end well, but how grateful are you for that woman?
Yeah, I had to tell you, I listened to that 911 call, and I specifically thanked her for her involvement and her willingness to get involved, and she was scared. And during the phone call, when she's describing this to the 911 operator, he starts coming back at her and reaching in his pack. And just this morning, a few minutes before you and I started talking, I learned that he had 8 fully loaded magazines. I mean, he had a lot of ammunition. He was in a shopping center, could have done a lot more damage. So, you know, thank God that she called. He had changed his appearance dramatically. I haven't mentioned that yet, so you're the first to hear that. But and he was wearing a mask, so we wouldn't have. You could have driven right by him and wouldn't have known that was him. So, but for her call, we probably would not have known where he was. And then to finish up what happened, he got behind a Target store, went into a marijuana shop for some reason, then came out, and I think he heard the police sirens coming and shot himself in the head and died before officers. Well, he didn't actually die, but he was incapacitated and died about an hour later at the hospital. But officers were not present when he shot himself.
So this woman who was there and overheard the conversation, she put her own life in jeopardy to save so many other lives. She's essentially a hero, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. She certainly saved the day. He was about a little over 2 miles from the house we were hoping he was in. So we would have had no way of knowing he was there, and certainly he was capable and prepared to shoot more people. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tragic ending. We would have preferred to arrest him and put him in jail with no harm to anyone, including himself. But no one else did get hurt. So that is obviously a much better ending than could have happened.
What do we know about these victims? Because as you mentioned, these were random killings. These people, there was no argument. There was nothing that happened like that. They were in line, I guess, getting food, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this particularly newsworthy and frightening for folks. We inherently, as people, want to think about our own safety and be prepared for it. And there's a lot of people who feel like, well, that wouldn't happen to me. And I'm sorry to tell you, I don't know that even the most prepared, trained, or armed person could have done much in this situation. I mean, they were just standing there getting food, and he walked in and shot them. And that's tough to be ready for. I don't know a ton about the victims. They were just identified earlier this morning publicly. So I'm not able to give you a whole lot about them, although there were 2 males and a female, both, I would say, middle-aged.
Tell me about Yakima, because you don't hear it in the news very often. My understanding is that overall it is a fairly quiet town, fairly quiet city. Tell me about Yakima.
So it's a really great city, and I'm not doing a tourism pitch here, but this valley grows 90% of the hops that make beer for North America. When you've heard of Washington apples, they likely were grown right in this region. So it's a really strong agricultural center. We have a lot of migrant workers, so there's a lot of diversity in the community. We do have our challenges with gangs and violent crimes, but for 5 years that trend has been going down significantly. In fact, last year we beat the state average in aggravated assaults by 30%. So we do have crime, we do have violent crime. I wouldn't describe us as a quiet city, but we're a city who's heading in the right direction.
Is there anything that you and your department can learn from this situation, or you will use to prevent future situations? As you mentioned, there's really not a lot you can do when someone randomly fires into a convenience store, but is there anything that you can look at and say, this is what we need to do next time?
So I think that's a great question, and I know this is a national program, and so hopefully minds all over the country are, and I'm pretty sure they are, especially right after what happened in California. People are thinking about these things. I don't know that we have the answers in law enforcement. I mean, our job is to locate, identify, and arrest the suspect, and we did that almost perfectly within 11 hours. So, law enforcement from all over the valley did a great job yesterday. Why did he do this? We may find more reasons as we dig deeper into it. Should people have known, or should there have been red flags? Obviously, that's going to be something that people are looking at and want to know. And it's a reasonable question, and we should be transparent with that answer. I do think there's a bigger question. Why are these things happening? What's driving these seemingly, having an Asian man go into a dance studio and shoot a bunch of elderly dancers baffles all of us. I don't know that, other than trying to push a narrative, a political narrative, that any of us really know or understand what's behind a lot of these strange incidents. And I think this is another one of those. Again, like I said, what makes it particularly difficult for people is that it's just absolutely random. I can't tell you, 24 or 26 hours in, what anybody could have done. At least on the face of it, I don't see what the answer to that is. I suspect there's some mental health issues, there may be some drug issues, There doesn't seem to be any other motive that I can see.
And that's what I was going to ask, because you touched on that, but at this point, no apparent motive. The motive is, I guess, not known and possibly could never be known, as we did see that suspect take his own life.
Yeah, so you may recall that mass shooting in Las Vegas with the concert. We still don't know. No one knows what caused that person to do that. This is going to be similar, in my opinion, unless something unfolds, as we dig deeper into it. There is nothing obvious at this point that explains why this happened.
All right, Chief, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, this is a very difficult time for your community, so I appreciate you talking to us. Is there anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
No, I think the one thing I would hope in all situations like this is it's our role as a community to embrace the families who've had this tragic loss, and do the best we can to surround them with compassion and understanding, and not try to just take situations like this and use them for a political narrative. That would be my one ask. I think it's a really difficult thing to have to be fighting that as well as grief in a time like this.
Very true. Matthew Murray, the police chief there in Yakima, Washington, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Have a good day.
You too. 11:09 on the East Coast and 8:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and we'll get right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 over on the West Coast. Well, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and now Mike Pence. Documents with classified markings were discovered in the Indiana home of the former vice president last week, but the information just revealed Tuesday by Pence's attorney. I do want to bring in Bradley Moss, national security counselors, to help kind of break down the difference here between the situations with Pence, Trump, and Biden. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely, never a problem.
So first off,
go ahead.
First off, your thoughts when you heard that these classified documents had been found at Pence's home.
I kind of laughed a little bit and then put my head down on the table and wept for about a good 10 seconds straight. Look, this kind of thing is not supposed to happen. Yes, accidental mishandling of classified documentation, classified information, data, it does occur. It's not supposed to occur. That type of spillage happens. But what is more concerning for me is the sensitivity of the particular records that have been found at these three different individuals' houses, whether it's Mr. Biden, Mr. Trump, or Mr. Pence. And it's the fact that they've been sitting there for as long as they have, and that even at this most senior level, the security of these documents was not adhered to. They were removed from their proper locations and put in an unsecured location. People lose their jobs over this. People lose their clearances and their careers over stuff like this. This is not the way it's supposed to be handled, and particularly not by people who were, or in currently in the context of Mr. Biden, are the highest officer in the land.
Do you think other politicians are now going through their personal belongings trying to see if they have any classified documents as well?
Yeah, if I'm a former president, if I'm a former vice president, if I'm a former member of Congress, I am telling my lawyers, go check my boxes. Check my boxes right now. I don't care what's there. If there's anything with classification markings, call the DOJ and return it right now. Because these things, put aside the politics, put aside potential criminal issues, which we can talk about. It's a matter of national security. They're not supposed to be there. Anytime they're in these unsecured locations, it's a security risk. Doesn't mean that a foreign adversary knows they're there. Doesn't mean they'll ultimately leak out. But it's a risk you don't want to have, and they should never have been there in the first place.
What kind of documents are we talking about? Because when you say classified documents, there are so many different types. It can mean so many different things. But at this point, my understanding is that we may never know exactly which specific type of classified documents we're talking about.
Sure. So some of those details will never be made public for obvious classification and national security reasons. But yeah, I mean, there's three levels of classification. There's confidential, secret, and top secret. The ones when you start getting into top secret and you get into what's called sensitive compartmented information, that is some of our most sensitive national security secrets. That's stuff that's supposed to be very tightly controlled, tracked, logged, kept in secure locations whenever even being used. How they got to these locations, whether it's any of these individuals, Republican or Democrat, needs to certainly be investigated. Anyone who broke any laws, if necessary, needs to be held accountable. And this kind of thing cannot continue to occur. There needs to be a review. There needs to be a system-wide review, not just individual to these three particular officers, but to the system itself of how we track this information when it's given to constitutional officers, presidents and vice presidents, members of Congress, to make sure that if there's a gap in the system, that we identify it and we fix it going forward.
Again, people are hearing classified documents, and that's pretty much all they hear. But the situations that are, we're talking about Trump, Biden, and of course Pence now, they are not all the same situation, correct?
Correct. So from a national security standpoint, it's all the same. Any removal of the classified document to an unsecured location is the breach. From a political standpoint, obviously, the fact that they're both Republicans and Democrats having this problem, it alleviates some of that initial political damage that former President Trump had. But from a legal perspective, this puts, in my view, Donald Trump on a legal island to himself, because with Joe Biden and with Mike Pence, at least so far, based off what we know, and we don't know all the facts yet, they still have to be investigated. But so far, what we've seen is cooperation, proper return of these documents to government authorities once it was identified. Donald Trump did the exact opposite. Donald Trump played games with NARA and the Justice Department for 18 months. He had a subpoena submitted to him that he didn't provide all the documents in response to it, even had one of his lawyers submit a sworn statement saying, I swear everything's been turned over, and it turned out that wasn't true. That's why, in my view, he is on his own legal island of potential criminal liability right now. Whether or not that results in anything in terms of an indictment remains to be seen, but that is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. That's Donald Trump's problem.
When you talk about turning over those classified materials like Pence did and like Biden did, when you're talking about a penalty, is there any sort of, I guess, leniency if you are turning them in versus those documents being found somewhere, like your home, for instance?
Sure. So when it comes to the return of these records, government obviously wants to look for evidence that it was just an inadvertent mistake. There will obviously be that sort of good faith leniency in that context. The government could prosecute instances of accidental mishandling. They almost universally do not. Not because they can't, they just decline to do so. The situations in which they have done it, in which they have prosecuted mishandling, has been when there's been an issue of intent. You know, as someone who's a leaker like Snowden, someone who's trying to sell it, someone who's actually engaged in espionage, or someone who's actually deliberately hoarding documents. There was a gentleman out of NSA a few years ago who got prosecuted for that. The other factor is obstruction. Did you obstruct the effort to recover and return those documents to proper government control? Those are the only situations in generally which the government will actually prosecute a mishandling of classified documents. If you mess up and you return it, they're not going to prosecute you. You might, if you're a normal line official, you might lose your clearance, but constitutional officers are exempt from that process.
I remember asking you this question last time as well, but is this going to lead to any sort of changes in the future for how those classified documents are handled by presidents, vice presidents, anyone?
You would hope so. If I were Joe Biden right now, he got caught up in this too. This is your chance, you know, from a bureaucratic and a political perspective, to go on offense, so to speak, and try to say, look, this is catching everybody. We've got an actual system problem here. Let's conduct a full bipartisan review. I want a full review of the entire executive branch protocols on how we handle this, not just for, you know, normal line officials, but more particularly for constitutional officers, members of Congress, president, vice president, and members of the judiciary. They're all exempt from a normal security vetting. They don't have the normal security protocols. We need to see how this is being run to see if there are improvements we can make to the process to better track what records are brought in for those briefings for those individuals, to try to minimize a recurrence going forward so that we can protect national security together, all politics and legalities aside.
All right, Bradley Moss, one of my favorite people to talk to. I feel like I could talk to you forever, but anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Let the facts play out. I know everybody wants to jump. It's a 24-hour news cycle. I know everybody wants to jump to where this is going to go legal-wise, if there's going to be indictments for anybody. Let the facts play out. There's 2 different special counsels running right now. Mike Pence is probably going to have at least a U.S. attorney assigned to review his situation. We'll see what comes of it. If indictments are needed for anybody, you'll know soon enough.
All right, Bradley Moss, thank you so much for being here.
Anytime.
11:20 on the East Coast and 8:20 on the West Coast. It's time to take another quick commercial break, but we'll get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. This is going to sound like a familiar story, but here at 11:22 on the East Coast, there is actually a rally underway speaking about getting George Santos out of office. This is over in Nassau County, New York. There have been so many questions about his fabricated resume, and it just seems like more information is pretty much released on a daily basis at this point. I want to take you to that news conference live, raw, and unfiltered here as more people are calling for his resignation.
Oh, you know, why don't you go on one side? Okay, so now you want to come on? Would you right here? Sign on each side. Perfect. She got a new sign. Would you scoot over a little bit? Would you scoot over a little bit? That'd be a good thing. Don't count on it. Okay. Yep. Oh, can you scoot over a little bit? A little bit. Better.
All right, that news conference here was about to get underway. That's a sign that says if this succeeds, I believe it said education has failed. I'm not entirely sure, but let's go into this live, raw, and unfiltered here.
Josh Lafazan. I have the privilege of serving as Nassau County legislator representing District 18. We're gathered here with concerned residents from across the 3rd District. Unfortunately, this is our 3rd time here outside of a district office, which still has the name of George Santos' predecessor on the awning. We stood here on one of his first days in office asking him to open the office. They finally opened the office, and then our constituents can't get through. They'll call the office and they'll get kicked over to Congressman Lalotta, or they'll call and they won't get through at all. And so constituents continue to call my office asking for help with government services, and they have nowhere to go. This is not normal. It is not normal to have a member of Congress who's so caught up in keeping himself out of jail that he's unable to actually serve the district in which he was elected to represent. We know that we've called on him to resign multiple times, and the litany of lies that he has told, he is the biggest fraud in modern political history in this country. We're here today with a specific mission. The founders, when they wrote the Constitution, never imagined that charlatans like George Santos would one day serve in office. And so they never imagined putting in safeguards in place against people who were beneath the integrity of our democratic system. They never imagined somebody serving in office who would be wanted by a foreign country. They never imagined somebody running for office and fabricating literally every line of their resume. And in the decades and centuries to come, as members of Congress gathered, they never imagined that somebody would fail a routine background check and then have the audacity to run for the United States Congress. My constituents are outraged. They're calling on George Santos to resign, and we are not yielding in those calls. George Santos does not deserve to serve as dog catcher, let alone as a member of the United States Congress. But in the meantime, while he continues to serve, rather than despair, rather than give up, what we are doing is taking action to ensure that somebody like George Santos never gets elected again. And that's why this morning, joined with my colleagues, I'm announcing the initiative called the George Package, the Get Elected Officials and Get Those Egregious Elected Officials Removed from Government Elections. Get Egregious Officials Removed from Government Elections, which stands for George. This bill package is inspired by George Santos. This bill package should never have to be proposed because we shouldn't need it. But in 2023, when frauds like George Santos run for office, we need these safeguards. What the George package does is threefold. First, it requires that all candidates running for office submit themselves to background checks like any other employee in America. Second, it bars any candidate who has an open foreign arrest warrant in their name from running for office. Again, something insane, but something necessary in the wake of George Santos. And lastly, it includes making a misdemeanor for lying about your income, your employment, your education history, and your address. It's three-pronged, the George proposal, and we're hoping that Nassau County will become a model to pass the George package, and we're hoping our folks in Albany pass this package. And ironically, in a few moments, we're going to deliver this George package to George Santos' staff. George Santos says he's not a liar. He simply embellished his resume. If he's not a liar, then we'll hope that George Santos champions this package. Again, our Constitution was operationalized in 1789. James Madison and Alexander Hamilton are rolling over in their graves that in the greatest institution of democracy in the history of the world, somebody like George Santos would serve in the House. People in this district are so hurt by the actions of George Santos. They feel lied to, they feel embarrassed by him, and rather than giving up, we're going to take action right here in the 3rd District to make sure that somebody like George Santos never gets elected in the first place. Again, the George package, the Get Egregious Officials Removed from Government Elections package. Now you'll hear from a number of constituents who are as outraged as me. First we'll hear from Robin Chetram, who's a leader in the Oyster Bay Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Part of your package.
Thank you. You should keep okay. I'm Robin Chetram. That's RAVINCHETRAM. I'm the VP of the Oyster Bay Norwich Chamber, and I come out here. It looks like everyone else, whether it's cold or it's ugly weather, and we're here for a reason. It's getting to the point where it's a joke. People are laughing at us. What happened to integrity? What happened to honesty? We're at the point where the bar is no longer set. There is no bar. How is Mr. Santos going to make a statement, whether it's Instagram or wherever he's posting, and expect to sound forceful and for us to believe it when everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie? You wouldn't do this with a babysitter. You wouldn't hire someone in the school district. You would never use this level of background checks when it comes to this. What's also scary is that the only Republican Party, which I'm happy in Long Island now, has stepped up and asked for his resignation. I wish they would have did it prior to him being sworn in. But how have we reached the level where someone like Kevin McCarthy and the rest of the party is now accepting this? It's putting him on committees. It's now we're at the point where it's no longer cut your nose to spite your face. It's cut your eyes, pull your teeth out, cut your ears off just to spite your face. Where are we going with this, where we have to beg and plead for proper representation? I do this voluntarily for the chamber. I want to see businesses grow. I want to see us get people out there in the community to do better. But how could you get the representation we need when someone like this is in office? That's what I want to say. Thank you again.
Just like you spell your name.
Oyster Bay.
Chamber. I'm the VP of the Chamber of Oyster Bay, East Norwich. Chamber of Commerce. RAVINCHETRAM. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Robin. Next, we'll hear from Izzy Weisfeldner, who is not only a leader in our senior citizen community, but has family involved in the Holocaust. Izzy.
Good morning. I find the most egregious thing that Santos did was lie about his grandparents being in this Holocaust and concentration camp. In a few weeks, we're going to Holocaust Remembrance Day, Yom HaShoah. My parents were in concentration camps, and their lives got worse every day since. And I can't see somebody lying about something like that. Mr. Santos, please resign. Please. I can't even call you congressman because you do not deserve the word Congress in front of your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. And joining Izzy this morning is Jonathan Rudis from Delphi Real Estate Advisors and also a leader in the senior citizen community in Woodbury.
All right, if you are just joining us here, that was Representative Joshua LaFaison introducing what he calls the George, or GEORGE package, essentially saying, once again, he is urging George Santos to resign after those fabrications in his resume. That is a story that will continue to develop because George Santos says he is not going to be resigning. I do want to get back into the headlines here and talk about another story we've been tracking, this 4.2 magnitude earthquake that did strike California, the Malibu area, earlier on this morning. Just several hours ago, there were reports of a lot of shaking and also some buildings shaking and some people feeling that, depending on where you were. Robert DeGroot, a USGS scientist, joins us live here to bring us more on the situation. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning.
So when we talk about a 4.2 magnitude earthquake, how strong is that in comparison to other earthquakes that California is used to dealing with?
Yes, for example, we had an earthquake back on December 20th up in the northernmost part of California, an area called Ferndale. And the earthquake that we experienced this morning in Southern California was on the order of 1,000 times smaller than that earthquake. So these events are very common. We have 20 to 30 earthquakes a day in Southern California. Most are super small, but these are sort of fairly common events. And especially in this particular area where this earthquake occurred, we do get small earthquakes very frequently there.
So what do we talk about when we talk about damage with an earthquake like this? So many people say that they felt the shaking, they felt the rumbling, but I'm not hearing about any extensive damage. Is that normally the situation when you're talking about a 4.2?
It all depends where the earthquake occurs. This happened in the order of 10 miles south of Malibu Beach. It was in the middle of the ocean. And the greatest shaking is typically very close to where the epicenter, the epicenter of the earthquake, where it first reaches the surface. So had that earthquake been in the middle of downtown LA or somewhere else in a city, there could have been damage. The shaking that I felt at my home, I lived actually really close to the area where the earthquake occurred. I just felt some light shaking. If I didn't know if it was an earthquake, I could have thought that there was a truck passing by that was particularly heavy and it was bouncing around.
Yeah, I've never experienced an earthquake, so I'm not exactly sure how it would feel, but that's a good breakdown for how it felt. Just kind of like, I guess, a big truck, a big vehicle kind of driving
That's right.
by.
Yeah.
So when you talk about the aftershocks, how does that work, and what exactly is an aftershock?
An aftershock is almost like an adjustment after an earthquake occurs. So you have motion that occurs on a fault. Basically, there's some slip that goes on. And think of it like throwing a pebble into a pond, and you get these radiating waves. Every once in a while, the fault moves a little bit more, or there could be some adjustments that go on, and that's something we call an aftershock. Aftershocks are smaller than what we call the main shock. In this case, the main shock was the magnitude 4.2 that occurred at 2 a.m. And we had on the order of 3 fairly significant aftershocks. There was a magnitude 3.5 that occurred at 2:03, and I felt that at home. So generally these events happen. We can't tell you when an earthquake is going to happen and where it's going to occur, but with earthquakes these size, you may get a few aftershocks. Typically above magnitude 5, that's where we start seeing many more aftershocks after an earthquake.
And this is a question that a lot of people ask, because if you have never experienced an earthquake, you don't necessarily know what to do when one strikes. What are you supposed to do if you start feeling that shaking?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Of course, the advice that we give people is to drop, cover, and hold on. If you're in a room, get underneath something that you can protect yourself. Most injuries happen with people getting hit by things, and we learned that from the 1994 Northridge earthquake. But in the case of this earthquake, it was 2 in the morning and most people were in bed. So if you're in bed, certainly stay in bed. Flip over onto your stomach. You want to protect your vital organs. You can put a pillow over your neck and your head to protect that region. Keep your arms close to your head so that your arms don't get injured. You're actually going to get more injured if you try to get out of bed and do something about it. So basically, if you're in bed, stay in bed.
As a scientist, I'm sure you're taking a look at all of these different earthquakes as they happen. What can you learn from an earthquake like this one? Is there anything specific that you're able to take from this one event?
Every earthquake teaches us something new. In the case of this particular earthquake, the Shaker Earthquake Early Warning System, which is operating in California, Oregon, and Washington, was activated during this earthquake. So one thing we're looking at is how the system itself behaves. In this particular case, alerts were not delivered to people's cell phones. That happens for earthquakes at or above magnitude 4.5. So we're interested in optimizing the warnings that get out to people, hopefully before shaking arrives at their location so they can protect themselves.
So would it be better to be having alerts for smaller level earthquakes as well, or when it's below 4.5, is it kind of just a little bit of rumbling and shaking?
Yes, and we're learning from this. One thing we know from taking a survey of people in the 3 West Coast states, we know that people are really interested in situational awareness, understanding what's going on. So from that perspective, even if they might feel very, very weak shaking, people want to know what it is. They want to know that it is an earthquake. So we're using a combination of all the social science that we're doing with the USGS, but also working to understand the needs of the people who are receiving the alerts, the 50 million people that we serve on the West Coast.
All right, Robert DeGroot, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
Yes, so if you live on the West Coast or if you're going to visit the West Coast, welcome. Please make sure that you download your Shake Alert powered app. You can follow us on Twitter at USGS_Shake Alert. You can visit us on shakealert.org to learn about how you can set up your phone to be powered by Shake Alert to actually get those alerts on your phone if you happen to be visiting those 3 states.
Definitely need to have that because it sounds like it would come in handy. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and fill us in on all the information there.
Thank you. Great talking with you. Have a great day.
You too. 11:38 over on the East Coast and 8:38 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, I want to take you back out to New York, Nassau County, where legislators are once again calling on George Santos to resign, despite the fact that he says he will not. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Resident of this congressional district, and honestly, I am just appalled. I'm shocked and disgusted that someone like this could run and win. I don't understand how he was not vetted. Apparently we need laws like this to prevent this from happening again. He can't possibly represent us well. We want him out. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Next is Sheila Harmon, who's a leader in the senior citizen community from North Shore Towers.
Sheila Harmon, SHEILAHARMON. I had the incidents of calling my representative's office several times, no answer, and then finally yesterday there was an answering machine, but it didn't say even that it was George Santos's office. I called again this morning, and a young lady answered. I was trying to get tickets to a White House and Capitol tours in Washington, D.C., which I have always gotten from my representatives in the past, and the young lady really wasn't sure how it could be done or what could be done. She said that hopefully the key word is hopefully, somebody would get back to me. In the meantime, I contacted Chuck Schumer's office, who got back to me immediately with all of the information that I needed. So obviously, oh, and I did ask what the lady's name was this morning, and she refused to give it to me. He's not representing me at all.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. And the experience that Sheila just described is something that we hear on a daily basis. Next, you'll hear from Vicki Cosgrove, who does not have her dog with her, but she did bring a new sign. Vicki?
Hi, I'm here today. I would like to represent educators in New York City and around the country. What are we telling our children? I mean, to have a fraud get such a high-paying, important job as a member of Congress, what does it say to our children? I mean, he might as well be a snake oil salesman. Can you just say yes. Okay. Yeah. As I said, I'm here to represent educators in this country, and I'm outraged as a former teacher that such a person can get such a high-paying job in government anywhere with no checks and balances on him, nothing. What is it saying to our children? It's telling them it's okay to lie and cheat and get away with it and get a good job. And I just find it sickening. And he might as well, in the old days, he would have been a snake oil salesman, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks. Sure. And next we'll have Aileen Abramson.
Thank you. Hi. I don't have a lot to say, but I have a lot of thoughts going through my head. I guess I basically want to just narrow it down to one or two things. The first thing I would say is that, as my sign says, I think we need more accountability for representatives. There needs to be trust. If we can't trust them, then it's hard to do anything. Just like in real life, you need to be able to trust or you have nothing. And as my other sign says, we didn't elect him, we elected who we thought he was. And in my opinion, if he really wants to represent us, he needs to ask us, what do we want? All right, what do we want? No one's asked me that question. What would I like as one of the constituents? And if I was asked that question, I would say I would like very much for you not just to resign, but to find someone else to represent us, who's really going to represent us. Yeah.
Thank you, Aileen. Our last speaker, all the way from Bayville, is a veteran, Kevin Casson.
Yeah, I would just like to say that as a Vietnam vet, I am totally disgraced with this man getting into office. He's lied about everything. We don't even know if his name is George Santos. I'm sorry. Another thing that's a total disgrace is that he took $3,000 from a homeless veteran and kept the money for himself. As a Vietnam veteran dog handler, I find that extremely disgraceful. I mean, I'm out of words with this guy. Every day, there's 5 more things that he's lied about, cheated. This guy's got to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. To conclude, George Santos believes the charade of his own making is a joke. He tweets at John Lovitz, and he tweets about late-night hosts. He brings donuts as a surprise for journalists. He is having a blast. And we're here to say this is not a joke. My constituents who need help, the senior citizen who needs help with Medicare, the veteran who needs help with the VA, it's not a joke. The United States House of Representatives, one of the most sacred bodies of democracy in the history of the world, is not a joke. And so again, George Santos believes that he will just ride this out. He believes that the media spectacle will die out, that he can just continue to serve, and that we'll all forget about this. Again, I remind you that George Santos, we don't know where he's from, but he's not from Long Island. Long Islanders don't give up that easy. And we're not just going to roll over and accept that our member of Congress is a national embarrassment and disgrace. James Comer, who leads the House Oversight Committee, said in an interview that if George Santos violated campaign finance laws, he would be expelled. Well, last night, George Santos admitted to the FEC that the $500,000 loan to his campaign wasn't a personal loan. That is illegal under campaign finance law. You are not allowed to take money from somebody else and donate it to your campaign. That is called a straw man donation. It is punishable by expulsion from Congress. So if George Santos admitted, if he said the quiet part out loud, if he admitted that he lied about campaign finance violations, then Mr. Comer, vote to expel. 78 Republicans would have to vote to expel. We have a bunch here in New York, and I ask Speaker McCarthy, I ask you this question every day. What more do you have to see? A person who lies about his grandparents being involved in the Holocaust, a person who steals money from a service dog's charity. What more do you have to see? And Speaker McCarthy, it says more about you than it does about George Santos if this is the person you keep in your company. But lastly, we're here because rather than despairing, rather than just giving up, we are going to try to make something good happen from the abomination that is George Santos. And that is why, gathered here today, we are announcing the George package. Again, the Get Egregious Officials Removed from Government Elections package. This package, again, does three things. First, people have been asking me, how come candidates aren't subject to background checks? Quite frankly, it's common sense that they should be, just like any other American applies for a job. Next, it's going to ban people with open foreign arrest warrants from running for office. Again, something that James Madison and Alexander Hamilton never would have believed would have to be a law. But here we are with George Santos being wanted in Brazil. And lastly, it's going to make it a misdemeanor to lie about your education, your income sources, your addresses, and your education, your employment. Again, something that will give voters peace of mind when they go into the ballot booth. We're going to try, after I take questions, we're going to deliver this George package to George Santos' district staff. They've put up signs, no filming, no anything. This is not normal. George Santos might forget that our tax dollars pay for this office.
All right, that is Representative Joshua LaFazin and his constituents once again urging George Santos to resign from his position. Coming up in the next, I would say, 10 minutes or so, President Biden is slated to speak there in D.C. We know those things don't always start on time, but that is when it is slated to begin. There's also a news conference with Deer Park Police. They are updating on the tornado damage from that powerful storm that moved through the area. We'll have coverage of just about everything coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break and we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, setting up to be a busy next hour right here. We're taking a live look right here in Texas, Deer Park, Texas, where officials will be giving an update on the severe weather that happened yesterday with an EF2 tornado in Deer Park. We will feature that for you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now, as well as President Biden is going to be making remarks on Ukraine at the top of the hour as the war continues on now in its 11th month. We'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to go out to another live event here that is happening. We go out to some House Democrats there as this is Representative Adam Schiff, joined by others as they are talking about being denied their committee assignments for the 118th Congress by Speaker McCarthy.
Let's listen right here. Led the impeachment of his master in Mar-a-Lago for withholding hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid from Ukraine, a nation that was even then at war with Russia, in order to extort that country into helping Donald Trump's re-election campaign. We proved those facts and got the first bipartisan vote in the Senate in history to remove a president. Kevin McCarthy calls that a hoax. Well, it was not a hoax, but he will do the former president's bidding. He is entirely reliant on the former president, and this is something the former president wants. I can assure you that if the former president or Kevin McCarthy believes that this is going to stop any of us from fighting to protect our democracy, they're going to find out that the opposite is true. It only will intensify our commitment to doing so. I do want to mention, with respect to Mr. Swalwell also, that as he indicated, I sat in on that briefing. And when Kevin McCarthy misrepresents it and does that disservice to the American people, it's shameful. Mr. Swalwell has served honorably on our committee. He's never been accused of any kind of wrongdoing. This is a patently unfair smear by Mr. McCarthy, but that's what he traffics in, and that's what we're seeing.
I have addressed it.
All right, it looks like we did lose that. Let's try to get it back here for you. Got it.
And I think it is really important in all of our cases to remember it is not the accusations that McCarthy is making against us that is pushing for our removal from these committees. It is about revenge. It's about the appeasing the former president. All three of us have been a thorn in the back of the previous disgraced president. Republicans have been gunning for our seats and obviously know how effective that we have been in upholding the Constitution, in defending our democracy, in standing up to extremists, and we will continue to do that work regardless of whether we are seated on these committees or not.
My question is for Congresswoman Omar. Two Republicans have come out so far and said they won't support removing you from your committee. I wonder if you
All right, as you can see, they're having a little bit issues there with that feed with House Democrats there slamming McCarthy there, but it should also be known that Representative Schiff, who previously chaired the committee, of course, not taking the news as well. But if we remember, Representative Schiff has a political history over the past years condemning these actions here. As we found out from others that, according to the Federalist editor-in-chief, Adam Schiff, who for years falsely claimed to have evidence of collusion between Trump and Russia, and whose office is known for widespread leaking to support such partisan information operations, has been kicked off the Intel Committee there, coming from the Federalist as well. Just wanted to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final you know what, we will not take that final break because we do have a couple of things coming up right here, including the White House from President Biden, as well as the Deer Park update on the tornado damage from yesterday. So what we will do right now is just play out a little bit of House Democrats from earlier today right here on Live Now from Fox.
Overcoming tough diagnoses. And yes, I have stood shoulder to shoulder with young women as they face the solemn decision of whether to have an abortion. Having stood in that room, I can tell you this. This is a decision that is never made lightly. It is one of the biggest and most difficult life-changing decisions a woman can make. That is why I believe firmly that it is a decision that must remain in the exam room between a woman and her doctor and the people closest to her, not on the floor of the House of Representatives. Last Sunday would have marked the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the case that protected every woman's right to make decisions about her own body. But this is the first anniversary in 50 years that women no longer have those protections. Today, it is more important than ever that we reinstate the rights that were afforded by Roe, because women across the country deserve the right over their own bodies, the choice about when or if to have a family, to control their own livelihood, and the basic assurance that they are protected equally, just as men are with the laws in this country. As the most extreme members among us push for a federal abortion ban and attempt to criminalize doctors who have cared for their patients, it is more important than ever that we stand strong on behalf of all women. As a doctor, as a member of Congress, as a woman, and as an American, I will fight every single day for these protections. It's a priority of mine. I know I stand in good company with all of the members on this stage and in our caucus, and we fight as we will continue to fight for every woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions. So thank you very much, and I would love to turn it over now to my colleague, Congresswoman Sydney Kombliger-Dove from California.
Thank you. And I just want to start by saying, as a Californian, I too want to extend my prayers to the victims of the mass shootings in Monterey Park, Half Moon Bay, Oakland, and Des Moines, Iowa. It is no doubt that the pro-choice movement was dealt a massive blow last June. This conservative activist Supreme Court overturned decades of precedent. They stripped away Americans' freedom to make their own health care decisions, specifically a woman's right to make choices about her own body and a doctor's right to provide her care. And as a result, they are putting all of our lives at risk. Republicans across the country are trying to bring us back to the days of back alley coat hanger abortions with deadly consequences. Women are being forced to travel hundreds of miles, leaving their children behind.
All right, everyone, you can see President Biden and now speaking on the war in Ukraine. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Horrific war. The American people have been strong and unwavering in their support, and Democrats and Republicans in Congress have stood together. The United States has worked in lockstep with our allies and partners around the world to make sure the Ukrainian people are in the strongest possible position to defend their nation, their families, and against the truly brutal aggression of Russia. We haven't seen the likes of this in a long time. The United States and Europe are fully united. This morning, I had a long conversation with our NATO allies, German Chancellor Scholz, French President Macron, Prime Minister Sunak, and the Italian Prime Minister Meloni, to continue our close coordination and our full support of Ukraine. Because you all know, I've been saying this for a long time, the expectation on the part of Russia is we're going to break up. We're not going to stay united, but we are fully, thoroughly, totally united. With spring approaching, Ukrainian forces are working to defend the territory they hold and preparing for additional counteroffensives. To liberate their land, they need to be able to counter Russia's evolving tactics and strategy on the battlefield in the very near term. They need to improve their ability to maneuver in open terrain, and they need an enduring capability to deter and defend against Russian aggression over the long term. The Secretary of State and the Secretary of the the military behind me they've been deeply involved in this whole effort. Armored capability, as General Austin will tell you, has been critical. And that's why the United States has committed hundreds of armored fighting vehicles to date, including more than 500 as part of the assistance package we announced last Friday. And today I'm announcing that the United States will be sending 31 Abrams tanks to Ukraine, the equivalent of 1 Ukrainian battalion. Secretary Austin has recommended this step because it will enhance the Ukraine's capacity to defend its territory and achieve its strategic objectives. The Abrams tanks are the most capable tanks in the world. They're also extremely complex to operate and maintain. So we're also giving Ukraine the parts and equipment necessary to effectively sustain these tanks on the battlefield. And we'll begin to train the Ukrainian troops on these issues of sustainment, logistics, and maintenance as soon as possible. Delivering these tanks to the field is going to take time. Time that we'll use to make sure the Ukrainians are fully prepared to integrate the Abrams tanks into their defenses. We're also closely coordinated this announcement with our allies. The American contribution will be joined by an additional announcement, including that will be readily available and more easily integrated for use in the battlefield in the coming weeks and months from other countries. I'm grateful to Chancellor Schultz for providing German Leopard 2 tanks and will lead an effort to organize a European contribution of 2 tank battalions for Ukraine. I want to thank the Chancellor for his leadership and his steadfast commitment to our collective efforts to support Ukraine. Germany has really stepped up. The Chancellor has been a strong voice for unity, a close friend, and for the level of effort we're going to continue. Supporting Ukraine's ability to fight off Russian aggression to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity is a worldwide commitment. Not just it's a worldwide commitment. Last week, in Germany, Secretary Austin convened the Ukraine Defense Contact Group for the 8th time. This group is made up of some 50 nations, each making significant contributions of their own to Ukraine's integrity. Each fully committed to making Ukraine remain strong and independent and able to defend itself against Russian threats and violence. I want to thank every member of that coalition for continuing to step up. The UK, the United Kingdom, recently announced that it's donating Challenger 2 tanks to Ukraine. France is contributing AMX-10s, armored fighting vehicles. In addition to the Leopard tanks, Germany, like the United States, Germany is also sending a Patriot missile battery. The Netherlands is donating a Patriot missile and launchers. France, Canada, the UK, Slovakia, Norway, and others have all donated critical air defense systems to help secure Ukrainian skies and save the lives of innocent civilians who are literally the target of Russia's aggression. Poland is sending armored vehicles. Sweden is donating infantry fighting vehicles. Italy is giving artillery. Denmark and Estonia are sending howitzers. Latvia is providing more Stinger missiles. Lithuania is providing anti-aircraft guns. And Finland recently announced its largest package of security assistance to date. You may remember I was asked a while ago what I think was going to happen. And I said, I let Putin know. He thought that he's going to end up with the Finlandization of Europe. Well, he's got the NATOization of Finland. He's gotten something he never intended. Together with our allies and partners, we've sent more than 3,000 armored vehicles, more than 8,000 artillery systems, more than 2 million rounds of artillery ammunition, and more than 50 advanced multi-launch rocket systems, anti-ship and air defense systems, all to help counter Ukraine's brutal aggression that's happening because of Russia. And look, today's announcement builds on the hard work and commitment from countries around the world, led by the United States of America, to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty and its territorial integrity. That's what this is about, helping Ukraine defend and protect Ukrainian land. It is not an offensive threat to Russia. There is no offensive threat to Russia. If Russian troops return to Russia, they'll be there where they belong. This war would be over today. That's what we all want, an end to this war in just and lasting terms. You know, our teams do not permit one nation. We're not going to allow one nation to steal a neighbor's territory by force. Our terms that preserve Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and honor the UN Charter. They're the terms we're working on. And you know, these are the terms we all signed up for, and 143 nations voted for in the United Nations General Assembly last October. So, the United States, standing shoulder to shoulder with allies and partners, is going to continue to do all we can to support Ukraine. Putin expected Europe and the United States to weaken our resolve. He expected our support for Ukraine to crumble with time. He was wrong. He was wrong. And he was wrong from the beginning, and he continues to be wrong. We are united. America's united, and so is the world. And we approach the one-year mark, as we do, of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We remain united and determined as ever in our conviction and our cause. These tanks are further evidence of our enduring, unflagging commitment to Ukraine and our confidence in the skill of the Ukrainian forces. As I told President Zelensky when he was here, and today's his birthday, by the way, in December, we're with you for as long as it takes, Mr. President. Ukrainians are fighting an age-old battle against aggression and domination. It's a battle Americans have fought proudly, time and again. And it's a battle we're going to make sure the Ukrainians are well equipped to fight as well. This is about freedom. Freedom for Ukraine. Freedom everywhere. It's about the kind of world we want to live in, the world we want to leave to our children. So may God protect the brave Ukrainian defenders of their country and keep the flame of liberty burning brightly as we can. Thank you.
Mr. President, why are you taking this decision now? Did Germany force you to change your mind on sending tanks?
Germany didn't force me to change your mind. We wanted to make sure we were all together. That's what we're going to do all along. And that's what we're doing right now. Thank you.
Mr. President, any response to the Pence disclosures of classified documents?
Sir, are the searches of your homes completed?
President Biden just taking one question right there, but tanks are coming from the U.S. to Ukraine. It will take some time there, but you just heard it there from President Biden as it has now entered that 11-month mark of the war. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page, where we bring you top feeds and top stories and, of course, breaking news when it happens, and that is exactly what we have here for you. Let's go out to Chicago right now. High-rise fire going on right now at this time here. You are watching this all take place live and raw and always unfiltered right here. So this is the info that we have here for you. Unfortunately, there are injuries associated with this fire. One person was critically injured as the Chicago Fire Department responds to this extra alarm fire in a South Side high-rise this morning. The fire has spread to 6 floors of the building in the 4800 block of South Lake Park Avenue. That's coming from the fire officials there, as they are going to have a real long day here. As you can see that the snow is coming there. They were having this winter storm as well, so they are dealing with those elements as well. And right now we continue to showcase this. We do have a ground shot available to us here as well. We're going to get that to you in just a little bit when they refeed that out here. But this is a shot here that you can see as that fire is really ripping out of that building there. We know that 6 floors are impacted at this time, and unfortunately at least one person is critically injured in this fire. And we're working to get more information from our station there, Fox 32 in Chicago. Obviously, this will be a big story for them as fire. Oh, you can see even more debris falling from that floor that's impacted right there. We do have several ladder trucks out there as well on this extra alarm fire, as the firefighter there you can see continuing to douse those floors impacted. With, look at that, 6 floors there, and it could be even more than 6 floors impacted right now. But the fire continues to rip here in this high-rise apartment condo building right now. Again, this is the 4800 block of South Lake Park Avenue, and we do have another shot here available to us that we want to showcase to you as that fire continues to rip out of this building right here on Live Now from Fox. We bring it to you always, again, live, raw, and always unfiltered. Again, when breaking news happens, we try to bring in as many feeds that we can at the moment here. And this is a great shot there, unfortunately, of the flames continuing to rip out of this building here. We know of at least one person that was critically injured. We don't know any more. We don't know anything on the status of the safety of the firefighters as well. You can see more firefighters here on the ground just right below. And it looks like they are going to be now going up the steps there to the floors that are impacted right here. So you can see this is a huge fire response being taken right now by the fire officials, obviously, when this is still going on right now. And we continue to showcase this to you. What we'll do right now is we have several different shots here. Want to continue to showcase this right here, but unfortunately, look, you can see that debris coming and really ripping out right now. And we have those 2 different shots here, 2 different angles here of this fire right now that is playing out right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And you can see more of the shot continuing. We lost. Oh, you know what? They took that. Fire continues to come out of this 6 stories right now impacted right now on the top levels of this high-rise condo apartment. Right now we are working to get the latest information there from Fox 32 in Chicago. Obviously a very fluid situation. Number one job now for fire officials obviously is to get this fire under control and out as it continues now to really impact the different floors here, and they're trying to stop the spread onto more floors right now. And this is an ongoing situation. One person critically injured. We don't know if there is going to be more associated with that. We hope not there, but a very different scene right here playing out in Chicago right now of this active fire that continues to rip out right now from this high-rise apartment. It looks like that shot froze for us right now. What we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We go back out to Chicago, getting some witness testimony right now. Could be a homeowner as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Hassan is here.
How old is she?
81. Yes, and she's visually impaired. She has a hearing problem. So it's heartbreaking.
And what unit is she in?
1508.
Okay, so right now you're just trying to figure out if she's been brought down yet.
Yes, yes.
Okay, your name is now?
Barbara Joyner.
How do I spell that?
Barbara-Joyner.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
They bring her down.
And this is the fire here that just moments ago we were bringing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And we'll continue to track this story. Obviously, fire crews, as soon as they get this handled of this high-rise fire, they will be speaking to the media, and we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. But just wanted to showcase that to you and bring you that breaking news out of Chicago. Now I want to go out and switch gears here, take you out to Deer Park, Texas. This was the site of a tornado that happened yesterday. Crews giving an update on the destruction. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Agencies in the area that are assessing damage to facilities throughout the area. So I appreciate CenterPoint's contribution. Obviously, in the next 24 hours, it's going to be very vital that everyone in the Deer Park area stays off of the road, especially in the areas where we know we've got down power lines, so the CenterPoint crews can have access to that. It's going to be interesting how all that goes, but we are here to support them getting our power restored. Far as debris in the region, our Public Works is working overtime, and we're being supported by a lot of agencies and or local municipalities in assisting us with getting our debris picked up and out of the way, mainly with the focus being so CenterPoint can have access to all the areas that they need to have. We've got TDM here supporting us from the state, and I appreciate their support in helping us do a lot of the assessment So we've been contacted by most of our federal and state officials, and we appreciate all their support. I appreciate the county and their support in helping us and assisting us. Far as the immediate needs, most of our city facilities are closed today, and we'll be assessing later today if we'll be able to open tomorrow. Most of our city facilities are without power. We're still running on generators, so obviously, like I said a minute ago, for the next 24 hours, allowing CenterPoint to do their job. I know they've staged up with approximately 24 crews overnight, and they were bringing in additional resources here approximately around noon. So everything for the next little bit is going to be cleaning up debris and getting CenterPoint the access they need to start repairing the last areas. I know they've restored a lot of the transmission lines, so if you had no damage, a lot of facilities, their power's been restored. We do have an across the board, a multi-agency response from DPS to TDM to CenterPoint to National Weather Service to Task Force 1. And I communicated with the governor last night, and I appreciate his call and support to our city. I've been in contact with most of the regional mayors. I know Mayor Pasadena Wagner and the mayor of Baytown, the two other cities I think that have been most impacted. So we're all working closely together to make sure we get our communities restored as quickly as possible. For any aspect of a media request, you can reach out to me at mayor@deerparktx.org. We've also transitioned our city website to be a news outlet, and that's at deerparktx.gov/tornado 2023. So any aspect of updates we'll be putting on there, and we're obviously going to be submitting additional press releases later in the day as information becomes available. So obviously it's been a rapid scenario that occurred very rapidly. We're just grateful that we again had no casualties, but that's the latest on where we're at in regards to what is going on currently right now.
What is the biggest challenge you're facing right now? You know, what are you need more of, or, you know, you have all kinds of assistance, EMS for the nursing home patients, and all. Just what is the
biggest challenge, I think, right now immediately is getting power restored, so a lot of facilities can get back up and running, so the services can be provided. I know TDM's already working with us. We've got a QR code on how residents can get resource help to them individually, and we're getting a lot of calls right now. We don't want to set too much up here in Deer Park, per se, until we get as much of the power restored.
Do you have information on the National Weather Service, or where they're doing their assessment to categorize these particular tornadoes?
We've had some brief conversation with them of assessing on that, yes.
Okay.
Mayor.
Yes.
You can look at those cameras when you're answering the question. How are you? How's your family? How are your neighbors?
Well, my family's doing well. I was obviously at home yesterday afternoon early. So my immediate family is doing very well. The neighbors, everybody I've communicated with, obviously is doing as best they can. Fortunately for me, I have a generator, so I had power last night. But there is a lot of people that went without power, and after so many hours, it becomes very disruptive to the quality of life most of us enjoy. So again, going back to the question, power, getting that restored as quickly as possible. But I think overall, you know, most residents in Deer Park are very blessed that no one got hurt. So getting power restored and assessing facility damage, and obviously insurance, and getting volunteers in, because we're talking with TDM in regards to getting people in that help and need assistance for debris, because there's a lot of trees and stuff like that are down, fences. All of that needs to be moved out to the road, so the city crews over the next few days can pick that up. So any aspect of what residents, whether they get assistance or them directly, if you just remove the debris to the street, we'll be getting that picked up in the next few days as quickly as possible. But a lot of the information we're going to be pushing out to for is where residents can reach out to. We're having a lot of people that want to bring resources in. We're not currently set up for that in Deer Park right now because power is such a major issue.
What are you directing your citizens of Deer Park to, as far as the Red Cross shelters and distribution, supply distribution, and things of that sort? What are you?
Well, I know there was a shelter that was open yesterday in Pasadena, and it was inundated very rapidly. So in some aspect, the challenge is you can't necessarily bring a Red Cross here into the middle of the impact area. So staging that outside of this region is going to be very important. But most constituents and even family members, to put it in that perspective, that were without power, were staying home. But it would be more efficient if they were to go to family members outside of the impact zone for a short-term basis. So we can at least work with CenterPoint to get the power restored. But we're trying to assimilate a lot of that information and are in communication with the state and how is the most efficient way to get the resources here. So again, we've got volunteers that are being geared up to help residents get debris off of their property because most of them that I know and family and friends that I've talked to, that's their top priorities, getting their yards cleaned up, getting some resemblance of their home life back together. And so that's a top priority for us. But as you can see out there, the traffic is a major issue. So I would caution people to be careful. If you don't need to be in the impact zone, please stay out of that area. Some of the discussions is how do we handle the traffic flow because a lot of it is down power lines. And we need that areas freed up from traffic so we can get the crews in and work with them overnight.
Mayor, was there an issue with looting last night?
I had a report of a few minor people, but overall we didn't have any issues. But there was a couple that were they were looked into. But obviously we are running 12-hour shifts, and so I don't imagine that'll be a major concern. And if anybody dares to, I'm sure our PD will be happy to give them a ride somewhere. So. I know the school district just walked in, and I know yesterday we were in communication with them. We're very grateful that no schools will impact, and from my perspective, I'm assuming, I don't want to put you on the spot, y'all made any decision in regards to school closures tomorrow?
We're still waiting on the reliable power.
Right. Which is the same position we were in from the city. We'll most probably be making decisions somewhere this afternoon in the 4 to 5 range in regards to how far CenterPoint's got in restoring power. So to answer most of the questions, we're in a status quo of just wait until a lot of that gets restored. But I'm really pleased with the efforts of all the agencies here. I'm just tremendously blessed with city staff and the efforts they put forth. I know I live just right around the corner, and from the moment we were impacted about 2:49 yesterday, within 5 minutes, our crews were already in the streets picking up debris, cleaning out the streets, and we're still doing that. So we've got outside trash companies are coming in already very soon to start hauling that debris out. So I think everything is working about as efficiently and as effective and as it can be to date. Any more questions?
Just have one more question.
Sure.
Talk about the hardest hit area and what was the damage and how are the residents there?
Well, it's funny you put it that way. I would just say it's kind of a path from one corner in the southwest to the north east corner. It was interesting how it just bounced up and down, and facilities from one place right next door to each other is pretty devastated, and one right next to it, as we know, there's no specific trend. So it really cuts across kind of all the way across the city, and obviously started in Pasadena and ended up in Baytown. So there's just a trail right through, and I've seen some of the maps from the Weather Service about kind of tracked, and it's pretty much the heart of where most of the damage is. So it's not one little specific area, it's just that whole path through there. If that answers your question. Anybody else? So I don't have a particular time, but we will be spitting out more additional information. And again, if any more media requests want to come in, just reach out to me at mayor@deerparktx.gov, and we'll be happy to accommodate you guys. But we will be spitting out more additional information as it becomes available later in the day. Thank you so much.
How are you, sir?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll continue to take a look here at the high-rise fire that continues to burn in Chicago. We'll bring you the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. And you're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you more live feeds here from Chicago of this high-rise fire that is impacting at least 6 floors right now. And you can see that the fire continues to shoot out of the windows right here, and crews are continuing to try to put it out right now. We are waiting for more updates from fire officials. Obviously, their first job here, though, is to try to knock this out the best that they can and stop the spread of this apartment condo fire happening. So we will continue to monitor it, and as long as we have the shot, we will continue to bring you this feed here of you see the debris that continues to fall down from this building here. And we'll continue to track this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to go out to Florida here, where we do have civil rights attorney Ben Crump and others coming together, along with students and elected officials, to announce their intent to file a lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and the state of Florida for rejecting the Advanced Placement African American Studies course from being taught in Florida high schools. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Today, and I ask that you all please keep chatter down to a minimum, as we do have a lot to get through today and a lot of valuable information we want to make sure that we share. Before we start, we want to ground today in prayer. As we know, all things are possible when we go to the throne. So I am now handing it over to Senator Osgood to lead us.
Thank you, Jasmine. As we focus in on this moment, a part of the tradition and lived experience of Black people is the power of prayer. It is how we have made it through, we've made it over. And it is something that has continually aided us in times like these. Let us pray. God, our Father, our Maker, our Creator, we come first of all to thank you that we can make our prayers and supplications known to you in thanksgiving. We thank you, Father God, that we can come boldly to your throne, expecting mercy, grace, and help in our time of need. Father, we come needing you in this minute, in this moment, in the misery of the time that we find ourselves in. We need your power. We need your strength. We need your wisdom as we struggle to understand these types of situations. We need you in the midst of the pain of the constant rejection that we feel. We need you in the midst of the humiliation and disrespect that we continue to endure day by day, simply because some chooses not to understand us or value us as mere human beings. We need you to protect our hearts from the anger, the pain, the retaliation that's luring around, trying to invade us, to make us miss this moment and use us in a way that's not going to be for your glory. We pray that you would endow us with the peace of Howard Thurman, that peace will become our lifestyle, Father, that we will continue to show up and speak out in these times of injustice, these times of cruel and evil words that are written and said that hurt us to the core, that hurt our children. We pray today, God, that by your power and by your might, you do something mighty in this place. We pray that the supernatural power of your spirit turn the hearts of those who look on some because of the color of their skin with disdain and devalue them. We pray, God, that you do something exceedingly abundantly above anything that we could ever think or ask. And even, God, as we're gathered here today, we ask that you pour out your spirit in this place, that you unite us for this cause and this reason, that we will continue to fight for our children to truly experience life, liberty, and justice for all. God, we pray today that you have mercy upon this place. We pray today, God, that you allow us to continue to demand justice and represent you as being moral agents of change. God, we pray that this moment you release a morality anointing upon this place, that we will make decisions based on moral obligations, not on personal preferences or the feelings of guilt and anguish about things that have happened in the past that we haven't caused, but miss this moment to change the things that we can, so that the things that happened in the past never happen again. Oh God, we lift our burdens up to you this morning, and we pray that your will be done and your kingdom come. Amen, amen, and amen. At this time, I welcome to the podium the first black woman to hold such a esteemed position, the leader of the House Democratic Caucus and representative for House District 67, Leader Fentress Driscoll.
Thank you. Wow, thank you, Senator Osgood. I feel like going on.
Yes. Right.
Thank you all for being here. We know that many of you traveled from far and wide across the state of Florida to be here. Let me just go ahead and get this out the way. By rejecting the African American History Pilot Program, Ron DeSantis has clearly demonstrated that he wants to dictate whose story does and doesn't belong. He wants to control what our kids can learn based on politics and not sound policy. He repeatedly attacks the First Amendment rights of Floridians, with books being banned from libraries and classrooms, and now throwing his weight against this AP African American History course. He is undermining the rights of parents and students to make the best decisions for themselves. He wants to say that I don't belong. He wants to say that you don't belong, whose story does and doesn't get to count. But we are here to tell him, we are America. Yes. Governor, Black history is American history, and you are on the wrong side of history. Yes. And now we've been told that this AP African American History course will be altered and resubmitted, and most likely they'll make enough changes for the governor to approve it, but at what cost? And are we really okay with Ron DeSantis deciding what's acceptable for America's students across the country about Black history? This pilot program's curriculum was developed by education experts, and our AP students are some of the most intelligent in the country. The classical education model says that students in the 10th and 11th grades are in the rhetoric stage of development, where they can naturally become independent thinkers and they can handle challenging topics. Accurately teaching our history is not political until others make it so.
Yes.
Right. How is it political to talk about the struggles we've endured? How is it political to talk about and to remember our history? The truth is the truth. You can't change it.
Amen.
It simply is. But if you try to sugarcoat it, if you refuse to teach it accurately, then the truth can be suppressed, it can be diminished, and if we are not vigilant, even erased. We all know that united we stand and divided we fall. And while Ron DeSantis tries to divide us for his own political goals, we know that to truly love our country means to bravely face our history, to know our own history, and to never be afraid to hold America to its highest ideals.
Amen.
We believe in an America where our past informs our future, that only by studying and understanding past fights for freedom, liberty, and full democracy can we maintain our rights today and preserve them for our children and grandchildren. We believe in an America where the ideals of our past become the reality of our present, an America where we all belong. But friends, in order to build that America, we need leaders who care not about some of us, but about all of us.
Right.
Because united, we stand. We need leaders who will bring the temperature down, not ratchet up the madness and create division. Because united, we stand. We need leaders who create good jobs, not anti-woke mobs. Because united, we stand. We need lower property insurance and safe neighborhoods, not more limitations on how we raise and educate our children. Because united, we stand. What we don't need is a governor who is so obsessed with woke that he is asleep at the wheel. Come on. Because divided, we fall. Make no mistake, the governor decided to pick this fight loud and in public, and he knew that this pilot program was already being edited. He knew it would attract attention. He knew that this would anger and hurt people. But he values headlines over Floridians, and his singular goal is to become the GOP nominee for president. We must all remember this moment and channel our anger at being rejected into action. Because he will try to draw attention in a dozen directions, and today it's Black History, and tomorrow it's Mickey Mouse, and the next day it's gas stoves. But we must stay focused. We have 650 days to Election Day 2024, when he hopes to be on the ballot for President of the United States. That is 22 months, 162 and a half weeks, 15,600 hours, 936 minutes, and we must use every second of that time, that precious time, to do the work and make sure that a man who says that an AP African American history course has no educational value never sets foot in the Oval Office. But we can only do that if we organize and if we mobilize. And there's some here today, there are others who will tell you how to get involved. But in the words of the prophet Amos, in the book of Amos 5:24, but let justice roll down as waters and righteousness as a mighty stream. Do not give up. You keep the faith, because I know that together, we will overcome. Thank you. And now I would like to bring to the podium my distinguished colleague and freedom fighter, attorney, and state representative, Michelle Rayner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All I can begin with is, what shall we say to all of these things? What shall we say to all of these things? It seems like every year there's a new enemy for Ronald Dion DeSantis. Black folks, LGBTQ folks, people who are pregnant, universities, y'all know the list. Actions have shown time and time again that he targets our most vulnerable. It's always been about our next generation, our children, and it is our babies who you will hear from that will pay this price for the governor's relentless political witch hunts. Now, Republicans will tell you now they love the kids, and their fight for freedom is for our children. But if they cared about our kids, why are we almost dead last in the nation for a quality education? Why do we have a housing affordability problem? Why can't people get health care if our kids are the future? Our children have been used our political pawns, and rather they're not being the focus of creating good opportunities. Our babies know what's going on. You're going to hear from them. They know that the erasure of history is not a secret. There are 2.8 million students sitting in Florida public schools right now knowing that their governor does not want them to learn about Black history. Now, since I love a little bit of history, I'm going to walk you through some very quickly. In 2018, we were warned. Then sixth grader would have been then at the time, watched our incoming governor with a radical extremism get elected. And he was campaigning on political ideologies. And he made comments like, "Don't monkey this up." And many of folks, they brushed these comments off. And meanwhile, that sixth grader is just trying to complete a science course. But what about this is freedom? Freedom to live. What about is this freedom? But guess what? He was telling us who he was. Right. In 2020, this same sixth grader is now in 8th grade. He watched Florida's governor respond to the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd by passing a bill to silence the voices of Black folks and restrict everyone's right to freedom of speech and protest. But when asked about this, he said, "I'm just trying to keep people safe and businesses not being harmed." And this has nothing to do with race. And what about freedom, the freedom to speak? He was telling us who he was. And I'm going to walk you through to 2021. This 8th grader was a freshman in high school. Critical race theory is the new dog whistle. And we know that it's not being taught in the schools. He wanted to stop wokeness, and he wanted to divide kids by race. And we saw pictures of Brother Martin and Sister Rosa being wiped from our classrooms. All the while he defunded public education to fund charter schools. He ignored our housing crisis. He implemented a gas tax when it was politically convenient. And now in 2022, that same freshman is a sophomore. Their books that their upperclassmen friends had, they no longer have. And then DeSantis had the audacity to invoke MLK. He had the audacity to talk about folks' color of their skin and being judged by the content of their character. What was he telling us about the freedom to learn? Because guess what? Ronald was telling us who he was. And now in 2023, that sophomore is a junior in high school. For 5 years, they have watched their governor attack people based on what they look like, who they love, and what they believe. And now he tells students that Black history lacks value. Value means importance, worth, or usefulness of something. Value is akin to mattering. Mattering means the importance or significance. And what about this freedom to be equal? It is not only that he has showed us who he was, he is showing us in real time, and we must believe him. You cannot say on a Monday that you support Dr. King and on a Wednesday refuse to tell his story. You cannot. You cannot say you are here to serve all the children of Florida, especially our children, but only when it serves your political ambitions. You're going to hear about what we need to do, and you're going to hear about how we're going to hold these people accountable for their audacious assault on Black folks and the hypocrisy with our children. But this is what I want to tell you. They want us to be tired. They want us to get weary. But I'm holding on to the promise. I'm holding on to the promise. Let us not grow weary in well-doing, for we shall reap a harvest if we faint not. And now I'm going to introduce Senator Gerald D. Thompson. My God, I'm just glad I had to go after her.
Thank you, and good afternoon. The late Black author James Baldwin said, "I can't hear what you say because I see what you do." And what we hear in Florida is that African American history is required instruction in our schools. That's what we hear. What we see is that for almost 30 years, that law has been on the books and it has not been enforced. That's what we see.
Break it down.
Now, we are here today to serve notice that it's time out for hypocrisy. It's time out for hypocrisy. What time is it? Time out for hypocrisy. 30 years, and there has been no consequence whatsoever for instructors who are not teaching African American history. If we say that the speed limit is 70 and someone goes 80, the highway patrol is there with some consequences. But there have been no consequences for not teaching African American history. What time is it? Time out. It's time out for hypocrisy. Now, the courses that were to be taught on African American history were intended to explore how individual freedoms have been infringed by slavery, racial oppression, segregation, racial discrimination, and laws that resulted in racial oppression, racial segregation, and racial discrimination, and to highlight those individuals who work to overturn unjust laws. But we're told by Ron DeSantis that this kind of history has no educational value. It's time out for hypocrisy. Time out for hypocrisy. In the state of Florida, there are 67 school districts, 67 counties. Only 12 of them have been deemed to be doing an exemplary job in teaching African American history. And this determination was made by the Commissioner of Education's African American History. 12 out of 67. What time is it? Time out. Time out for hypocrisy. Now, what are we going to do in terms of consequences?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Just yesterday, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis talked about this potential lawsuit, said that he supports banning the course being offered to some high school students because its lessons delve too far into political agendas, broaching some topics as abolishing prisons. Black officials in the state, from Democratic lawmakers to faith leaders, however, are seeking to overturn the DeSantis administration's determination that the class significantly lacks educational value there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will take a quick 2-minute break.
of the House and your Senate President and tell them to keep AP, African American History, as an option in Florida schools. No longer will we wait for the governor or even the Department of Education to see its value. We know for ourselves the importance of Black people and the rich history that we as a community have contributed to the story of America. Amen. And by all of us coming together, our children will know it too. Because at the end of the day, this is about our children. That's right. So now I bring to the podium Senator Jones, a gentleman who really needs no introduction, a man who cares for the least of them. So I thank you so much.
I want to start off by talking to my colleagues who stand with me. In church, we sing a song, we've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord. But then it goes on and say, trusting in his holy word. He has never failed us yet. To my colleagues, I tell you that the moment that we are in right now, I repeat what Representative Ranger said. Don't get weary in well-doing, because we will reap a harvest, but we cannot give up. I want to thank the clergy from across the state who are here. There's too many to name. I want to thank Attorney Crump and the student leaders who are here today. But I want to go back and thank, once again, my colleagues in both the House and the Senate who are here today. We're not standing here for an exercise. That's right. We're not standing here because it's cute to stand here. We're standing here because we're resisting and we refuse to allow this to happen. We are dealing with the structure of a system that continues to perpetuate racism across this country and in this state. And let me clear this up. This is not just a Florida problem. Hear me what I'm telling y'all. Florida is just the petri dish. Tell it. But people from across the country should be concerned of what legislatures and what governors are doing and what they are watching Florida to do, because they believe if it can happen in Florida, it can happen in Tennessee, it can happen in Colorado. We want to resist right here, right now. Ron DeSantis is a problem.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We were taking that lawsuit in Jacksonville, Florida for you live right here on Live Now from Fox. It is entering into a new hour here. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is a busy Wednesday as we are bringing in top feeds and top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Also breaking news that we are covering for you in Chicago. This is a high-rise fire that looks like crews are doing a great job of knocking that fire down. We still see some flames up high there, at least 6 floors impacted right now. I do want to go out to Fox 32 Chicago coverage right now as they are in this breaking news here with all of the latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
In Kenwood right now, this video sent to us by the Chicago Fire Department. It shows flames and smoke pouring out of a building there. Dane Placco is live on the scene with the breaking details. Dane?
Yeah, Anthony, still a very active scene here. We are at Lake Park and 48th Street. Let me step out of the way to show you there are pieces of fire equipment stretching for at least 2 or 3 blocks north and south along Lake Park. And then let's swing over to the building. What you're looking at over there is a building, a co-op called Harper Square, address 4850 South Lake Park. This fire broke out on the 15th floor shortly after 10 o'clock this morning. As you can see it is still active. There's still smoke coming out of the building. It started on the 15th floor, sort of in the middle of the building, and slowly worked its way up floor to floor to floor, and now appears to be the only flames we see burning right now are on the top, the 2 floors just below the top of the building. Still smoke coming out of the other floors as well. We know that there are firefighters inside the building right now. We've seen occasional jet sprays of water coming through the windows. They're inside working the fire. This is an EMS plan too, a huge equipment response. It started, as I say, after 10 o'clock this morning. So far, we're told that 6 people have been taken to the hospital. 1 person in critical condition. The rest of them, apparently, their injuries less severe. We're also hearing that a firefighter may have sustained a minor injury while battling this blaze. This is a 25-story building, 360 units, built in 1970. And as we say, the fire started on the 15th floor and appears to have moved up at least 9 floors above, up to about the 24th floor right now, and inevitably will probably also spread to the very top floor of the building, the 25th floor. A lot of people who live in the building have been evacuated. However, we're also told that there are still people staying in the building. It is a large complex, and apparently the fire department has made the decision to keep people, they'll be more safe being in the far reaches of the building while they fight the fire in the middle of the building, that they're okay there. Now, we did talk to Alderman Sophia King, the 4th Ward Alderman, in whose ward this building resides. She told me just moments ago that she is staying on top of the situation. There's apparently a gym complex around the corner. We haven't been over there yet, where a lot of the people who live in the building are being taken to while they battle this blaze. But it looks as though it's generally under control. We still see some flames, but there are plenty of firefighters here on the scene. The good news is it appears, at least at this point, there are no fatalities involved in this fire. 1 person in critical condition. That's the scene here in Kenwood. Anthony, I'll throw it back to you.
Okay, Dane, certainly an improvement there from 20 minutes ago when we spoke to you last. We're going to be checking in with Dane throughout the hour, but for now, back to our snow that is still...
And that was Fox 32 coverage right there. Of course, we got you covered as always right here on Live Now from Fox. And as soon as we get more updates there, we'll bring it to you. But 6 taken to the hospital, 1 in critical condition. And we'll continue to monitor that situation there for you in Chicago. I want to continue to go to more live feeds that we have here for you. Now we are going out to Pasadena, Texas, getting an update on the big storm that passed through yesterday in Harris County. Severe thunderstorms as well as a tornado moved across southern Harris County. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
They'll be serving hot meals for people. We're getting great support from the state of Texas. Governor Abbott has called and said anything the state can do, they're here for us. State senators, state representatives all through the region are calling for help. How they can help, and we're definitely letting them know how they can help. I've talked with the superintendent of our school district here in Pasadena. They're trying everything they can to get the schools open tomorrow. They'll make that decision here pretty soon. So right now it's still closed, but they're really looking at how they can open schools tomorrow. I think it all has to do with all the electricity being turned on. Centerpoint has over 300 trucks here in our city working for us in Deer Park. They're doing a super job. They were here before the storm hit, and they've been here ever since, working as hard as they can. They've restored a lot of electricity, but the tornado itself damaged some of their most important parts of their substations, which is, as they said, it's really unheard of. But tornadoes can do what they want, and tornadoes did do the damage. They are assessing it. They're fixing it. We still got neighborhoods out because of that, but they are working as hard as they can on fixing that problem to get the electricity running through the lines. The animal shelter, that's been one of the big talking points that everybody wants to know about. Our animal shelter was completely damaged. The roof was torn off. We had over 200 animals inside the shelter. Only 2 or 3 were injured, not life-threatening, thank goodness. So people want to know what can they do to help our shelter. And I might have to read this. Usually I don't read, but I have to get this right. There's ways you can help. Number one is if you want to donate money, go to www.pasadenatx.gov/animal shelter donations, or the Methodist Church, Ashbury Methodist Church at Genoa Red Bluff and Space Center are accepting donations if you want to bring food. We want you to bring the food there, not to our animal shelter location. It's the building itself is dangerous right now. Please don't go by to even look at it. It's very dangerous. We keep everybody away from it. The animals are safe. We got them in the building next to it. So if you want to donate, go to the Asbury Methodist Church. Its address is 5354 Space Center. And they've been willing to help us, and we really appreciate that. It's partnerships like that and the partnerships throughout our whole community, as you can see here in Pasadena, neighbor helping neighbor. And again, we're big about that. And I was walking through the neighborhood yesterday, and as the parents and the kids from out of school was getting to their house, and their house was completely torn up. It was just, it wasn't almost there. And I looked at these people, and I said I'm sorry because I was sorry, but what do you say when somebody walks to their house and they had no idea their house is not there any longer? We feel their pain. We're doing everything we can as a city. The state is doing everything they can. We're going to make it as I hate the word to use easy, but we're going to make it as easy as possible for us to assist all our citizens who this tornado touched. With that, I think is Lanny Armstrong, the fire chief, up next, Rex. If you want to introduce him. And again, we'll answer questions here shortly. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, it's our police chief, Josh Bruger, is going to speak next. And as you can see, this is kind of a fluid situation. We've got a lot of things going on. And so a couple of the folks that are going to speak, they're still out on sites right now. They're going to make it here before the end of the press conference. Chief Josh Bruger.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Mayor. What I want to touch on is law enforcement and kind of what we're dealing with right now and kind of an update. Our biggest issue right now is down power lines and poles and traffic control issues. Obviously, we have lights out, and so that's our biggest issue. We have a lot of resources tied up on intersections right now and trying to keep folks out of areas they shouldn't be in. And the biggest thing that I can ask, from the public is, help us by, staying out of these areas, particularly where the damage is. We have a lot of, people coming in and out with debris and things like that. And so just staying out of those areas. And the other is, driving friendly and making sure the areas where the lights are out that treating them as a four-way stop and just driving cautiously. That's the biggest issues we have. And I'll tell you right now, the two main areas that we're having the biggest problems is Fairmont and Mickey Gilley area, which was hit pretty hard, as well as Spencer Highway from the Beltway east to Deadman, in that entire area, because there's no lights in that area. And so if you could stay out of those areas, it would be appreciated. The other thing I want to touch on is we've become aware that there's a lot of contractors out in the area now where these areas were hit. And I just want to remind folks, if a deal sounds too good to be true, it probably is, because you're going to have, unfortunately, folks out there, preying and targeting on some of the folks with damage. And so, if they want cash up front, that should be a clue. The other thing is the city has a permitting process, and that permitting process is really to protect the residents and their investment. And so when you hire a contractor, the contractor should be going through the city for the permitting process. The city's going to come out and inspect the contractor's work to make sure it's up to code and the specs. And so I can't stress enough, be real careful when you're choosing contractors right now, because they're out there, and unfortunately there are folks that are going to prey on folks. So that's all I have from a law enforcement perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And now we'll have our Fire Chief, Lanny Armstrong. Lanny.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, Mayor. To date, we've run about 100 calls since yesterday afternoon, about 2 o'clock. We continue to respond to power issues as well as gas leaks. And I will say this, we're getting a lot of repeat calls. Folks have a misconception that if they call the fire department, we're going to get center point there quicker. That's not the case. So we're not going to get them there any faster. So if you've called once and we've come out and assessed that there's minimal hazard and just wait on center point, please be patient, wait on center point. As far as injuries go, it's absolutely miraculous that we had such a catastrophic event. We had one medical emergency that we're not even really sure it's related to the tornado yesterday. There's some minor injuries, obviously, but as far as injuries go, it's absolutely a miracle, considering the damage that's been done across the city. Our firefighters are continuing to respond to, emergencies. If you have a gas leak, that is truly an emergency. We really don't like to respond to gas leaks that are, people have said they've been smelling gas for a couple of days. So if you smell gas, by all means, call 911. We will get there. CenterPoint's been really great about getting to these scenes quickly. As an adjunct to what Chief Bruger said, if you have insurance, one of the things we respond to all the time is when we have major house fires. If you have insurance, deal with your insurance company only. Don't deal with the contractors. If you sign a contract with a contractor, they cut you out of the deal, and they'll deal with your insurance company. So you don't want to do that. Make sure you deal with your insurance companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. As we said in the beginning, we're getting a lot of help from the state of Texas, and so at this time I want to introduce from the Texas Department of Emergency Management, Michelle Ellis.
Good afternoon. As said, my name is Michelle Ellis. I'm with the Texas Division of Emergency Management with TDEM. We have had resources deployed, monitoring, and definitely on the ground with our jurisdictions since yesterday, pre the events coming through, and then definitely after the bad weather cells started dropping tornadoes throughout southeast Texas. We're asking all individuals who may have experienced any types of damages to please go to the TDEM, that's Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM.Texas, TEXAS.gov, and look to report your damages. You can also report through that tool any resource needs or unmet needs, and we will in turn coordinate back with the local jurisdictions to make sure that we can facilitate any resource needs. We continue to support our local jurisdictions in going through and capturing damages. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. At this time, our OEM Director, Azel Carter.
Good afternoon. My name is Azel Carter. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Pasadena. Currently, we are trying to make sure that we have all the resources that are necessary for our community to rebound. I want to piggyback on what Chief Ellis said. Some of the tools that we have for people to get resources are on our social media pages. So please follow the Pasadena social media pages and the Pasadena Police social media page, and so that you can get that information so you can report your damages. We do have some community sheltering in Pasadena. Right now, it's at the Baker Ripley Center on Fairmont. That is becoming to go to capacity, so we will open up another shelter shortly. When we get that information, we will post that on our social media. Salvation Army is out serving hot meals to individuals who may need it. They're at different locations throughout the city. Again, we will post all that information on our website for people to get it, and they can be able to come. We do ask that you be patient. A lot of people are going through a very traumatic time. We just came through from driving and seeing some of the damage that has occurred. So we ask that you all be patient. Our job, all of us here as leaders with the city, are doing our very best to make sure that everybody is helped, everybody has everything that they need, so they can go forth and rebuild. In addition, for volunteers, we do want volunteers. However, at the moment, we just ask that you all register through the Red Cross or register through Volunteer.
And while we continue to take a listen there at the destruction in Texas, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Then we will reach out to our volunteer organizations so we can get an abundance of volunteers to help our citizens that are in need.
So I know that sounds like a lot, but quite frankly, we've just scratched the surface. So at this time, if you guys have any questions, we're gonna take questions, and if you'll just point to who you need to take, who wants to take the questions. We will have a translation from in Spanish from Officer Sergeant Raul Garcia, Granados. I'm sorry. Raul, you want to do that now? All right, thank you. I'm sorry.
Muy buenas tardes tengan todos ustedes. Primero que nada, de parte de nuestro alcalde y de todos los funcionarios de la ciudad de Pasadena, estamos bastante tristes por lo que sucede.
All right, so officials are now doing a Spanish translation there, and as you can see there, catastrophic destruction from yesterday's big storm that really swept through Harris County, Texas. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, is always bringing you the top stories and headlines really throughout the day right here. I do now want to turn our attention back to D.C. House Republicans.
For far too long, Joe Biden has risked America's national security and drained our strategic petroleum reserves to cover up for his anti-American energy agenda. The Biden's political points. Our strategic petroleum reserves oil is only supposed to be used for national security events, but Joe Biden has sold nearly 40% of our stockpile since being elected. In fact, Joe Biden has sold off more of our oil reserves than every U.S. president in history combined. Today, our crucial emergency oil reserves are at the lowest level in my lifetime. As a result, China now has the world's largest government-controlled stockpile of oil, and Joe Biden and his administration have no plan to reverse course. Under an open rule, this week, House Republicans will continue to implement our commitment to America. This week, we will pass a bill to prevent abuse of the SPR and require Joe Biden to put forth a plan to increase domestic production. It is long past time to unleash American energy and restore our standing on the world stage. House Republicans will hold the Biden administration accountable for tying the hands of America's oil and gas producers in the midst of an energy crisis. We will deliver on our promise to defend our energy security, to support an economy that's strong. And with that, I want to yield to one of our members who is very active on energy issues, August Pfluger from Texas.
I thank the conference chair, gentlelady from New York, for her leadership. One of the first things that Speaker McCarthy said he was going to do in our commitment to America was to regain energy dominance. We're not in a transition, we're in an expansion. The demand for energy has never been higher. And from the first day in office, President Biden has sent a clear message to oil and gas workers across the country. He said your jobs don't matter. He said your mortgage payments don't matter, and your children's education and putting food on the table don't matter. In fact, remember when the president, as he was campaigning, said that he would end the fossil fuel industry. He's used his own political emergencies to drain the SPR to its lowest levels in 40 years. The SPR is intended for emergencies, national security emergencies, weather emergencies. It's intended to be a reserve to help the American people, the American economy, in the case of emergencies. But we have watched him, the president, shackle U.S. producers with needless regulations while going abroad and begging other people, including our adversaries, for our own needs that we can do right here. This Republican majority knows, like I said, that we're not in a transition, we are in an expansion. And we're going to work to restore American energy security. We're going to allow our industry to provide affordable, reliable energy to every American, instead of what the president has done, which is weaponize the EPA, weaponize FERC, weaponize every regulatory agency and department in his administration against this energy, against the energy industry. I'd like to ask, where are my Democrat colleagues? Where are my Democrat colleagues from Texas to stand up for affordable, reliable energy. Not only is this a national security imperative, but the energy industry allows our economy to continue to grow strong. That's the biggest tool we can use to regain our standing on the world stage. Where are my colleagues who want to ease the burden of inflation that the president has caused for the past 2 years? It's time to regain energy dominance, to meet the growing demands that our economy and our national security so desperately need. Every week we like to highlight a freshman member, and I'd like to introduce my colleague, my good friend, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Lori Chavez de Rima.
It's a pleasure to be before you as one of the majority makers, and as a mom, and as a business owner, and as a mayor. These issues matter. They matter to Oregonians, and they matter to Americans. Due to the poor energy policies, we've gone from energy independent to energy dependent, and that's what we want to avoid. And in order to do that, we have to have a plan. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is intended for emergencies. Nearly 40% of the stockpile is now gone, the lowest level we've seen in 40 years. It was the largest drawdown in U.S. history. It's clear that Congress needs to act. The people who elected us expect us to have a plan. That's what mayors do. That's what congressional leaders do. Failing to do so leaves us vulnerable. Natural disasters and national emergencies in the future. We have to be prepared. The Strategic Production Response Act requires us a plan that Oregonians asked us to pay attention to, that Americans asked us to pay attention to. Domestic energy production, if the SPR is tapped for those non-emergency purposes. I'm very proud as a freshman legislator to co-sponsor this bill. It's an important step forward in restoring our energy security. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tom Emmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Little change of pace. It's been made clear over the past week that House Republicans are going to have to be proactive and take the lead on debt ceiling negotiations. As usual, in the swamp, everyone else wants to pass the buck. But Republicans ran and won in 2022 on reining in reckless federal spending. So we're ready to negotiate. It would be a grave mistake for Democrats and the man in the Oval Office to dig their heels in on such an important issue. It's time for Joe Biden to come to the bargaining table. It's responsible, it's sensible, and it's reasonable. House Republicans are waiting, and we're ready. And I turn it over to the majority leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip Emmert. I'm real excited to see that y'all get the opportunity to meet some of our new freshmen, some of the majority makers, and Lori Chavez de Rima is one of those happy warriors from Happy Valley. She was the mayor of Happy Valley, and really great when I got to go out to her district in Oregon. You could tell she was going to be somebody that came here to help fix the mess that we're seeing in Washington and throughout our country. And as Elise has talked about, we're going to be introducing you to more of those freshmen every week. And we're also here ready to go to work. And I think one of the most exciting parts of this new majority is that, number one, we wanted to jettison the approach that Speaker Pelosi took, where she shut down the ability for even committee chairs to be involved in addressing problems. Bills were written out of her office. She wouldn't even let chairmen amend major pieces of legislation in committees, not allowing rank and file members the ability to have an input in how the process works. And so this week you're going to see another example of us opening things up, an open rule, something we haven't seen in 7 years here in Congress, on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Bill that says if the president's going to raid SPRO, not during emergencies, but just in normal times, he at least has to show a plan for how he would replenish it. If you're going to take something away, you should show people how you're going to refill it. And what was interesting is that the president issued a veto threat on this bill yesterday. And it's important that you read the veto threat to understand just how misguided President Biden's approach to energy is. And in the veto threat, he actually said that his policies of raiding Spro have led to lower gas prices. Now, I don't know if the calculator is broken at the White House, but since Joe Biden's been in office, we've seen a 40% increase in gas prices. That's not lowering, it's actually increasing so dramatically that it's hurting hardworking families. It's one of the reasons that you pay more for everything when you go to the grocery store, when you go to the shopping mall. Anything you buy now costs more money because of Joe Biden's policies, and he's trying to claim that that's actually lowered costs when in fact it's increased costs. And families know that. They know if you have bad energy policy, it makes our country less safe. It's not like we're using less energy. We're actually using more energy. It's just now we become more reliant on foreign countries. There's no reason for that. We have the most abundant supply of energy here in America. And by the way, if you're concerned about carbon emissions, and from the sound of all those private jets going to Davos last week, it seems like those faux conservationists seem to like talking in foreign countries about it, but they don't practice it here in America. Nobody makes energy in the world cleaner than the United States of America. So stop flying Air Force One to Saudi Arabia and other countries, begging Russia to produce energy when we can make it here cleaner, better, lowering the cost, and creating really good jobs in America. But in the meantime, we've got a strategic petroleum reserve for a reason. It's there for emergencies. It's not there to mask the president's bad energy policies. It's there in times of need, and this president's raided more than 40% of that reserve. This bill just says if you're going to raid the reserve, show a plan on how you're going to replenish it. And why the White House would issue a veto threat on that boggles, I think, the mind of most common sense people. But unfortunately, that's what we've seen commonplace from this administration. Obviously, there are a lot of other issues like the debt ceiling that the whip talked about that we are deeply interested in solving. But with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I was just wondering about the select subcommittee on COVID, and if you could comment on when those hearings are expected to start, and also will they be building on the work that you and Representative Jordan, Representative Rogers, and McCall did on this issue in the previous Congress?
I'm glad you recognize how important that work was that we did last year. Look, I've talked to now Chairman Wenstrup, or Brad Wenstrup was just formally named as the chairman yesterday. I think that word went out. And we've appointed our members. Obviously, the Democrats need to appoint their members, so the committee is ready to start working. But once they get fully constituted, like all of our committees, with both Republicans and Democrats, they're going to go to work. But there are a lot of important issues, and I know we tried to address them in the last Congress, things like the origins of COVID. And of course, the select subcommittee on the coronavirus will be one of those committees. Energy and Commerce, a number of other committees will have jurisdiction as well. But we're going to be asking those questions. We never got the right answers on the number of nursing home deaths that occurred in those states that went against the CDC guidance on how to take care properly of people in nursing home. Thousands. In New York alone, a minimum of 13,000 people died that never should have. But the number from what we've heard from people on the ground is a lot higher than that. But the governor's never released that data. So we obviously want to get answers for families, and that's what that committee will be focused on.
On Schiff and Swalwell, Democrats are characterizing this move by Leader McCarthy to keep them off of Intel as nothing but political vengeance. Wondering in response to that. And then secondly, do you know if Republicans are going to have the votes to keep Ilhan Omar off of foreign affairs?
Well, with all of those members you talked about, they're very specific things that they've done in their time here in Congress. I don't even think Swalwell could get a security clearance in the private sector. So why should he be on the Intelligence Committee? I mean, these committees are very unique in that they deal with our national secrets. They deal with very classified information. And if people have shown a propensity to either espouse anti-American, anti-Semitic views, do things that have put themselves in a compromised position, including lying about classified information, it raises serious questions. And again, those are very unique committees. You get access to a lot of classified information. There are a lot of members on the Democrat side that don't have those kind of conflicts. And I know the Speaker has urged Hakeem Jeffries to appoint people that don't have those conflicts.
Are the votes there to keep Omar off of foreign affairs, though?
Yeah, obviously.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to take you back out to Chicago, get an update on that high-rise fire that we were bringing to you earlier this morning and afternoon, right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us right now as we bring you the top stories and headlines and, of course, breaking news all right here. And we're going to go back out to Chicago to Fox 32's coverage there of the high-rise fire that we've been showing you this morning and afternoon. And unfortunately, now that we are learning that it has turned deadly there, that fire. So let's go right here to Fox 32's coverage on this story.
We continue to follow breaking news. One person has died in the high-rise fire in Kenwood that broke out earlier this morning. Firefighters are still on the scene there, working to try to control those flames. Dane Placco is live on the scene with some breaking details for us. Dane?
Yeah, the flames are largely under control. We are still seeing a little bit of smoke coming out of the building. A moment ago, we talked to a woman who lives in this building. In fact, we're going to pan over and show you. She's being comforted right now by the 4th Ward Alderman Sophia King, also a state representative, the woman in the red coat right there. I spoke to her just moments ago, and she told me that she has an aunt that lives on the 15th floor, which is where the floor where the fire began. She's been trying to reach her aunt by cell phone, has not been able to reach her yet, does not know where she is, doesn't know if she was one of the people taken to the hospital. But there are a number of people in that situation right now gathered around the building, standing outside, really kind of helpless at this point. There are also people who live in that building who are still inside the building. We've been told by other residents that a number of the folks that were on floors up above where the fire began on the 15th floor were told to shelter in place. They were moved to units off further away from the center of the building where the fire broke out. They're sort of on the wings right now. Also, people gathered in the stairwell. The alderman also telling us that a gym and sports complex around the corner here in Kenwood has been opened. The owner opened the doors to people who live in this building where they can take shelter while the firefighters continue to work on this fire. As for the fire itself, as we say, we don't see any active flames. That's the good news. A half hour ago, it was still burning pretty hot. hot. A little bit of smoke coming out of the building. There are firefighters up there. They have hoses inside the building. We're seeing sprays right now. In fact, if you're looking at a live picture, you see a spray of water coming out from about the 22nd floor. This is a 25-unit building. The fire broke out on the 15th floor and climbed up each floor above it, consuming, it would appear to be about 2 to 3 units on each level in the center of the building as it went up towards the top. And it has now topped out at the 25th floor. The fire, that's the last place we saw any flames, so the firefighters do have, it appears, the flames under control. They've been breaking out windows, large chunks of glass falling to the pavement, throwing charred debris outside the building as well. As you say, we are just now getting word that there was one person who died as a result of this fire, at least 5 other people taken to the hospital, including possibly a firefighter who suffered some minor injuries. None of those other people have significant injuries, we're being told. A huge fire presence on the scene. Let's take a look down Lake Park. We saw that shot. We showed it to you a few minutes ago. You can see just rows of ambulances, ladder trucks, pieces of firefighting equipment stretching down Lake Park Avenue for several blocks as the firefighters respond to this Plan 2 emergency. Larry Langford from the fire department is walking to the scene. We hope to be getting some sort of official update from the fire department in the next few minutes. We're positioned at 48th and Lake Park, where there is a press staging area.
Right. Go ahead, Brian.
And that was Fox 32's coverage there. We will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will take you out to the White House briefing that just getting started. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, a busy Wednesday, and we continue to bring you live feeds that are happening right now. Let's go out right here to the White House briefing. It is underway. A lot to discuss there, so let's listen in right here on Live Now.
Capable of in weeks and months ahead, well into 2023, well into this year. And that's why we're doing the combined arms training outside of Ukraine for battalion-sized units. Combined arms maneuver, that's a fancy title, what basically means being able to integrate your ground capabilities, whether that's armor, artillery, even some degree small air defense systems, integrating command and control logistics, integrating all that to fight on the ground, particularly with open terrain. that's why armored vehicles were so high on the list for the Ukrainians, and tanks are armored vehicles. So this very much just follows right along with the kinds of discussions we've been having with the Ukrainians for months about making sure that they can fight on the terrain that they're in and that they can prepare for operations going forward this year.
And just to follow up, it was part of the calculation, because obviously there's been this robust back and forth between the U.S. and Germany. Is part of this about giving cover to Germany and other European allies to allow them to send in tanks?
I wouldn't use the word cover. What this decision does do is show that how unified we are with our allies and partners, and doing all of this in a coordinated way. So today you saw that Chancellor Scholz announced that they're going to provide immediately a company of Leopard tanks. A company's about 14, and there's 2 companies to a Ukrainian battalion, and he's going to be working with allies and partners to get additional companies of tanks, Leopard tanks, into Ukraine. It's about coordination. It's about the unity here and the resolve that we all have together to help support Ukraine.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Could you get a little more specific about how many tanks the Ukrainians would like to have? I mean, I know you're going to say it's their decision, but obviously you're communicating with them the whole time. How many they would like to have to get what they want to do done, i.e. these counter-offensives? And do you think they're going to get there with this whole hodgepodge of different Western contributions?
So you're right, I'm not going to speak for President Zelensky. I think if he was up here instead of me, he would tell you he wants as many as he can, as fast as he can. So the battalion that we're going to provide, that's 31 tanks, and that's for a Ukrainian-sized battalion. An American battalion has more tanks in it, but the way they're organized, it's about 30 to 31 tanks. And again, the Germans are going to help organize another 2 battalions, so that's about 60 more, roughly. That's just what was talked about today. The Brits have agreed to send some of their Challenger tanks. You heard the president talk about the French and their contributions to armored vehicles. So there's a lot that's being applied to this, and armored vehicles are important. You know, you don't go after a crocodile with a cornstalk, and these vehicles, these tanks, those armored vehicles, they're going to have an effect.
Okay, but just given the goals which are approaching pretty quickly, right? If there's going to be a spring offensive, we're talking maybe a couple of months or so. Do you feel confident that the Ukrainians are going to get to where they want to be in terms of the armor for these combined arms maneuvers you talk about, that they can have all that kit ready?
I can go so far as to tell you that it is our goal, and a goal shared by our allies and partners, including in the phone call this morning that the president had, that we accomplish exactly that goal, that we get to Ukraine the capabilities they need to be successful on the battlefield today, but just as critically, in the future, going forward this year. Because right now, I mean, it's wintertime, so the conditions are not great. There's some fighting in the Donbass, but other than that, there's not been a whole heck of a lot, at least around down in the south. But as the weather conditions improve, you can expect that the Russians are going to pick up the tempo. We have to be ready for that, and I know the Ukrainians feel they have to be ready for that. So it's about helping Ukraine defend itself, but also, as you heard the president say, helping Ukraine be able to go on the offense when the weather conditions and when the operational conditions are permissive. Does that answer your question?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kirby.
And then I'll come to that.
This is kind of a follow-up to everybody's question. How much of the U.S. announcement today was a diplomatic effort versus actually the battlefield capability effort in the months ahead when these 31 tanks can be delivered?
Both. There was a lot of diplomacy that went into the announcements today, and I know we've all been focused on the last few days and things that have been said publicly, but actually, I mean, the effort, the decision you saw today by both Germany and the United States was several weeks in the making through many discussions with the Germans and with our allies and partners. But there's a military component here too, Phil. I mean, I get it. I get where you're kind of going is that these tanks are not going to get there for many months, and I understand that. But those Leopards won't take quite as long to get there as the Abrams, and we're not wasting the time. I mean, even as we procure these tanks, we're going to be, the Pentagon will very soon start doing the training for Ukrainian tankers, Ukrainian troops that man tanks, so that they can be ready to receive once those tanks are on the battlefield. Another point that's worth making is it's not just about how to operate the Abrams, to Kristen's question, it's how to maintain them, and it's how to have an organic supply chain process, a logistical sustainment process, so that you can keep them maintained and in the fight over the long haul.
Just ask one quick thought. We always hear after announcements like this, and you've talked about the progression as the battlefield conditions have changed, the Russian threats of escalation or talking about crossing red lines. Do you feel like those threats at this point are both just par for the course, but also somewhat empty, in the sense that
you mean the Russian threats?
They don't seem to stop anything.
Well, we don't. I mean, look, we don't just take anything for granted when they say it, and we're not dismissive. That said, these tanks are meant to help Ukraine fight effectively on open terrain, to defend their sovereignty and their territory, and to win back territory that the Russians have taken from them. And as the president said, they don't represent an offensive threat to Russia. Do they represent a threat to Russian soldiers? You bet they do, but not to Russian soldiers that are in Ukraine, not to Russia proper.
Nadia. Thank you, Kevin. Hi, John. Actually, Phil asked my question, but...
Oh, good. So we can go to the next one.
I have to follow up on that. The expectation that these tanks will be delivered within a month, at least 4 months. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But also the reports that the Russians might launch a counterattack now. Do you see this as a catalyst for the Russians now to launch an attack, to escalate the war in a way to stop them before they receive these tanks, if they're going to make any change in the war?
I never do well if I try to speak for the Russians and try to get inside their head and what their intents are. What we do believe, all I can tell you is what we believe, and that is that the Russians, Mr. Putin, will use the winter not only to conduct operations, which he is in Bakhmut and Soledar, but to use it to regroup, to retrain, to re-equip, and to prepare himself for continued fighting when the weather improves. So we want to make sure that we're using this time as best we can, to help the Ukrainians in the fight that they're in today, but make sure that they're ready for the fight tomorrow, that they're ready to defend themselves against whatever offensive operations the Russians might be planning to do when the weather improves. So again, I can't predict perfectly how this is going to go, but this is very much, some of the criticism I've heard, and I've heard it when I was at the Pentagon too, is, it's hand to mouth, and you guys aren't thinking ahead, and it's just whatever the need is for today. And this decision today is very much indicative of the president's long-term commitment to Ukraine and how he has tasked the national security team to think ahead, to plan ahead, to help the Ukrainians get ahead of what's coming down the pike.
Can I follow up on that?
Two quick follow-ups. You noted that our military aid to Ukraine has evolved with conditions on the ground, and the president previously said that these M1 Abrams were needed to liberate Ukraine. Does the administration expect any operations moving forward that would include retaking Crimea or lands that were lost during the Russian invasion?
I'm not going to talk about Ukrainian operations. I would just never violate their operational security, and certainly wouldn't divulge from the podium what their plans and intentions are. I will only say this, that we do not dictate to the Ukrainians how they operate, where they operate, what missions they conduct, what targets they choose. We help them with usable information and intelligence as best we can so that they can be successful, but these are their decisions to make. It is their country, their war. Our job is to make sure that they can prosecute that war successfully.
And I want to follow up to make sure that I understood you correctly. You said previously in your assessment of both military and economic aid to Ukraine that at this point, thus far, you haven't seen any signs of corruption or misuse?
Correct.
Can I follow up on the numbers? Thanks, John. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the U.S. settled on the number of tanks it's providing, 31? That's a very specific number.
I kind of got to it a little earlier. It's basically the size of a Ukrainian tank battalion. Now I'm getting a little bit astray of my knowledge. I was a naval officer, but as I understand it, an American tank battalion has about 50 tanks in it, and it's organized with more companies to comprise the battalion than in Ukraine. It's just the way the Ukrainian army is organized. It's not right or wrong. It's just that their battalions are basically, I believe, 2 companies, so they're just smaller. And so 2 companies, that's about 15 tanks a company, and that's how you get to 30, 31. And then, usually at least one of these tanks is the commander's in there, and so you've got a command and control tank that sort of is in charge of how they're operating on the field. And now I'm really going astray of my expertise, but I think that's about as far as I can go.
The Ukrainians said today, thank you very much. Now how about some 4th generation fighter jets? What are the chances of that happening?
We're in constant discussions with the Ukrainians about their capabilities, and as I've said, we evolve those as the conditions change. Can't blame the Ukrainians for wanting more and more systems. It's not the first time that they've talked about fighter jets, but I don't have any announcements to make on that front.
Go ahead, Christina.
Is there concern that if any of these tanks were to fall in Russian hands, they would have access to the latest U.S. technology?
There's always what we call tech transfer concerns, I mean, that would be the case with other systems that we have provided to Ukraine. But, and this kind of gets to the corruption question, but not really. We just haven't seen any indications that any of the material that we have provided Ukraine isn't being stored appropriately, used appropriately, maintained appropriately, and being fought with appropriately. We're just not seeing that happen. But is that a potential risk? It's always a risk in war. It's a risk when we fight a war. But that's why we're working so closely with the Ukrainians on accountability, and we've really increased our efforts through the Defense Attaché's office in Kyiv to work with the Ukrainians on accountability, so that we have a better sight picture on where these things are at any given time. But it's a war, and you can't forget that. I mean, it's a war.
Thanks, Fran. John, why not take the Abrams out of existing stocks to get them there faster? Is there a reason that you want more training before that happens, or is there some U.S. need that you want to keep
The
that
Pentagon
inventory?
assesses that they don't have any excess Abrams in their inventory, that all of them are gainfully employed, if you will, for our own national security defense. And even if there were excess tanks, the process of getting them to Ukraine, to prepare them for use by the Ukrainians, to train Ukrainians, to put all the parts and supplies in place, would take many months anyway. So it's not like this procurement process is really costing us any time than if we just drew them down out of our own stocks. But the real reason is we just don't have them. We don't have excess tanks. The second thing is, and this is not unimportant, is that, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, when they get there, we want to make sure that they fall on ready hands, and that the Ukrainians know how to use them. They know how to keep them running, and they've got the supply chain in place for spare parts and supplies and anything else they need, so that they can be more effective on the battlefield.
And given the process, what's the soonest the Abrams could get there?
The Pentagon, I think, talked about this earlier today. There's no date certain on the calendar. I think what we're looking at is what's probably going to be many months before they're actually there.
Go, Patsy.
Thank you. John, so to your point about longer-term planning and absorption rate from the Ukrainians, and also picking up from Sebastian's question about the number of tanks, the Ukrainian advisor to Zelensky's office, Mikhailo Podolyak, actually told my colleague after this announcement that what they need is about 200 to 350 tanks from the West. So is that a realistic number? If not now, maybe in the future, if the Ukrainians should happen to prove that they can absorb these initial tranche of tanks and they can maintain it?
I don't think it's wise to get ahead of where we are right now. We are focused on working on this program to get them, procure them, these 31 Abrams tanks to include all the supplies and parts that go with it and the training that's required to operate and maintain them. And we know, certainly based on the conversation the President had this morning, that our allies and partners in Europe are likewise focused now on moving additional armored capability to include these now German Leopard tanks in a shorter period of time.
To be clear, the future shipments of tanks is not off the table.
We are focused on the announcement the President just made today.
Just one more really quickly. He also said that the next step for Ukrainians will be to request extended range missiles. Is that also under consideration?
We are in constant conversation with the Ukrainians about their capabilities. I don't have any announcements to make.
With many months being the time frame, is it fair to say that these tanks will not be available for use for the spring offensive? And secondly, one of the concerns in the lead up in the debate about this was fuel concerns. How is that being dealt with?
Well, that's part of the supply chain issue, isn't it? I mean, it's a jet engine. It's a gas turbine engine, which needs jet fuel. So there's a specific type of fuel that powers the Abrams, and we've got to make sure that that pipeline, literally and figuratively, is available to Ukraine. So that's going to take some time as well. And look, I'm not going to predict date certain on the calendar. It's going to take many months before the tanks get there. And let's not get ahead of specific spring offensives. We do think as the weather improves, the Russians are going to want to increase their tempo. We want to make sure that the Ukrainians can not only meet that tempo, but be capable of their own. And what that looks like and when that starts or where, that's really up to President Zelensky and his military advisors. We wouldn't speak to that. Only thing I'd add to that, Amr, is that these Leopard tanks won't take quite as long to get on the ground. And again, I'll let the Germans speak to this, but they won't take the same length of time that the Abrams will in order to arrive.
To follow up on Amr,
you'll go after.
I'm sorry. I screwed up the flow.
So to follow up on Amr's question about the many months timeline, can you articulate then why this decision was not, why it did not take place sooner, given the Ukrainians' demands and given the demands of a potential spring offensive?
You could ask that question about almost any system that we provided, and my answer will always be the same. We are in constant conversation with the Ukrainians about their needs and doing the best we can to address those needs, both short-term and long-term. And the decision that the President announced today was a result of a lot of conversations with the Ukrainians as well as with our allies and partners. And it is very much, as I answered before, it's very much about forecasting. It's about trying to get ahead of the kinds of fighting that we see coming in coming months here in the spring and the summer of this year.
Can I ask one quick follow-up, and to broaden it out actually beyond the situation in Russia and Ukraine? I was struck by something the President said today about ensuring that neighbors cannot steal other neighbors' territory. It's something you all have brought up many, many times. And I'm curious if you can kind of help us understand why the administration has not changed course on your predecessor, former President Donald Trump's position on the Golan Heights, and what makes that situation distinct from what's going on in Russia and Ukraine?
Look, the different scenarios completely, and I'm not here prepared to talk much about that, except to say we've been very consistent that we want to see a two-state solution, and we believe, the President believes, that a two-state solution is possible and could be viable, but it takes both sides to be willing to commit to that, and we don't want to see. We don't want to see either side take unilateral actions that would decrease the possibility of actually reaching a two-state solution.
Could you please bring us a little bit behind the scenes about the negotiations?
You're behind her. I couldn't see it.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could give us some details about the negotiations behind the scenes with the Europeans.
You want me to talk behind the scenes at the podium?
Yeah, a little bit. Especially what type of conversations have there been with the European Union and with the government of Spain?
The discussions have been very robust with our European allies and partners, again, for many weeks here. And certainly the discussion today that the President had with his counterparts in the UK, France, Germany, and Italy was, again, very productive, very candid. All these leaders are rightly focused on doing what they can to help Ukraine and rightly focused on the future. I can't speak for Spanish decision-making here. Spain.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. John Kirby there giving an update on the tanks that will be sent from the U.S. to Ukraine. 31 tanks there in an effort to help in the war there against Ukraine, against Russia. This all coming as the 11-month mark of that terrible war that Russia has waged against Ukraine. And the White House briefing will carry on. We will continue to give you updates on that matter coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. It is a new hour here. We always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now, bringing you top stories, headlines, all in the mix. And we now want to turn our attention to the Midwest, as the Midwest seeing a snow storm and winter weather effects going there. We saw Chicago earlier getting the snow, but now I want to head to St. Louis, and that is where we find Fox's Madison Scarpino with the very latest. And Madison, what are you seeing weather-wise happening now in the Show Me State?
Hi there, Mike. So here in downtown St. Louis, the snow stopped falling a couple hours ago, but through the night, that mix of rain and snow was actually pretty intense, but thankfully only some minor crashes and slide-offs this morning. And the Missouri Department of Transportation crews have been out since all of last night working on plowing the snow off of these roads, and they are certainly not done with that work yet. And this winter storm is hitting many parts of the Midwest, from Chicago over to Indianapolis, all the way to Cleveland. And the snow is coming down quicker than these crews can plow, so officials are still asking people to stay off the roads if you can. And conditions have been changing quickly here since this morning. The snow really began coming down in waves around 3 a.m. local time and just started to slow down a few hours ago, as mentioned, and we are starting to see the roads begin to clear out as well. And State Highway Patrol says most interstates are still wet and the majority of secondary roads were covered as of this morning. Because it's mixed with rain, the snow here is extremely slushy, which can cause drivers to lose control. MoDOT in St. Louis has pulled in resources from other districts to help out with the roads.
Pushing this kind of heavy snow, it's hard on the equipment. So there's a lot of it. It should come off fairly quickly and fairly easily once we get around to it. But it'll be a hard push, and there's those areas where, it's just a blanket of snow and people run into this all the time. There's an island there, but, somebody doesn't know where it is. We hit an island.
And for a lot of the impacted areas, a winter storm warning will remain in place for most of the day. Back to you, Mike.
All right there. Stay safe there out near the roadways as well, Madison. Thank you so much for giving us that update. We really appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox. As we always continue to bring you these top stories, we're going to continue to roll on here with some of today's biggest stories. We are going to go out in just moments to Chicago for a Chicago update on the fire here in just moments there. It turned out deadly of that high-rise fire, and we will be bringing that to you in just moments. But I do want to go to some other top stories that we are following. This coming from South Carolina in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. The jury has now been seated there. There are 8 women and 4 men who will decide Murdaugh's fate there. Opening statements to begin later this afternoon, and of course we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. I want to go out to Chicago, though, for the latest update there regarding that deadly high-rise fire.
Good afternoon. We had a fire here today, 4850 South Lake Park, a high-rise building, 25 stories, approximately 255 by 60 in dimensions. We have 298 units in this building. Of those, only 267 were occupied. We got this call at about 10:06 this morning from a resident on the 16th floor who smelled smoke. So that's how we were first alerted. Companies arrived on the scene and then they aggressively attacked the fire. They grabbed the communication systems, notifying all the residents of the building of what was going on, which is really important in a high-rise fire. So we found that the fire started on the 15th floor. Right now, we have 1 resident who perished in the fire, 8 transports that were stable, all civilian. We had 1 firefighter.
Crazy wants.
Time, and we use the 2nd floor as treatment and triage to actually sort through all the residents and have them a secure place. So what we encountered here, because the fire went so far from the 15th all the way up to the 24th floor, was the fact that the wind was pushing. The fire went up vertically, and it lapped from floor to floor to floor all the way up to 24, where my firefighters gained control of it. They did an outstanding job because that fire did not go horizontally, it just went up straight vertically, and they did everything they could to put that fire out, and they were here for a long time doing it. What questions do you have?
Were there smoke detectors and sprinklers working?
No, I don't have any reports of sprinklers. The smoke detectors in the individual units are battery operated. The smoke detectors in the hallways are hardwired.
Did they go off?
I don't have that information right now.
Talk to us about, I know that residents were being asked to stay in their units, about how the building is constructed, why it was safer for them to do that, and how your people were just going unit to unit to check on everyone.
Chief Furman is going to answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Talk to us
Why is
about,
it safer to shelter in place?
I know that the residents were being asked to stay inside their units. It was safer for them to do that. That sounds counterintuitive, but explain why it was just the way it was.
Yeah, so we usually ask residents to stay in place. High-rise building is a fire-resistant construction.
All right, sad update there in Chicago there that we learned that 6 people were taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, 1 person died in that high-rise in the city's south side there in the Kenwood neighborhood. And officials continue to give an update there, and we'll get back to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But you can see on the right there, we are following a police chase there in Los Angeles. I want to go full to that right now as we try once again to bring you always the top feeds and really breaking news elements that are happening here. This is active right now as police are following this vehicle, and you can see they're going into traffic, and right now not going at a high rate of speed at all. So that is the one good thing about this situation, is they continue to follow this suspect here. And what we're hoping for is that soon this individual will want to just end it and not put lives at risk there on the highway. But it looks like, and as I said, that is what it looks like is happening. Hands are now up. And looks like this will be all coming to an end here, hopefully in just moments. And that individual now is putting the hands up there and is now going to be doing the commands there from the officers, as he's going to have to listen very carefully. But this is going to be wrapping up here in just moments there, as police now have their guns drawn just in case, and they will be doing demands there for this individual to get out of the car. And you can see stopping highway traffic at this moment. What we are going to do is take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Very busy day right here, bringing you always top stories and top feeds from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. We take you back out live to the White House briefing. John Kirby there. It looks like he's going to be wrapping up pretty soon, though, but the full White House briefing will continue. Right now, learning a little bit more information on U.S. sending 31 tanks to Ukraine there in the effort against the Russian war. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Deployment contingent on the U.S. sending the Abrams, and can you give us just some sense of what led to the joint decision? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. You didn't want to send the tanks, then you decided to send the tanks. What happened?
Tanks were never off the table. We have been nothing but honest and transparent about the particular challenges of the Abrams, which there's still, those challenges still exist. I mean, it is still going to require a unique supply chain and maintenance requirements and jet fuel. I mean, all that stuff is still valid. We've been very honest about that. The decision today was the result of many, many discussions with the Germans as well as our allies and partners about what Ukraine is going to need going forward and how we can all best address that.
Just a couple more. Go ahead, Michael.
Mr. Kirby, can you take a question on Africa?
Go ahead, Michael.
Can you talk a little bit about
the training process for learning how to operate these tanks? What is involved in that? How long do you think it would take the Ukrainians to get up to speed? When do you think it's expected to start? Where would it be? Would it be in Ukraine or somewhere else?
We're still working our way through the details of that, and I'll refer you to the Defense Department for more granularity. I can tell you a few things. One, the training will absolutely not occur in Ukraine, but they haven't landed a location for where that would take place. But it won't be inside Ukraine, clearly. And they will run an ambitious training program for them, as we have on every other system. And the Patriot battery training is ongoing right now at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and they've been able to accelerate parts of that so to get Ukrainians trained up on it at a pace that's a little faster than what we would do, because the need is exigent. And I think you can expect that the Pentagon will take that same approach on the training on the Abrams. But how long is it going to take? I really am not able to say. They're still working their way through that. We don't think that it will take too much longer. I'd say probably weeks, not months, before they're able to really nail down the details of this and start to put it in place, the training regimen.
John, how hard is it to walk out of a skiff with classified material?
Everybody who goes into a skiff knows what the requirements are to go in, and knows what the requirements are to go out. You can't bring personal devices in, and you certainly can't leave with material unless that material is appropriately secured.
And usually what happens to someone in the chain of command if they do leave with a piece of classified material that they're not supposed to have or that is not secured? I
think if you do it inadvertently, or you do it and you realize you don't have it secured in a locked bag, or you self-report, which is exactly what the president did, self-reported. But you self-report, and you make sure that that you get the material back secured where it belongs, and that you're transparent about it.
Two more questions. Alex in the back. Alex, and then you can.
Thank you, Admiral. I understand that the distinction you're making between offensive weapons and defensive weapons, but the Russians are not seeing that subtlety, or perhaps intentionally, right? They're calling, one of their propagandists is calling for, the annihilation of Washington and Berlin and London and Paris. Now, that's just indicative of the mood in
Because
Moscow.
Of this announcement?
Well, because of this announcement, and then I think they're quite irked by the German announcement, given the history. So, is it possible that they see this as a provocation to escalate? And I heard one of my colleagues ask about tactical nukes. Could this give them a pretext to use those either on the battlefield or against the Baltics or Poland or elsewhere?
The propagandists and the Russian media can say what they will. The president put it very plainly today that these tanks pose no offensive threat to Russia. They do, as I told Phil, pose a threat to Russian soldiers and units that are in Ukraine. They're very powerful, very capable, and not just the Abrams, but the Leopards that are going to be coming soon too. Very, very powerful, but they don't pose a threat to the Russian homeland. They are designed to help the Ukrainians in what we believe is going to be a need for combined arms operation in the coming in the coming months.
The nuke threat specifically, do you see that worsening?
I would just tell you, we don't have any indication that Mr. Putin has any intention to use weapons of mass destruction, let alone nuclear weapons, tactical or otherwise. We monitor as best we can, and we believe that our strategic deterrent posture is appropriate, but we've seen no indication that that's in the offing.
Mr. Kirby, what was the president's reaction when he learned
wherever you want to go.
The American intelligence agency missed their target by 3,000? What was his reaction?
How and when it was decided to send the Abrams? I mean, was there a final, call with Chancellor Schultz or a meeting with officials that really pushed that decision across the finish line?
I think just in general, I'd rather not get into specific interagency internal deliberations, but in general, this decision by the president was made in the last several days, this particular one. But it came, as I said earlier, on the heels of dozens of conversations at various levels of the chain of command, not just between the president and the chancellor, but Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and his counterpart, Secretary Austin and his counterpart. They were just out in Ramstein on Friday as a part of this Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and the issue of tanks, particularly Leopard tanks, was absolutely on the agenda last Friday at Ramstein. So, I mean, it builds on weeks of discussions and conversations with the Germans, with our allies and other allies and partners, as well as, quite frankly, with the Ukrainians. All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Stay dry.
All right. Thanks, John.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just a couple things at the top, and then we'll get started. Today we announced data from the 2023 open enrollment period. In this year's open enrollment period, a record-breaking 16.3 million Americans signed up for affordable health care through the Affordable Care Act. That's over double the number of Americans who signed up for health insurance coverage through the marketplaces during the first open enrollment season in 2014. 4 out of 5 consumers looking for health care through the Affordable Care Act could find health care plans for $10 or less per month. That's because of the lower health insurance rates that were delivered as part of the American Rescue Plan and were locked in through the Inflation Reduction Act. In all, these lower rates are allowing millions of Americans to continue to save $800 per year on health insurance coverage. President Biden promised to lower costs for families and expand access to quality, affordable health care, and he is delivering on that promise. Bless you, Nancy. And finally, as you all know, tomorrow President Biden will deliver remarks on recent proof that his economic plan is working, including a record nearly 11 million jobs created, the 2 strongest years of job growth in history, 750,000 manufacturing jobs created, the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, the best 2 years for small business applications on record, annual inflation falling and wages rising over the last 6 months. The president will then contrast his plan with Republicans, as you've heard us do many times from here. The president is building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and protecting Social Security and Medicare. Congressional Republicans want to cut Social Security, want to cut Medicare, programs Americans have earned, have paid into, and impose a 30% national sales tax that will increase taxes on working families. That is what they have said they want to do, and that is clearly their plan. His remarks will be in Springfield, Virginia, with steam fighter union workers who are benefiting from his economic plan. With that, Amr, kick us off.
Thank you. Does the administration think it's time for all former presidents to do a scrub of their homes and offices to make certain they don't have any classified documents in their possession?
So I think I was asked a version of that question yesterday, and it remains the same as what we're going to do from here. Is, again, be prudent, be consistent. I would refer you to the White House Counsel Office. I'm just not going to comment on any change of procedure, how things should move forward. I would refer you to the White House Counsel's Office.
On a separate matter, any reaction to Senator Joe Manchin moving to delay new tax credits on EVs?
So I haven't seen those reports. Clearly, when it comes to electrical vehicles, that's something that is incredibly important to this president. We saw that in the bipartisan infrastructure legislation. Remember, it is a bipartisan piece of legislation, and he is committed to really tackling climate change by making sure we're moving forward. One of the processes is making sure that we're moving with electric vehicles. I don't have anything specific to say about this particular action that the senator is making.
One last thing, any updates on when Speaker McCarthy may be coming to visit?
So as you know, the president is very much looking forward to meeting with Speaker McCarthy. We haven't locked anything in yet. They have a working relationship, as we've said before. They want to continue and build on that relationship. Don't have anything here to share. They're expected to talk on a range of issues. When we have locked in that meeting, we certainly will let you all know. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. Another question about Senator Manchin. He had a meeting with the House Speaker, and reportedly he said after that meeting that he wants the White House to negotiate over cutting spending in exchange for raising the debt limit. Has he conveyed that position to the White House, and does the White House have any response to Senator Manchin about that?
I'll say a couple of things, and I've been asked this question over the last 2 days in different variations. Look, I don't have any conversations to share that was had on this campus with Senator Manchin. As you know, we talk to congressional members from both sides of the chamber very regularly. What I will say is the president has been always very clear. If folks have ideas on how to deal with the national debt and lower the debt, he's happy to hear that conversation. He's happy to hear those policies and those ideas. And as you know, you've heard me say this many times, 1.7 trillion, which is a record number that the president has been able to do to bring down the deficit. When it comes to default, we see this as a separate matter. We see this very differently, and it should be done without conditions. We've been very clear about that. And if you think about just the basic action that the Congress should be taking, we're talking about the debt that has been acquired, that has racked up by Congress. And we're not talking about new spending. We're not talking about anything new. We're talking about Congress just paying their debt, which is a basic responsibility. 90% of the debt that has been racked up happened before the president walked into the office. So again, it should be done without conditions. We've been very clear about that, and we'll continue to share that with whoever wants to listen.
And then on a separate topic, there are some House Democrats who are now calling on Speaker McCarthy to limit Congressman George Santos's access to classified information based on some of his connections and some of the lies that he's told about his background. Does the White House share that view that he should be restricted from viewing classified information?
What we have said about Congressman George Santos is that this is something, as it relates to committees or any actions that members need to feel like they should be happening, that is something for Congress to decide. That is something specifically for the Republican conference to decide. They are the ones who should figure out what is owed to the American people. We're not going to comment from here. We're not going to comment on actions that they're taking on other congressional members from here. But again, we believe that is something for Republican conference. They have, as you know, the majority in the House, and they should be deciding on how to move and what is owed to the American people.
So you don't have any concerns about him viewing classified information?
This is something, again, that should be decided by congressional members. We'll leave it there. Again, Mayor.
Can you assure the American people that when President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris leave office, no classified documents will walk away with them to places they shouldn't be?
So I'm going to be very careful here. As you can imagine, what I can say is repeat what the president has said multiple times. He takes classified information. He takes classified documents very seriously. His team currently is fully cooperating with the legal procedure that is happening under the Department of Justice. Justice and also the special counsel. I'm just not going to go beyond that. I'm not going to predict or lay out anything that might happen in the future. What I can say is this is something that the President, this is a matter, an issue that the President takes very seriously.
Another topic. Any reaction from you from the White House about Speaker McCarthy's decision to keep Representative Schiff and Swalwell from the Intelligence Committee?
So I'll say this. Representative Schiff, Representative Swalwell, and also Representative Omar are, our expertise and bring a lot to the table when it comes to foreign policy and national security. And we'll say this, we'll say that. When it comes to that committee, it should not be politicized. It should be independent. And again, those congressional members bring a lot of expertise to that committee, and I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Corinne. The White House has not confirmed the appointment of Jeff Zients as the next Chief of Staff. Is there a reason you're not doing that? Can you give us a sense of when you're planning to announce that? And how soon will Ron Klain be leaving his position?
Look, I'm not going to talk about an internal process from here. What I can say is that we just don't have any personal announcement to make at this time. Look, I do want to say that Jeff is currently a colleague here of mine, and I've known him for many years. And I've spoken to Ron and his leadership just the other day as a Chief of Staff, and how we were able to get to where we are with the successes with legislation, historical legislation, in part because of his expertise. And he has always been a pleasure to work with, and we're going to continue clearly to work with Ron as long as he's here. When it comes to Jeff, I've known him as well for a very long time. He's a great implementer. He's a great with operations, and he's also an amazing human being, which I think should matter as well. Just don't have any personnel announcement to make from here, and when we do, we certainly will share that with all of you.
Will Ron Klain at least be staying on until after the State of the Union?
I don't have anything to share, any personnel announcements to share at this time.
Thanks, Karina. I was wondering, is the White House concerned or keeping an eye on what's happening in Memphis right now in terms of there's a federal civil rights investigation into the death of a man who had a confrontation after a traffic stop? I know his family and lawyers have seen the body cam footage. There's an expectation that would be released publicly in the coming days. Are you guys watching that or doing anything to prepare for that?
Well, again, want to be very careful here. That is an ongoing investigation, so don't want to comment on an independent investigation. I'll say this, our hearts go out to his family, and I'll just leave it there without stepping over the line here and commenting on something that's ongoing.
And just one other, there was an announcement today that the President and Vice President will be doing a joint event together in Philadelphia. They aren't often outside of Washington together. Any context you can provide in terms of the planning for that and what you guys are intending with that?
Absolutely. We advised this recently. It's going to be next Friday. Both the Vice President and the President will travel to Philly, which will be on February 3rd. And they will discuss the progress we have made in their work implementation, the Biden-Harris economic agenda. That continues to deliver results for the American people, and we will have more additional information as we get closer to that date. Okay, Michael. Yeah, I'll go to that.
The House Judiciary Committee is planning its first hearing next week on what it's calling the Biden border crisis. Wanted to see if you have a reaction to that. And also, can you talk a little bit about how the White House is preparing for all of these investigations that House Republicans are planning?
So look, this is something my colleagues at the White House Council has been dealing with and responding to the committee. And I mean, look, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. During the midterms, we've heard from congressional members, Republicans in particular, that their focus was going to be on lowering costs for the American people, dealing with inflation, which is something the president has been doing for the last 2 years. And on brand, they decided to do the opposite of that, to not deal with inflation, to not work with us in a bipartisan way, to continue to really truly work for the American people. That's what we're seeing. My colleagues have said this before. I'll repeat what they have said. We are willing to work with the committee in a good faith fashion. But again, it has to be in a good faith fashion, and certainly talk about items or talking about anything that is pertinent, that is appropriate. But again, in a good faith fashion. And so I'm not going to get ahead of what my White House counsel colleagues have said. But again, this is they are doing the complete opposite of what they said that they would do during the midterms. And we have to remember, the American people spoke very, very clearly on what they wanted to see. They wanted to see Republicans and Democrats work together to deal with the issues that truly matter to them.
You've announced some of these day trips that the president's going to be doing over the next week and a half. Obviously, in less than 2 weeks, the president will be doing the State of the Union. Has he started preparations for that speech, and is there anything you could tell us about that overall message that we might hear from him that
So
night?
we'll have more details on the State of the Union. I can say this is the State of the Union. This is something that the president takes very seriously, and he knows this is an opportunity not just to talk to the congressional members that will be in front of him, but also the American people, and talk about the successes of the last 2 years and how he sees his vision in the next year, especially as we go further into 2023. So he sees this as an important opportunity to talk about how we're lowering costs for the American people. What else are we going to do to make sure we deliver what he promised, right? An economy that's built from the bottom up and the middle out. What else, or how else can we work in a bipartisan way? Don't want to get too far into what he's going to say. Clearly, we'll have more to share, but this is he sees this as an important moment, not just for him, but for the American people to hear directly from the President of the United States. I'm just going to go ahead and have him.
You said the president would have his physical finished by the end of this month. Is that still on track?
That's still on track. When we have a date to share, we certainly will.
Okay, just one other quick one. The House Oversight Committee is looking into Hunter Biden's art sales, or the sales of his own art. Is the White House concerned about that? Does it have any response to it?
I will refer you to Hunter Biden's representatives on this. Go ahead, and right behind. Yeah,
there are concerns that the big tech layoffs and the banking layoffs will spill over into the broader economy. When the president speaks about the economy tomorrow, how will he address those fears and the fears of a recession?
And look, we understand the fears, but what I will say is that, and I've spoken to this a couple of times, that there is data, job data that we have seen, job opening data that we have seen where layoffs remains record low. And so that is important to look at those numbers as well. I've talked about the consumer price index. I've talked about the PPI numbers that we have seen, as we have seen inflation continue to come down over the last 6 months. And that is important as we talk about the economy, as we talk about how the economy is building, we're building jobs, building back up. And so those are all important data points that we watch as well, that all of you do as well. You look at the GDP, it grew by 3.2%. All of that is important as we speak to this, as we speak to what we're seeing across the board. Don't want to speak specifically about private companies and tech layoffs, but there is, again, data out there that shows that the economy is growing, that shows that we are indeed going to a stable and steady growth, which is important, which is something that the president has worked, and you've seen this with his economic policy, has worked towards over the last 2 years.
To follow up, you said the president wants to work in a bipartisan way. He said this week that he has no intention of letting Republicans wreck our economy, was his words. Does the administration view calling out Republicans as an effective tool when dealing with recession?
So I'll say this, and I've talked about this before. We are willing, and the president is willing, to work with Congress in a bipartisan way, as he has in the last 2 years. We have seen results of that. But he's also going to call out Republicans in particular in the House who are saying they want to cut Social Security, who have said very clearly they want to cut Medicare, they want to cut Medicaid or defense spending. This is what they are saying. This is what's coming out of the Republican conference. And the president has said that he's going to fight every day to protect those programs that taxpayers pay into. And we have to remember those programs, they benefit veterans, they benefit our seniors and taxpayers who, again, have earned the right to be part of those programs. So yes, he is going to call that out when he sees there is real danger against those programs. Okay,
thank you. Two quick questions. Just when the meeting with Speaker McCarthy happens, is it the expectation that it will be here at the White House, or is there any? I know the president's scheduled to go to Camp David this weekend. There's not going to be a possibility that the speaker is going to appear to meet with the president in some other off-campus.
So let me just say this, just as a reminder to all of you. It is very common. It is tradition, right, for a speaker to meet with the president, especially in this instance, as we go into the 118th Congress. So there's nothing unusual, and we are looking forward for that to happen. Don't have a date set here, and I don't have clearly the expectation that it will happen here at the White House. But as soon as we have more information, certainly we'll share that with all of you.
One question I had asked, I think about a month ago, if there's any update on the architect of the Capitol. There's been an ongoing investigation, and I know that members of Congress are trying to figure out if there's anything they can do, but the architect is actually a presidential appointee, so I'm wondering if there's any.
No, that's a very good question. I forgot to, I don't remember the question, but certainly we will take it back and come back and reach out to you with where we are on that. Go ahead, I know.
Yeah. President Biden has tried to decriminalize or deschedule marijuana, and in the interim, companies, legal marijuana business in New Jersey and elsewhere, can't open checking accounts. They're doing in cash. They're being robbed, and minority businesses can't get the money they need to open and compete with the big people. Has the president talked about doing anything administratively to try to ease some of these banking regulations and allow these businesses to flourish?
So I don't have any new policy announcements to make from here. As you know, this is something that Congress is working on, and we understand that there's interest in legislation and action, but I would refer you to Congress because, again, this is, again, what they're working on. Just don't have anything to preview on any new policies from here. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. The president said last week he has no regrets in his handling of classified documents. When he saw how forthcoming former Vice President Mike Pence was, his team was about the fact that they did find classified documents in his Indiana home, did the president regret not telling the public about this immediately and instead letting it leak in the press?
So I'll say this, and again, I'm going to be very prudent. I'm going to be very consistent here. We have seen statements from the president's personal lawyers. We have seen statements from the White House counsel's office that laid out, believe there was a timeline that laid out how this process went from our point of view. I'm just not going to go beyond that. I will refer you again to those documents, and I will just reiterate what the president has said. He takes classified documents, classified information very seriously, and I'm just not going to go beyond what he has said. I'm not going to go beyond what has been shared in statements by his lawyers.
A number of lawmakers reacted yesterday to the revelations by former Vice President Mike Pence with some disbelief, saying that writ large, the system is broken when it comes to top officials handling classified documents. Does the president, does the administration agree with that assessment? And does the president, as the commander-in-chief, feel it's his responsibility to do something about it?
So look, I know my colleague was just asked this question, and I do want to be very careful. This is an ongoing legal matter here.
Well, I'm not asking about the president's
it is
case,
actually.
But
I hear you.
Speaking, here we have a number of current and formers who have now acknowledged, yes, they found classified documents in their possessions in places that are not secure, the nation's deepest secrets.
I hear the question.
I feel like he needs to address this.
I hear the question, and we're talking about the system. You're asking about how do we move forward. You're asking, like, what does the president think? And I am telling you that because there is I have to be really careful because this is a legal matter that is happening currently, and for me to comment on anything that's related to an ongoing investigation, that is not something that I can do from here.
Very quickly, the president had said he was going to talk to us about this soon. He did make brief comments this last week, but does he have any plans to answer the questions that we've been posing to him, to perhaps hold a press conference so that we can ask him a range of questions?
Totally understand the question. I don't have anything to preview right at this time on any opportunities for the president to address this. But as you all know, and I know questions were shouted earlier, there's many opportunities that you all have with him where he takes all of your questions, and he has over the past 2 weeks.
Answered questions.
No, I
about this.
understand.
We've been shouting them.
No, he's answered. Actually, when he was in California, he took a question. When he was in Mexico City, he was asked it. He took a question. The day after that, but the day after that, he took a question. So I'm just saying that it's not that he hasn't addressed this at all. He has. I just don't have anything to preview on a potential press conference or anything like that, and an opportunity that you all will have to hear from him directly. But again, he has been asked a question a couple of times, and he's answered it, and you all have heard from him on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, any comment, Karine, on the reports that President Biden is considering Fed Vice Chair Mel Brainerd as the next head of the NEC? Is there any timeline for that decision process for him?
Look, I'll say this. Don't have any personnel announcements to make. The president would love to see and wants to see Brian D. stay as long as he can in the administration. And he has been here, as you all know. He's been many times to this podium, but he's been at the White House for more than 2+ years and has been an integral part of the president's economic policy of building an economy from the bottom up, middle out. Just don't have any personnel announcements to make at this time. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
White House briefing wraps up there on this busy Wednesday. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Take you back out right now to the State Department that is currently live right here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Decisions we made, the basis for those decisions, but I also want to make very clear, of course, that the United States government is a partner to the people of Afghanistan. We are supporting the people of Afghanistan. We're doing that in a number of ways. We are doing that, of course, through our leadership when it comes to humanitarian assistance, providing more than $1.1 billion to the Afghan people in a way that bypasses the Taliban, that goes directly to the Afghan people. Of course, the Taliban have made that ever more difficult with the restrictive limitations that they've placed on the provision of that aid. We're taking a close look at that and how that will impact our ability to provide humanitarian assistance going forward. But we've also consistently stood up for the Afghan people, for the rights of the Afghan people, the rights that the Taliban committed to respecting. That includes the rights of women, girls, religious minorities, ethnic minorities. When we say all of the people of Afghanistan, we mean all of the people of Afghanistan. There is no one in this administration who is placing blame on the Afghan people. In fact, this administration recognizes the tremendous suffering that the Afghan people have endured because of the decisions that those in positions of power have made over the course, certainly, of the past 18 months, but even before that as well. You're referring, Nazira, to the Welcome Corps. Welcome Corps. This is a program that we were very proud to launch last week. I believe it was yesterday or earlier this week. The White House, the press secretary also did a briefing topper on it. But this builds on the longstanding tradition the United States has as a country that derives strength from our diversity and that welcomes those who are seeking refuge. At the core of our refugee resettlement program has always been our local communities. And based on that, and in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services, we did launch the Welcome Corps. It is a private sponsorship program that will create opportunities for private American citizens to directly sponsor refugees from around the world through what we call our U.S. Refugee Admissions Program, or U.S. RAP, and make a difference by welcoming these new arrivals into their communities. This is really a way to position Americans to do what they've always done best when it comes to those coming to America, to be a neighbor, to be a guide, to be a friend to newcomers in search of safety and freedom. We're very excited about this for a number of reasons, but we do see it as the boldest innovation in the U.S. refugee resettlement process in decades, and some 4 decades. It is designed to strengthen our country's capacity to resettle refugees by harnessing the energy of private American citizens. Much of this work to date has been done by private resettlement agencies. They continue to play a pivotal role, but we're now in a position to enable private American citizens to do some of this. This will, we think and we hope, include Americans from all walks of life, members of faith and civic groups, veterans, diaspora communities, businesses, colleges and universities, other community organizations as well. These groups of Americans, private Americans, will help refugees take on the tasks of daily American life, to find housing and employment, to help them enroll their children in school, connect them with other essential services. They'll also raise funds to help refugees as they settle into their new life here in the United States. So our goal in the first year is to mobilize at least 10,000 Americans to step forward as private sponsors and to offer this welcoming hand to at least 5,000 refugees. Since the announcement was made late last week, we've seen an outpouring of support from Americans from across this country. We have seen thousands upon thousands of hits on our website, a significant number of Americans raising their hands to learn more, and we hope before long a significant number of Americans actively involved in the process to welcome refugees and to be a guide to so many of those who are newly arrived in our country. Yes.
Then one question is related to internet, and the other one is I'm going to make it a little bit vague so I don't get in trouble. Some of these leaders from some nations, when they come to the U.S. government for assistance, those leaders themselves are billionaires, and they ask financial assistance from the U.S. Doesn't the U.S. tell them that, like, how come your country is so poor, but you guys yourself are billionaires?
When it comes to determining our assistance, we look not at the net worth of any particular leader, but at the national needs of any particular country. We are very focused on how the United States can step up to help people in need. Of course, each instance is going to be different, but what we care about most is what the people need, the conditions that they're facing, and how the United States can help alleviate those conditions.
The second question is with regard to internet. Ned, I'm sure you are aware that due to Corona, the internet business in the U.S. has gone pretty up in lots of fields. Now when the U.S. is in the chair, a lot of these companies are using the U.S.'s platform to cheat a lot of different bloggers, different publishers, and I've personally faced them myself as well. And I've noticed that the laws are a bit not very clear about it. Will the State Department raise this issue at some level with the Congress to look into it? Because in the online industry, there are a lot of frauds, and I've personally witnessed it, but quite a few, especially one reputed company like Publicis, and their US, which is a French company, but they have a US-based company as well, which is called Commission Junction. And they are literally cheating publishers. And I would request you personally to at least look into this matter, how the internet, the US internet, is being used for fraudulent earnings, basically, by some of these companies.
Understand, these can be questions of national legislation, including here in this country, legislation around the world, but in some cases it sounds like what you may be referring to are individuals who are violating the terms of service of individual private sector entities. When it comes to that, regardless of whether an individual is violating U.S. law, that's something, of course, that the relevant authorities would look into. It is incumbent on providers, on private sector entities to enforce their own terms of service. That's not something the State Department gets into, but it is a message that we routinely convey to the private sector. Yes.
To ask you about the Franco-German plan for Kosovo, or as some are calling the European plan. My first question, why there's no mention of the US in the title of the plan? For example, the EU-US plan or Franco-German-US plan. Does this mean that you gave up on your active role in the Kosovo dispute? And my second question is, what does Secretary Blinken think about this specific plan, and what expectations, if any, he has from the Serbian president when it comes to rejecting or accepting this proposal?
I think I can answer both questions with one answer. It's referred to as the EU dialogue, but it is something that has our strong support. And I think you have seen that represented over the course of this administration just recently, January 20th, I think that was last Friday. Our Deputy Assistant Secretary, Gabe Escobar, together with senior representatives from the EU, from Germany, France, and Italy, conducted a joint mission to Pristina and Belgrade to discuss the proposal for the normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia. The leaders underlined the opportunities of the proposals and emphasized the urgency of swift progress to avoid the risk of further escalation. We, together with our EU partners in this, expect parties to live up to their responsibilities. Both Kosovo and Serbia, in this case, should implement the agreements they've already signed on to through this very dialogue process, including progress establishing the Association of Serb-majority municipalities. And we strongly encourage Kosovan Serbs to return to Kosovan institutions as quickly as possible to improve security and stability for all citizens. These are messages that Kosovo, Serbia are hearing from the United States. They're also hearing from the EU. They're hearing from EU member states, in this case, with this delegation, Germany, France, and Italy. So we are very much supportive of this process. Our approach to conflicts and tensions around the world often consists of this. We are supporting, in some cases, local, in some cases, regional solutions. The United States lends our support when and how we deem to be most effective. And in this case, the EU dialogue, we believe, has the potential to be an effective vehicle to reduce tensions and to resolve conflicts between Kosovo and Serbia to bring greater levels of stability, prosperity, and opportunity to both peoples. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. In the next 2 weeks, an Iraqi delegation will arrive in D.C. and they will have a meeting with Secretary Blinken. They will discuss dinar and dollar exchange rate. Then when they have a meeting with you, what will you have on the table to tell them to this matter? And second question, what concerns do you have about the dollar overflow from Iraq to Iran? Have you took any measurements against Iraqi commercial banks to this matter?
So on your first question, we tend not to preview visits that far in advance. I suspect we would have more to say in advance of any bilateral engagement with our Iraqi partners in the coming days, so I don't want to get ahead of that. Regarding the Iranian nexus, sanctions enforcement first, our sanctions as our international sanctions continue to be enforced. We continue to enforce them. Sanctions enforcement is an iterative process. We routinely have engagements with partner governments and with the private sector to make them aware of the scope of our sanctions and to see to it as best we can that states and companies around the world are complying with those sanctions. Iraq is a partner of ours. The United States is a stalwart partner to the people of Iraq, to the government of Iraq as well. And I expect when we do have an opportunity for a bilateral engagement, we'll discuss not only those bilateral issues, but also the broader regional issues, including the challenges we see posed by Iran. Yes?
Thank you so much. This is about a BBC documentary on Prime Minister Modi. We have seen that Indian government banned that documentary, also shutting down universities, colleges, and even banned all social media links. Do you think it's a matter of press freedom or freedom of speech?
I'll say generally, when it comes to this, we support the importance of a free press around the world. We continue to highlight the importance of democratic principles, such as freedom of expression, freedom of religion or belief as human rights that contribute to the strengthening of our democracies. This is a point we make in our relationships around the world. It's certainly a point we've made in India as well.
Due to the political unrest and security situation in Pakistan, many foreigners avoid visiting Pakistan. I was just going through U.S. travel advisory for U.S. citizens. It says reconsider travel to Pakistan, do not travel to KPK and Balochistan. So Pakistan is not safe to visit for the U.S. citizen right now. That's the travel advisory says, right?
Well, you're referring to the travel advisory that our Bureau of Consular Affairs updates regularly for countries around the world. The travel advisory for Pakistan was last updated in October of last year, and I understand that was not at the time much of a substantive update, but we do have an obligation to inform our citizens around the world, including our citizens in Pakistan, of potential risks. And as do our travel advisories for countries around the world. This travel advisory offers advice to Americans who would consider travel to Pakistan. We have a tiered system from level 1 to 4. And the advice in those travel advisories are based on so-called risk indicators. We look at levels of crime, of terrorism, kidnapping or hostage-taking, civil unrest, natural disaster, health, wrongful detention, and other potential risk. And that's how we arrive at that tiered numbering system that you referred to in the case of Pakistan.
The United States donated $200 million to Pakistan in flood recovery. Is there any check and balance in that?
There absolutely is. There are checks and balances across every form of assistance that the United States provides. Security assistance, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, that includes when it comes to the flood assistance in Pakistan. It's something we take very seriously, not only in this case, but anywhere around the world where our taxpayer dollars are implicated and when there is an urgent humanitarian interest at stake. We make regular trips to monitor our programs in the field. USAID's Disaster Assistance Response Team, or DART, traveled to more than 10 flood-affected districts in Balochistan and Sindh province to assess not only the humanitarian conditions, but also the response activities and to make sure that the response activities were meeting the humanitarian need of the people there. We work with the UN, we work with NGO partners that have extensive knowledge about the affected areas and their populations. They are required to provide regular program updates on the progress of activities and any security concerns, and we also require our partners to immediately report any potential diversions, seizures, or losses. Throughout our flood relief efforts, We're working in close coordination with Pakistani authorities and local partners to make sure that assistance is directly helping the communities and those who need it most. And as you know, we have been in a position to support flooding relief and recovery to the tune of more than $200 million total, making the United States one of the largest bilateral country donors. And we're committed to helping Pakistan and its people rebuild better and even more resilient.
I have a question on Lebanon. Lebanon's top prosecutor has ordered all suspects detained in the investigation into Beirut port blast released and filed charges against the judge who's leading the probe. How do you view that scene?
Michel, we've seen those reports. I would refer to Lebanese authorities on this development, but more generally, as we've stated, we in the international community have made it clear since the deadly explosion that we urge Lebanese authorities to complete a swift and transparent investigation into this horrific explosion at the port of Beirut. The victims of this August 2020 explosion deserve justice, and we believe those responsible must be held to account. Yes, in the back.
The road to Nagorno-Karabakh remains closed for 1.5 months by now, and I know that you personally and this administration has made calls to Azerbaijan to unblock the road. I was wondering if there is any new update on this, if you could provide any more information on this. And my second question is, Azerbaijan continues to disregard all these international calls coming whether from this administration or other international partners. United Kingdom's foreign ministry today called again Azerbaijan to unblock the road, but there is no evidence that President Aliyev is willing to change his policy and to unblock the road. So my question is, if the situation continues, are there any other options on table, particularly in regards to delivering more humanitarian aid to Nagorno-Karabakh? Because the Red Cross is the only organization that can deliver very, very limited help to Karabakh, which doesn't satisfy the dire needs of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. And you just mentioned that USAID and US administration works with international partners and delivers aid to situations, to the countries and geographies where humanitarian crisis exists, and it exists in Nagorno-Karabakh. Do you think that the USAID, particularly an organization which worked with Nagorno-Karabakh and was engaged in humanitarian projects before, could step in and try to increase the volumes of help to the people of Nagorno-Karabakh? Thank you.
So a couple of things. The worsening humanitarian situation in Nagorno-Karabakh has been of significant concern to us. It's been the topic of discussions, as you alluded to, between Secretary Blinken and the leaders of both Armenia and Azerbaijan in recent days. We've made the point that ongoing obstruction of normal commercial and private travel along the Lachin corridor is causing these very shortages of food, of fuel, and medicine for the residents, the many residents who depend on this corridor for those basic supplies. These periodic disruptions to natural gas and other basic utilities further exacerbate the worsening humanitarian situation. We've called for the full restoration of free movement through the corridor, including commercial and private travel. We need to find a solution to this impasse that will ensure the safety and the well-being of the population living in this area. We believe the way forward is through negotiations. We remain committed to supporting a lasting peace. We've demonstrated, both in word and in deed, our willingness to engage with the parties, whether that's bilaterally, whether that's multilaterally through the OSCE, whether that's trilaterally with both Armenian and Azerbaijani counterparts at the table. But above all, we believe that negotiations is the path forward. In the near term, we've called for that restoration of free movement so that the humanitarian needs of those who depend on this corridor for life-saving essentials and supplies can be met. And the United States will continue to do what we can to bring the parties together, to encourage this dialogue and to encourage a full restoration of this free movement through the corridor. Sure.
Getting more and more difficult for the United States to bring peace or to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. And as you know, the Russia Minister of Foreign Affairs is in Angola. He just met President Lorenzo.
today, and I would like you to explain a little bit of what is the view of the U.S. administration on how African nations can help bring peace or end the war between Russia and Ukraine, because this is in the great interest of African leaders, and they also want to end this war. And because the foreign minister of Russia is in Angola, I think even President Lorenzo is trying to find a way to end this war that is affecting many countries, including African nations. So what is the view of U.S. on how African nations can help put the end on this war?
I would start by saying that African nations are in a unique and special position to lend their voices to ideally help bring about an end to President Putin's aggression. And I say that because so many African nations have histories and legacies that are shaped by colonialism. Their histories and legacies have been morphed and, in some cases, distorted by the efforts of other countries to do what Russia is trying to do to Ukraine, to redraw borders arbitrarily, to dictate to countries what their orientation should be, what their choices should be. Across the continent of Africa, there is deep respect for the UN system, for the UN Charter, for international law, and I think that deep respect is born of the fact that for many decades across the continent, those principles weren't adhered to, and the principles that are at the heart of the UN Charter, at the heart of international law, were disregarded. And so African countries feel this acutely. We think what countries across the continent and across the world can do most effectively is to make clear where they stand, to make clear to Russia, to visiting Russian interlocutors, but also to countries around the world that they stand for the UN system, they stand for the UN Charter, they stand for international law, and they stand against any effort to subvert that. African countries know all too well the consequences of a systematic subversion of those very principles, and lending their voice and making clear, not only to the Russian Federation, but to the rest of the world, that it's not something they will tolerate. That itself would be very powerful.
And do you think it's appropriate, for example, for African nations who have received a lot of support from Russia in years to right now kind of give back to them? Because we heard also from the Congress that the United States is trying to pass some kind of law to force African nations not to work with Russia. But do you think this is a right decision for African nations to do right now when it comes to deal with Russia?
I think what you're pointing to is just a historical reality. It is, again, born of the fact that for many decades, the United States was not in a position to be a partner to so many countries across the African continent, and for various reasons, the Soviet Union was, or Russia was. That, of course, has changed. That dynamic no longer holds. It eroded with the end of the Cold War. It has gone away entirely in the decades since. The United States is ready, willing, and able.
Okay, so that was the latest from today's State Department briefing. We are going to step away from that for just a moment. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Staying on that topic of the war in Ukraine, after weeks of hesitation, both Germany and the U.S. did announce today that they will provide Ukraine with main battle tanks. Let's take you out to Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan, who has more from Kyiv.
The Ukrainian military officially retreating from the town of Soledar on Wednesday, giving the Russians a rare battlefield victory, but more help is on the way. Germany announcing it will send Leopard battle tanks to help stop the Russian advance, with an initial shipment of 14 tanks from its own stocks. It will also allow Poland and other NATO countries to do the same, ending weeks of hesitation and intense pressure from Ukraine's Western allies.
This is the result of intensive consultation with our allies and international partners, and I want to say explicitly it was right that we rely on this close cooperation.
The move comes as U.S. President Joe Biden officially announces the shipment of American Abrams tanks, giving Germany political cover from any potential Russian backlash.
It will enhance the Ukraine's capacity to defend its territory and achieve its strategic objectives.
But it's still not clear when those tanks will be ready for the battlefield in Ukraine. Some officials are saying it could take years.
The M1 is a complex weapon system. Anytime that we've provided Ukraine with any type of system, we've provided the training and sustainment capabilities with that.
Moscow immediately condemning the German announcement, claiming it's part of a, quote, pre-planned war against Russia. But NATO allies say they're committed to standing with Ukraine and that this will not be the last shipment of military aid.
At this pivotal moment in the war, we must provide heavier and more advanced systems to Ukraine. And we must do it faster.
Germany's defense minister says he is hopeful that the first tanks will be able to be on the front lines within a matter of months. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Also want to bring you an update on some international news. Police have arrested a man accused of fatally stabbing 2 people and injuring at least 7 others on a train in northern Germany. Cops were first alerted to this incident shortly before 3 o'clock local time today. Germany's federal police force said the man used a knife to attack several passengers before witnesses grabbed and restrained him until police arrived. The attacker was also injured and taken to the hospital. Officials say he is a 33-year-old Palestinian man. No other details were given about the identity of the victims, and the motive of this is also unknown at this time. Want to give you a look of what we are waiting on here at Live Now from Fox. This is a live look from the courtroom in South Carolina. We know that a jury has been selected in the Alex Murdaugh murder case, so we are waiting on opening statements to begin. We were told they would start around the top of this hour, so running a little bit behind here, but of course we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stick with us here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. As I mentioned right before the break, this is what we are waiting on here to bring you out to. This is a look inside of the courtroom in South Carolina as we await the Alex Murdaugh murder trial to begin. Opening statements are set to begin here shortly. So, of course, we will bring you that as soon as that gets started. I want to give you some video here of what it looked like today when Alex Murdaugh showed up to court for day 3. It began today with the ongoing jury selection that we have been following. Of course, they had told us from the beginning that that jury selection might take several days. So we do know now that they have selected a jury. That jury is made up of 8 women and 4 men who will ultimately decide Murdaugh's fate. Now, Alex Murdaugh was charged in the murders of his wife Maggie and youngest son Paul back in June of 2021. The once prominent but now disbarred attorney comes from a powerful family line in Hampton, South Carolina. The family had been practicing law since 1910. It ultimately took 13 months for charges to come out for Murdaugh, who also faces allegations of theft and fraud. So again, we are awaiting those opening statements here, and we have that feed ready to go. As soon as that gets going, we'll bring it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered, as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to bring up some video of what we brought you earlier today, this incredible video that shows this fire breaking out at a high-rise building in Chicago. We know that 1 person was killed, several others injured after a 4-alarm fire broke out in that high-rise apartment on Chicago's south side this morning. The Chicago Fire Department responded to that apartment building in Kenwood that's located off of Lake Park Avenue. That was just after 10 o'clock this morning. We know that the fire began on the 15th floor and quickly made its way upward. Officials say the fire has affected at least 10 floors all the way up to the 24th floor, and that the people at the top of the building were evacuated. A resident who was on the 16th floor smelled smoke and called 911. We also know that a person was found dead in a unit on the 15th floor. Officials said during a news conference today that 7 other people were injured. That included a 70-year-old woman who was taken in critical condition to a hospital. 1 firefighter was also taken to a hospital for smoke inhalation. And we also know from our team at Fox 32 Chicago that that building, Harper Square Cooperative, has failed 7 inspections since October 27th of 2021. That's according to city records. While this fire was taking place, over 300 fire personnel responded to the scene with 85 pieces of equipment. We want to bring you out to that latest update from Chicago fire officials after this all happened. Let's bring it to you here now. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, good afternoon. We had a fire here today, 4850 South Lake Park, a high-rise building, 25 stories, approximately 255 by 60 in dimensions. We have 298 units in this building. Of those, only 267 were occupied. We got this call at about 10:06 this morning from a resident on the 16th floor who smelled smoke. So that's how we were first alerted. Companies arrived on the scene and then they aggressively attacked the fire. They grabbed the communication systems, notifying all the residents of the building of what was going on, which is really important in a high-rise fire. So we found that the fire started on the 15th floor. Right now we have 1 resident who perished in the fire, 8 transports that were stable, all civilian. We had 1 firefighter yellow transported for ortho injury. 33 civilian refusals at this time, and we use the 2nd floor as treatment and triage to actually sort through all the residents and have them a secure place. So what we encountered here, because the fire went so far from the 15th all the way up to the 24th floor, was the fact that the wind was pushing. The fire went up vertically, and it lapped from floor to floor to floor all the way up to 24, where my firefighters gained control of it. They did an outstanding job because that fire did not go horizontally, it just went up straight vertically, and they did everything they could to put that fire out, and they were here for a long time doing it. What questions do you have?
Were there smoke detectors and sprinklers working?
No, I don't have any reports of sprinklers. The smoke detectors in the individual units are battery operated. The smoke detectors in the hallways are hardwired.
Did they go off?
I don't have that information right now.
Talk to us
about, I know that residents were being asked to stay in their units, about how the building is constructed, why it was safer for them to do that, and how your people were just going unit to unit to check on everyone.
Chief Furman is going to answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Why is it safer to shelter in place?
I know that the residents were being asked to stay inside their units. It was safer for them to do that. That sounds counterintuitive, but explain why it was just the way it was.
Yeah, so we usually ask residents to stay in place. High-rise building is a fire resistance construction. It's built with fire separations built in. The doors are fire-rated doors to the apartment units. The stairways are enclosed. The hallways. It's set up so that you can remain in your unit and still be safe. If you do encounter smoke or heat or fire, you call 911, and that's why we try to get units up to you as soon as possible. If we do evacuate a floor, that's announced over the PA system, and we do it that way. But a lot of times we don't want people to self-evacuate because they could put themselves in harm's way.
So just talk to us about how you handle that situation in a building this large. I imagine you had dozens of people checking on residents.
Yeah, so we had to trek a lot of floors, and like the commissioner said, we only had 8 transports, which was good. The wind can work with us or against us. It's always a factor when you battle a high-rise fire. In this situation, the wind was such that it wasn't pushing the heat and smoke into the building, but it was coming from the other side, which helped fan the flames and create the fire plume that you saw from the outside, which created a lapping effect, which it was so intense that it reached the windows above the floor, and then it ignited the fire on the floor above. So we were just trying to stay ahead of it. Unfortunately, we lost elevators, and so that meant we had to bring all the equipment and manpower up 15 flights of floors, flights of stairs, and just try to get ahead of it. But it was a fast-moving fire vertically, like the commissioner said, and it was tough just staying ahead of it.
Have you been able to finish a unit-by-unit search of the building to ensure everybody is
Yeah, final search is still underway at this point. We've conducted final searches on several floors, I think 4 floors right now, but we're still going to go through the entire building and check to make sure that we don't leave anybody that needs some
and that would be in addition to the phone calls that were made through 911 that were conveyed to us, that we individually check those as well, but the full building will be checked.
Did the person who died live in the unit where the fire started?
Do we have
We're
that?
not commenting on that.
Yeah, right now we can't. We don't have that.
Oh, if I'm still working on that, we don't know for sure.
Our Office of Fire Investigation is up there right now, and they're beginning their investigation.
Did you have trouble getting water to the top floors?
Well, yes and no. We got water on, we use the standpipes. We use the internal protection systems that are already built into the building. So we connect to standpipes. And so what we did was get water on the fire on the initial floor, but as it lapped, we have to conduct a secondary front on the next floor. Well, the problem is you can only get so much water out of that standpipe. So once then we have to kind of piggyback and try to move and stay ahead of it. But like I say, this was a very fast-moving fire, and we had trouble just staying ahead of it because of the lapping effect.
So just so you know, we had over 300 personnel on the scene and over 85 pieces of equipment, fire and EMS, for this actual fire.
Talk to us about those evacuations that you did have to carry out. How did you prioritize who did get out of the building?
So that's why it's important for high-rise buildings like this to have a list of people with special needs. So we got the list of people who are maybe physically challenged. We got to those units first. We prioritized those guys, and then we made announcements as we saw we evaluated smoke conditions on each floor, and as conditions worsened, we evacuated those floors and then moved those. Those were the priorities.
Are you concerned with the structural integrity of the building right now?
Well, we got the building department here. I'm sure they're going to assess any kind of damage, any spalling, any damage to the concrete or the structure.
Chief, identify yourself for the camera.
I'm sorry, identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mark, M-A-R-C, Furman, F-E-R-M-A-N, Deputy Fire Commissioner.
Of
Do you have any
operations.
information on building inspections? Are those up to date?
We
to your
don't.
knowledge?
We don't have any of that right now. That is part of our investigation too, so we do look into that.
Building department's on the scene working it.
Right.
Displaced, and what is going to happen with those residents? Obviously, we've got a cold, snowy day, so what's going to happen with those folks that can't be back in their home? Yeah.
So you have
Well, the good thing is that it's OEMC automatically dispatches. They are a great partner when it comes to helping relocate and find housing. We get Salvation Army involved, so hopefully we can find shelter for anybody that's displaced. But our OEMC reps are on the scene right now, and they're working with Salvation Army and housing right now.
What do you do in a fire like this to make sure it doesn't go horizontal, that you can keep it vertical?
Well, like I say, a lot depends on the wind condition. Our main thing is trying to get water on the fire as fast as possible. Water on the fire is the key. And it's always a challenge. Just once we lost the elevators, just moving manpower and equipment and trying to stay ahead of it. But this was a very fast-moving fire. This was a little unusual. We don't get them spreading this fast. Yeah.
So can we expect to see any more evacuations happening here, or?
Right now, we're still in our final search mode. So we'll tend to each resident that is displaced as needed.
Plus the building department determines that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you did say that one of your firefighters was injured. Can you tell us what happened? And
Just an ortho injury. Right. Minor. Just minor.
Okay, so that was the latest on that fire at a high-rise on Chicago's south side. Of course, we'll be continuing to follow any developments that come from this, as we've had our crews there at the time of the fire and in the aftermath, so we will be keeping our eyes on any developments that come from this. Also want to show you this tweet here from the Chicago Police Superintendent. This was another event that we had our cameras rolling at today, where we had Chicago Police as well as the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, were together today, where they took part in a ribbon cutting for a new public safety training center today. That facility is dedicated in part to the late Commander Paul Bauer, who was killed in the line of duty in 2018, as well as another firefighter, Michonne Plummer, who died in the line of duty in 2021. The opening of the facility is the result of hard work, steady collaboration, and a shared vision of community. This is all from that Chicago Police Superintendent. We're putting down the roots on the west side, and we'll be next door to a new place, giving officers and youth opportunities to come together. So that was the latest from Chicago Police on this new ribbon cutting, this new public safety facility. So that was the other news coming out of Chicago. We will eventually bring you that press conference later on today, where we had everything recorded in full. So we will bring you that a little bit later on. We do want to bring your attention now to another story that we are following. Many of you probably remember this happening a couple of weeks ago, where a Virginia teacher was shot by a 6-year-old. Well, today we heard from her lawyer, and she said that they do plan to sue the school district. So in case you don't remember this story, that Virginia teacher was shot by the 6-year-old student during class. And Diane Toscano, the lawyer for Abigail Zwerner, the teacher who was shot, said today that on the day of the shooting, concerned teachers and employees warned administrators 3 times that the boy had a gun on him and was threatening other students, but the administration could not be bothered. That was a quote from the lawyer. The police chief has repeatedly characterized the shooting as intentional, saying that the boy aimed at Zwerner and fired 1 round, ultimately hitting her in the hand and in the chest. Zwerner was hospitalized for nearly 2 weeks, but is now recovering at home, according to a hospital spokesperson. So we do want to bring you the latest remarks from her attorney today. Let's bring you that now here on Live Now from Fox.
My law firm, for those who don't know about us, we are based in Virginia Beach and focus on state and federal criminal defense and civil litigation. I'm a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, and I've been litigating cases in this community for more than 15 years. Abby Zwerner is the best of us, an optimistic, dedicated, and caring elementary school teacher who endured the unthinkable, being shot purposely by a 6-year-old student in front of her 1st grade class while teaching. I have been with Abby twice since she left the hospital, and I communicate with her daily. I can report to you that she is home recovering and gaining strength every day. We are grateful for the outpouring of support that Abby has received from teachers, students, and parents in this community and across the country. But the road to full recovery will be long, and as her physical condition improves, the psychological wounds cut deeply and remain fresh, and the psychological scars will be lasting. I admire Abby's courage and her unwavering care for her students, their education, and their health and welfare. And we want to thank all the teachers in Newport News who sacrifice each day and strive to provide a safe and healthy educational environment to their students. We especially want to thank Abby's fellow teachers at Rich Neck Elementary, who unfortunately are living this nightmare along with her. These teachers are selfless. One teacher even went into the classroom after Abby was shot and restrained the shooter until police arrived. See, Abby and these other teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School tried to do the right thing on January 6th, the day of the shooting. On that day, over the course of a few hours, 3 different times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him at the school and was threatening people. But the administration could not be bothered. This tragedy was entirely preventable if the school administrators responsible for school safety had done their part and taken action when they had knowledge of imminent danger. But instead, they failed to act and Abby was shot. When the first incident of the day happened, at around 11:15 to 11:30 a.m., Abby went to a school administrator, as was protocol, to tell them that the 6-year-old had threatened to beat up another child that same day. But the school administration could not be bothered. They didn't call security, they didn't remove the student from the classroom, the school administration failed to act. Later on, around 12:30 p.m., when another teacher went to a school administrator, as was protocol, and told the administrator that she, the teacher, took it upon herself to search the book bag of the boy that was suspected to have brought the gun to school. The teacher then tells that same administrator that she believes the boy put the gun in his pocket before going outside for recess. But the administration could not be bothered. The administrator downplayed the report from the teacher and the possibility of a gun, saying, and I quote, "Well, he has little pockets." This is outrageous. Given the opportunity to call the police over a report of a potentially armed student, the school administrator failed to act and protect the school. Shortly after 1 p.m., when a third teacher tells administrators of another boy who is crying and fearful, that he bravely confesses to his teacher that the perpetrator showed him the gun at recess and threatened to shoot him if he told anybody. What did administrators do? Did administrators call the police? No. Did administrators lock down the school? No. Did the administrators evacuate the building? No. Did they confront the student? No. When a fourth employee who heard about the danger asked the administrator for permission to search the boy, he was denied. He was told to wait the situation out because the school day was almost over. Let that sink in. Tragically, almost an hour later, violence struck Rich Neck Elementary School. Abby Zorner was shot in front of those horrified kids and the school and community are living the nightmare. All because the school administration failed to act. Were they not so paralyzed by apathy, they could have prevented this tragedy. This morning, I sent notice to the Newport News School Board of the intent to file a lawsuit on Abby's behalf. This should have never happened. It was preventable. And thank God Abby is alive. But had the school administrators acted in the interest of their teachers and their students, Abby would not have sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, a bullet that remains dangerously inside her body. 3 weeks ago, Abby was a cheery young woman with a big heart and loved educating young people. She had a very bright future and a career she loved. Today, she's between surgeries and physical therapy appointments with a career in question. How could anyone find the courage to confidently face a class of students again? I hope the Newport News School District will do the right thing, and everyone should pay close attention to their response, because will they send a message that teachers are expendable? That this is just a hazard of the job if you teach Newport News? Their response will hover over this community and this school district for decades. And since they can't roll back time and undo the callousness of the bureaucracy, they can do the right thing and admit what went wrong and fix it and take care of Abby now. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the latest from the teacher. Abby Werner's lawyer saying that they do plan to file a lawsuit. The big takeaways here are that the lawyer for Werner is saying that employees and some of the teachers and administrators there knew that this boy had a gun on him, was threatening other students, but the administration didn't do anything about it. The superintendent for the school district has said that at least one administrator was told on the day of the shooting that the boy might have had a weapon, but that no weapon was found when his backpack was searched. So that is the latest in that story here on Live Now from Fox. And right now, as I mentioned a little bit ago, we are still following the latest with the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. This is a live look inside the courtroom right now. We're going to take you out to that event, bring it to you right from the beginning, right after this 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. As I mentioned right before the break, happening right now are the opening statements in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. That comes after they have decided on a jury. That jury made up of 8 women and 4 men who will ultimately decide Murdaugh's fate. Let's bring you into that opening statements that's happening right now. It is going on live, but we're going to play it for you right from the beginning here on Live Now from Fox.
Following that, the defense counsel will have that same opportunity. Then we'll begin with the presentation of testimony from witnesses. I look forward to working with you on this case and to keep the case moving as reasonable as we can keep it moving, but we will not rush, but take the time necessary to have this case fully presented to you. We'll now proceed to opening statements by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. On the evening of June 7th, 2021, at the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County, his son, Paul Murdaugh, was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alec Murdaugh, took a 12-gauge shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder, with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head and did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a .300 Blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle, and the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property, picked up that .300 Blackout rifle, and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen and the leg, and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that again did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Creighton Waters. I'm with the Attorney General's office, and I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before. With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Gow, John Metters, Don Zelenka, John Conrad, and Johnny James. A lot of lawyers. This is a big case. It's a very complicated case, and that's why there's so many people working on it. Sitting back in the row, we have David Owen, who's the lead investigator. We have Lieutenant Charles Gent, who's one of the agents, Special Agent Ryan Kelly, and Special Agent Peter Radofsky. Some of the agents that are working on the case. as well as Investigator Isaac Toledo, who's working on the case as well. There's some of the witnesses that you'll hear from as we go through this case. The judge talked to you a little bit about him being the judge of the law, and he gives you the law. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the legal concepts before I turn back to those facts. Just remember, though, he's the judge of the law, so you take what he says, but I'm going to explain to you some of the legal issues from my perspective before we talk a little bit more about the evidence in the case. And the first thing is, right before you went to lunch, y'all all took an oath. Everybody in this courtroom who's got involvement in this case takes an oath. You know, attorneys take an oath to become an attorney, take another oath to become a prosecutor, judge takes another oath to become a judge, witnesses take oath on the stands, law enforcement take oaths to become law enforcement, but y'all took an oath as well. And the reason why is that y'all have the most important job in this courtroom. Every one of you raised your hand and said that you would well and truly try this case. And it's the most important job here because, like the judge said, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. Y'all are going to listen to what comes from that witness stand and judge those facts. But you also have to be mindful of that oath. That oath requires you to do that hard job, to make that decision, to call the strike when you see it. It's the same oath. It's just as important as any other oath. This might be the most important in this courtroom. The judge mentioned reasonable doubt, and he's exactly right. It's the state's burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is a cornerstone of our country. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a burden we welcome. It's what we want. It's a system that has been well tested and true, and we take that burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to remind everyone that the emphasis is on reasonable. Okay? It's not any doubt. It is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is often defined, and again, listen to the judge how he defines it, but reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. To hesitate to act. And when you hear the evidence coming from this stand about this particular case, I submit to you, you won't hesitate to act. Again, remember the emphasis is on reasonable doubt. The judge mentioned the charges, and there are 4 of them. First indictment accuses Alec Murdaugh, to which he's pled not guilty, but it accuses him of murdering Maggie Murdaugh. The second indictment accuses him of murdering Paul Murdaugh. The third indictment accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, that being the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. And the last one accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, and that being the murder of Paul Murdaugh. And what does that mean? What is murder? Well, the judge again is going to instruct you that it is the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. And what is malice? Malice is a mental state. That's ultimately going to be for y'all to determine as to what was going through Alec Murdaugh's mind when he committed these crimes. What is malice? Malice has often been defined as the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. It is the intent to inflict an injury under circumstances that the law would presume an evil intent. An evil intent. And when you look at the circumstances of the crime, when you look at what led up to this crime, the evidence is going to show that there was malice aforethought. Aforethought, what does that mean? It means it has to exist at the moment you commit that crime. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be planned for any long period of time. It just has to exist a split second before the crime is committed. But when you see this crime and you hear all the circumstances, the evidence is going to show that aforethought existed for a while. It existed for a while in the mind of Alec Murdaugh. You're also going to hear about circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And what's the difference between the two? Direct evidence is supposedly about to storm out here, from what I'm told. Direct evidence is if it's sunny outside, and a witness goes outside and it's sunny, and they come in here and they get on that witness stand, and because they saw it raining, they sit on the stand and said, I was just outside and I saw it raining. saw it raining. That's direct evidence. They actually saw it raining. But to give you an example of what circumstantial evidence is if the witness goes into a room where all the curtains are drawn, and when they go into that room, it's sunny outside and everything's dry. And while they're in that room, they see it darken behind the shades. They hear thunder. They hear the wind blowing. They hear the sound of raindrops on the roof. And then they open up the door, and it's not raining, but everything is wet. There's puddles in the driveway. There's puddles in the street. There's puddles in the yard. There's limbs down all over the ground. And then they come in here and say, yeah, it was raining. Didn't actually see it raining, but those circumstances are beyond any reasonable doubt that it was actually raining. Now, I guess it's possible that somebody could have been standing outside their window and beating a drum to sound like thunder and blowing a fan to make it seem like it was the wind and somehow got enough water to coat the entire neighborhood. But that's not a reasonable doubt. Everybody understand that distinction? That's not a reasonable doubt. Another thing, and this is crucial, what you're going to do in this particular case, is determine credibility or the believability of witnesses. So it would be your job to look at the evidence, the exhibits in the case, but also the witnesses and decide if it's truthful, if you believe it, if you can rely on it. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can believe one witness against many or many witnesses against one. You can believe all the witnesses' testimony or part of the witness's testimony. It's up to you, first individually and then as a product of your deliberations. And what you're required to do there is just to rely on that good old-fashioned common sense. Does it all fit together? Is it corroborated? Does it fit with what you would expect? Does it fit with what you expect how real people would act? Does it seem real? Does something seem a little off? Does something seem a little off? You're going to see video statements of Alec Murdaugh. You're going to see body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives. And hear what he says. And hear what he says about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement. And you're going to hear how things progress about what he says and what he says he did that night. Watch those closely. Watch his expressions. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's not saying. Use that common sense. Does this seem right? Or does something seem a little off? Something seems a little off. I mentioned that Maggie was killed with a .300 blackout rifle, an AR-style rifle that chambered in .300 blackout ammunition. And you're going to hear evidence that back in Christmas of 2016, Alec Murdaugh over there bought 2 .300 blackout AR-style rifles. And then not long after that, one of them went missing from Paul's truck. And time went by, and in April of 2018, Alec Murdaugh replaced that rifle and bought another one. 3 total blackout rifles that they had. One of them went missing years ago, and a replacement was bought. You're going to hear evidence that Paul and his friend were using that replacement gun. They were standing right outside the side door to the gun room of the house, and they were sighting it in, firing down into a field. And the cases were ejecting. The cases are the empty shell from a bullet, and they were ejecting out into the flower bed right there. And then there's a range across the street, and they shot it there, and there's cases ejected there as well. And they were shooting that 3rd replacement gun just weeks prior to the murders, prior to June 7th, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were murdered. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that the cases that were found in that flower bed and the cases that were found across the street at that range were ejected out of the same weapon that fired all the cases that were around Maggie's dead body, that killed her. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie Murdaugh. And you're going to hear evidence that of those 3 blackouts that Alec Murdaugh purchased, when law enforcement arrives at the scene on June 7th, 2021, he can only account for one of them. He can only account for one of them. And that replacement gun is nowhere to be found. You're also going to hear evidence that the type of ammunition, the exact brand, the exact model of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie, S&B, 300 blackout ammunition, and 147 grain bullets, that exact ammunition, boxes, empty boxes of that ammunition, is found all over the property. The very same brand and model of ammunition that was used to kill her is found at multiple locations throughout the property. And you're also going to hear evidence, the same thing about the shotgun shells that killed Paul. That federal double-aught buckshot unfired rounds were found on the property, as well as Winchester #2 turkey loads, the 2 rounds in the shotgun that killed Paul. Family weapon, same ammunition. It's on the property. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph, and about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone evidence. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information, where you were when you did that, that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off of cell towers, that location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day, and not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with them. And this is going to be crucial evidence for you to consider. You're going to hear that particularly Alec and Paul, but also Maggie, were prolific cell phone users, to the point where Paul's friends even had a nickname for him about his cell phone usage. Before I talk more about that, there's 3 family properties I need to talk about. Okay. The first one I've mentioned is Moselle. Moselle in Colleton County. It's called Moselle. It's off of Moselle Road, but everybody refers to it as Moselle. And that property is this is a lot of acres. There's a main house on it, and there's a driveway that goes to that main house. But it used to be an airstrip, and there's an airstrip that goes down, and then down the way, just less than a third of a mile away, just a 3-minute walk, 4-minute walk, 45-second drive, is the kennels and the shed that used to be a hangar where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So the main house is just less than a third of a mile away. You can see the kennels from the main house. You can see the main house from the kennels. The family also had a house in Edisto at the beach. And the evidence is going to show that that is where Maggie preferred to stay, particularly in the summer months. She liked the beach. She was not a hunter. She didn't want to be at Moselle. She didn't want to be at the lodge where it was hot and buggy. She liked being in Edisto. And then you're also, I've already mentioned, the house in Alameda, which is where his parents' home. On June 7th, 2021, you're going to hear evidence that his father went into the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And in fact, he died a few days later, and his mother is in late-stage Alzheimer's and that house being cared for by a caretaker, and you're going to hear from that caretaker.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
Let me pause for a moment. We'll be at ease for just a moment.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, so as there is a pause in these opening statements, let's recap a couple of things that the prosecutor just said there. He said that the circumstances of this crime show malice. He said that Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, had no defensive wounds. He said that'll be key in this as well. He also mentioned that Murdaugh was at the scene before the victims' phones went silent, also adding that that cell phone evidence will be key with technology nowadays, cell phone pings. He plans to use all of that as he pushes this case forward. So as they take this pause, we are going to take a 2-minute break as well, and we'll bring you back out to that event here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, so opening statements are still underway in South Carolina in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. We're going to let you listen in here and continue hearing out the prosecutor as these opening statements continue. Let's listen in.
Also have a driveway. And the evidence is going to show that that was actually as commonly used as the main driveway. In fact, the mailbox is by the kennel driveway. Driving right past those kennels where Paul and Maggie were murdered. I told you that you're going to hear evidence that Maggie did not like being in Moselle as much as she liked Edisto, the beach house. But that, on June 7th, 2021, she came back to Moselle. And the evidence is going to show that she arrived about 8:15. And the evidence is going to show that from the cell phones that Paul was there at the house, at the main house. And Alec Murdaugh himself says that they ate dinner. And the autopsy is going to reflect both Paul and Maggie having similar stomach contents, indicating that they recently shared a meal together. About 8:30, but 15 minutes after they arrived, Paul's phone starts moving towards the kennels. You're going to hear evidence again that the defendant said he was never at those kennels, that he was napping after they ate, and he was at the main house and never went there. You're also going to hear evidence about how much Alec used his own cell phone, and it would be unusual for him to be anywhere without his cell phone. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul recorded a video. He was down at the kennels because he had been talking to a friend of his. And you're going to hear from this friend because his friend's dog was in the kennels and they thought there was something wrong with the tail. And Paul was recording a video of it to send to his friend. 8:44 and 55 seconds. And on that video, and you'll see that video, and you'll hear from witnesses that identify Paul's voice, Maggie's voice, and Alec's voice. Told anyone who would listen he was never there. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, there's a video. The evidence will show that he was there. He was at the murder scene with the two victims. And more than that, just over 3 minutes later, 8:49 and 1 second, Paul's phone locks forever. He never reads another text. He never sends another text. He doesn't answer calls. 3 minutes after that video has the defendant at the murder scene with the two victims, Paul's phone goes silent forever. And in fact, another communication comes into the very friend that he was talking to, the dog, at 8:49 and 35 seconds, just 35 seconds later, and he doesn't answer it. He never answers another thing forever and ever. And on top of that, Maggie's phone locks at 8:49 and 31 seconds, around that same time, and she never answers another text, never sends another text, never makes another phone call, never receives another phone call. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes after a video shows he's at the scene with the victims, and he told everybody he was never there. Never there. Credibility, ladies and gentlemen. Credibility. So what happens after that? Well, you'll hear evidence that Alec's phone was conspicuously, didn't have a lot of activity from about 8:09 p.m. until 9:02 p.m. And if he was at the kennels, which the evidence will show, why is his phone not with him? Why is it not showing activity? But you will hear that at 9:02, all of a sudden his phone does start to pick up activity. At 9:02, he he starts moving. At 9:04, he calls Maggie's phone. Doesn't answer, of course. Doesn't answer. He calls his father, Randolph, who's in the hospital. Doesn't appear there's an answer there. He calls Maggie again at 9:06. Remember, he's just a third of a mile away. You can see it. At 9:06, she doesn't answer. At 9:06, he turns on his car, his Suburban, and he texts Maggie that he's going, be right back. I'm going to go check on Mom. And he doesn't drive down to the kennels, even though that's where the mailbox is. That's a common place to be, even though you can see it. He's called his wife 2 times and texted her, and she hasn't responded. But he didn't just drive down there and say, hey, I'm heading. You guys want to go? What's up? What's up? Right there. You can see it. He then drives to Alameda, where his mom is suffering from Alzheimer's, and the caretaker is there. And he starts calling people. He's talking to people. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not he's trying to manufacture an alibi. He gets there to Alameda. You'll hear evidence about whether or not that was usual. You'll hear evidence about how he was acting when he got there. And he's only there for 20 minutes because he's back underway at 9:44. And he makes more phone calls on the way back. Calling friends, calling people who will answer. It'll be up to you to decide whether he's trying to create an alibi. And he gets back to Moselle at 10:01. And he calls 911 at 10:06. Listen to that 911 call. Listen to what he says. Listen to what explanations he may offer. You're going to hear that 911 call, but you're also going to see the body-worn camera of the officers who arrived at the scene. The video camera they wear so that it records what they're doing. And you're going to see what he did to Maggie and Paul. It's going to be gruesome. There's no other way around it. It's what he did. You're going to see crime scene photographs. You're going to see the traumatic injuries that were suffered. You're going to hear from a pathologist, a doctor who will examine the injuries. It's going to be gruesome. There's no other way around it. On that 911 call and on the body-worn cameras, pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, and you have a chance to deliberate, the evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them, and the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt. Thank you.
For the defense.
Please, of course, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I think I introduced myself to you all and the attorneys, the three other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alec Murdaugh, or Murdoch, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up. This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders, with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he slaughtered them. When I say he slaughtered them, when they were slaughtered, and no question, Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds, he perhaps was being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing is speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with a shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot, but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous, horrible, butchering. So to find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot running. There's no defensive wounds because she's shot running, and after she falls to the ground and has one bullet that has hit her and probably traveled up and hit her brain, she's on the ground, and whoever the perpetrator was walked up, took that AR, and put one in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that. But why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul. And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes home and finds, there's no question about this, they've got telemetry from his car. He left the house at 9:06, returns at 10:01 after seeing his mother who has dementia. Now remember, that day, his father, who is dying, is taken to the hospital. Mom's home alone with the housekeeper. Perfectly reasonable for him to want to go see her. And later than usual, because his father's not there. He's in the hospital. He dies 2 days later. His father dies 2 days later. So the question is, if he leaves at 9:06 and he's back at 10:01, he literally, I mean, and he can account, the cars and the cell phone records account for where he was between 9:06 and 10:01. Now the cell phone records, and you're going to hear this from their own experts, are incomplete. They're incomplete. And we submit one of the reasons they're incomplete, and by the way, how do they find Maggie's phone? Maggie's phone was thrown out on the side of the road about a quarter of a mile away from, a little bit more, maybe a half a mile, from the Moselle property, thrown out on the side of the road. They found it by using Find My iPhone. And the way they did that, they had to open it or have access. Who gave them the code to open the phone? Now, Murdoch. And it's not destroyed, it's just thrown on the side of the phone. What you're also going to see is that Alec Murdoch was calling that phone at 9:06. As he leaves the house, he did call her twice and texted her. And we also know that at 9:06, as he cranks his car, as the cell phone records show that, as the telemetry data from shows the cell phone linking up with the car, that phone is being thrown on the side of the road almost a half a mile away. Now that is Houdini. That is magic. That is inexplicable. Now, I was making notes while the Attorney General was talking. But let me tell you what is more believable. The night he comes home and finds his wife and son butchered. And when I say butchered, you're going to see these photographs. When I see them now, after having seen them for the last 4 or 5 months, it still shocks me. It still is tough to look at. It still bothers me. And he comes home and finds his son laying in his own blood with his brain laying at his feet, shot to hell. He walks over, he checks to see if there's any life there, although, I mean, he's seeing his brain laying outside his body. He knows there's nothing there. He goes over and tries to get a pulse out of Maggie. No pulse there. Calls 911. I want you to hear that 911 tape. It is a man hysterical, in grief, trying to figure out what's going on. And he tells the 911 operator that he's concerned, and he drives back up to the house. And by the way, you can't see, I've been out there, you can't see the shed where you might see the top of the shed. There are pine trees between the front porch or the porch on the house and the dog pens. And it's not a third of a mile, maybe by the way the crow flies, but it takes a little bit longer to drive down there. And this is not unusual for them to communicate by cell phone or text, even when they're all on the same property. It's 1,100 acres. Big property. They hunted it. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the Attorney General has given you his view. And again, you can't see the shed. And I'm going to ask the judge at some point during this trial to ask you, the jury, to be able to go to the scene so you can see it. You can understand the proportions. You can understand the details. Because the facts are what matter here. The facts. Let me give you another fact. You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul. That his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. You his head exploded, you would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot. In blood. They seized his clothes that night. SLED did. And they well, first of all, you're going to see in the videos from the officers that arrived that night, there's no blood on him. They didn't find any blood on him. SLED's testing indicated 12 different places on his shirt and pants. No human blood detected. Period. Okay? You'll see pictures. White t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories. Those are facts. Another fact that is, I think, the reason we're here today. When you hear those questions on the videotapes on the night, now he's found his wife and son brutally butchered. You can hear on the 911 tape, he is hysterical. He comes in and out. It's consistent. If any of you have ever, you got to use your experience as part of this deliberation process. Your human experience. Who's ever suffered the catastrophic loss of a friend or a family member. It's numbing. It's the minute you find out, or if you see them dead, it's numbing. You go into shock. So anything he said that night is in the context of just an hour or two before finding his wife and son butchered. He drove back up to the house while he was on 911 saying, I got to get a gun, that whoever did this might be out there. And he gets a gun. But what's fascinating about that is he gets a 12-gauge shotgun, and he grabs some shells. These people hunt a lot. They have guns everywhere. He grabs some shells. He puts a 16-gauge, a 12-gauge, grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun, put a 12-gauge buckshot in, and then he put a 16-gauge buckshot in. That's how shook up he was. Guy hunted all his life, and he put a shell in that he couldn't fire a 16 gauge from a 12 gauge. Makes no sense. He was traumatized. GSR, their own expert at SLED said the amount of particles of GSR are consistent with him going up and picking that shotgun up. They want to talk about GSR? Again, if you fired a shotgun twice and a rifle 6 times, you'd be covered in GSR. Those are the facts. That's not his theory. The facts. Now let's talk a little bit about these ARs. Again, you're going to hear testimony. A lot of guns. They had a gun room. You know, I don't live in Carlton County. I live in downtown Columbia. Ain't no gun rooms in downtown Columbia. But apparently if you live on 1,100 acres and you hunt deer, and you hunt whatever they were planting those sunflowers for, quail, I guess, big ones. You have a lot of guns. The truth is, in 2017, and you'll hear the testimony, that Alec bought 2 black ops, one for Paul and one for Buster, his other son who's sitting out in the audience. And Paul had his stolen. He bought another one for Paul. Now, Paul was very irresponsible with guns, cars. He'd leave guns around. He'd leave guns in cars. He oftentimes left guns down at the dog pens, in the feed room. Now, I can't tell you whether he was shot with his own weapon or not, or his mom was shot with his weapon or not. But I can tell you that they weren't shot by Alex. They don't have the guns. There's no way to tell conclusively without having the weapons what weapons those were fired by. And we'll be talking a little bit with the SLED experts about that. The sort of overarching issue here is why murder on June 7th, 2021, why is it September of 2022 before they charge him? And I will tell you what happened that night. And this is a problem. He's questioned, and the questioning is pretty aggressive. You'll hear it. He's traumatized. They suspect him. They show up. He's got a shotgun. They suspect him. And the next morning, 2 people found butchered here in Colleton County, Moselle Road. The police announced, don't worry, there's no danger to y'all. There's nobody out there that could pose a danger to you. Because you see, they decided that night he did it. Without forensics, without cell phones, without any of that. And they've been pounding that square peg in the round hole for the last, well, since June of 2021, resulting in charges in September of 22. And so, if he felt, and he did, and you'll hear it, the accusatory fashion he's being interviewed in, he may not have dealt all the facts. But by the way, whether he'd been down to the dog pens that night or not, really didn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Because you're going to see cell phone activity that would be, let me put it to you this way. Paul's phone, 8:50. Maggie's phone, later than that, 8:54. Clearly, is still being used. At 9:06, he's up at the house getting in the car, cranking it up to drive over and see his mom. He says, a few hundred yards away, it's a little bit further than that. But the point of the matter is, he would have had to have executed both of them, got back up to the house, got the bloody clothes off, and by the way, they seized his clothes from that night. They've never searched his house for any other clothes that we know of, although that night he gave permission and they got a search warrant. Go to my house. Go look through everything. Where are the bloody clothes? Where are the bloody clothes? And of course, I would tell you that they've woven this story together because they want everything to be consistent. What's important about that is the judge, and by the way, there's no eyewitness. There's no forensics tying him to the murder. When I say forensics, fingerprints, blood, whatever, tying him to shooting anybody that night. The cell phone records would indicate he would have had less than 10 minutes to kill him, get up to the house, get in the car and crank it up. He'd be covered in blood. Now, if they think he was beginning to establish an alibi, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is consistent with him seeing them earlier at the dog pen. And by the way, that audio they have of him and Maggie, they were talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. And we know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with a girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For, 10 minutes after that. So, big question. One shooter or two? Two guns, shotgun and an AR. And by the way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of a wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody or two people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were two people, but again, we don't have to prove anything. Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this. You have agreed to follow the law, and here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now, let me tell you, that's so difficult to do. I get it. And the way maybe the best way to explain it is this. This morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime, the natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And you did something that's so natural. We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime. You presumed him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once said, jury duty is the highest duty a citizen can perform for their country in peacetime. Because you are protecting us from them, from the state, from the government. That's the foundation of our Constitution, is that the individual has the right to be presumed innocent, has the right to a jury trial, has a right to have his or her peers sit in judgment of it. That's you. And the framework is you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. And a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt which would cause an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they've created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife, the wife especially dead, and the guy's got a shotgun, you know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to a conclusion. He did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses. For instance, that blue tarp showed up with a blue tarp. That witness who said he showed up with a blue tarp was shown a blue rain jacket that he talked about. Said, that's not it. That's not what he brought here that morning. I talked to her. She said, no, it was a blue tarp. And what was it? I would indicate.
Objection is sustained. You may proceed.
I would tell you that the testimony you're going to hear is inconsistent with the Attorney General's represented to you, based on interviews done by people other than me. So, what I'm telling you is this, that as you sit here and listen, every time there's a witness that takes that witness stand that the state's put up there, you see, you judge the credibility, whether to believe a witness or not believe a witness, whether to believe one witness against many, many against one. You're going to have to evaluate the testimony you hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records he keeps talking about, I would say you are not necessarily accurate to the extent they rely. I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will have been promised something or threatened with something that may take the witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't kill Butcher, his son and wife. And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did. You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law. You were picked because Alec Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here, I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career I will do, that irritates you or angers you, sometimes I'm a little rough. Don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the jury room for a break while I discuss scheduling with everyone. Please do not discuss the case. As I mentioned to you earlier, you're not allowed to discuss the case at all until you've heard the entire case and you've heard the instructions of law. So please go to the jury room.
Okay, so that was the latest from the opening statements. There were a variety of things that were said, and I want to get into exactly that from both sides. Let's start with what the prosecution had to say. There were a couple of things that they listed there, saying the circumstances of crime show malice, also saying that Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, had no defensive wounds. Prosecution also saying that Murdaugh was at the scene before the victims' phones went silent. And then we heard from the defense as well, saying things like the facts that the prosecution presented were not facts, but they were in fact theories. He also presented Murdaugh as a loving husband, as a loving father. He had him stand up, and at one point we saw that Alex Murdaugh got emotional as well while the defense was speaking. Defense also saying that you won't hear a witness say that they had anything but a loving relationship when talking about Maggie and Alex Murdaugh. He said that in regards to the different guns that were mentioned in the prosecution's opening statements, that the Murdaughs had a gun room, they were hunters. You also saw the family in the courtroom as well, including the oldest son, Buster Murdaugh, was there in court, sitting behind his dad. So the opening statements have just wrapped there right now as they sent the jury into the room for a break. So we will continue to keep an eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break. We'll get to all of these other top stories on this busy Wednesday when we come back. And I realized that my mic was not activated there. I apologize for that. I want to show you some stories that we are continuing to follow here. The city of Oakley in California, we're following some news out of there where there's major police activity. You can see this tweet here as we're following those news. I want to give you a live look there that we are following as well. We're going to leave it up here for a second as we get to some other top stories for you here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, so we are continuing to keep our eyes on that story as well as a lot of other ones on this busy Wednesday. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to go out now live to Fox 5's Chris Welch as we bring you out to another story we are following, and it has been the recent developments of both the classified documents that have been found at President Biden's Delaware home and other places, as well as the most recent news that there have also been some documents with potentially classified markings found at the home of former Vice President Mike Pence. Let's bring in Fox 5's Chris Welch now to fill us in on the latest with this. Hi there, Chris.
Hey, Lexi. Well, the latest update we have from today, we are hearing now today from spokespeople, representatives from three former presidents, Obama, Clinton, and George W. Bush. All of them say that they did not have anything, they didn't keep anything from their time in office, but they also said they're not planning to do any more searches. So at this point, what we learned from the Vice President Mike Pence's office, Joe Biden's, and in the case of Donald Trump, they've all kept some type of documents, whether it was accidental, whether it was on purpose. That's the question that remains. But experts believe the cases are different.
The offices of former Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton say there have been no instances of any sensitive documents having been found anywhere outside the National Archives since their periods in office. But representatives for those presidents all tell CNN they did not plan to conduct any additional searches of homes or offices.
The notion that spokespersons of former presidents have said, oh no, when we left office, we turned everything over to the archives, to me, that's absolutely worthless.
Mark Zaid is an attorney who represents federal clients in the intelligence community, and he himself has high-level security clearance.
Until we hear that boxes, desks, drawers, closets in each of their residences and offices were searched, then I don't think any actual public statement